Mega discount command center. Let's fucking go. Colossus. One size fits all. Kill everything. Wild. Fuck. Crazy. Hey, thank you 300 each. What's up, digits? Elliot. Zombie grab. Hello. How are we all doing, gang? Hope you're all doing well. So Helix said, have you seen the Lambo pic? It's amazing. The Lambo pic? What's the Lambo pic? There's an amazing picture of Lambo. Piggy, anywhere near Parramatta? Not too far. Curious if there's a chance we could have crossed paths at some point when I visited my cousins. Maybe. I mean, if you're only in Para, then no, I haven't actually been in Parramatta itself for quite a while. Drove past yesterday. I sent you the pictures on Discord, says Eon Blue. Okay, thank you. Oh, hold on one sec. Fuck. Hey. So guys, we have two pictures. Okay, so okay. All right, guys, we've got Lambo's reaction here to the patch. Whew. Okay. I think that's a look of joy. And then we've also got Elaser's reaction, which, well, Elaser looks kind of aroused, guys. Has Elaser swapped to Terran? I guess Elaser normally balance whines about Protoss a lot, not so much about Terran. Maybe he's like, it's fine. I can still burrow my Banelings. I will find a way. His single burrowed Banelings versus Clem in Home Story Cup were very cool. Shame Clem just kind of, I think, out-microed him in all the engagements a bit too much. Oh, right. All right, guys. Just back from the Blue Mountains for a few days. We got, it was fun. I randomly saw a board game, which I played in the beta version many years ago at PAX, called Land and Sea. So me and Dot played that a bunch. That was fun. It's like Carcassonne, kind of. Good game. I'm blind, but nearsighted zombie grub. You hate wearing... Oh, are you... Oh, do you have old lady glasses? Are you farsighted? Are you into board games a lot? Not massively. I do enjoy a lot of board games. You guys see Activillain in the chat? He's my board game buddy. He has all the board games. He even buys like the legacy ones, the ones where you ruin the board game as you play it. You guys know those ones? Where you play multiple times to play through the board game and you like actually draw on the pieces and shit. I'm not at that level. He's at that level. He lets us ruin his board games. No, I'm near, but I wear glasses at premiere events, not on personal streams because of that. I'm not blind, I can see things near me. Right. I got contacts again recently for the first time in forever, Zombie Grub. I've worn them once. I wore them one time. I've not even tapped into them. I really should wear them more. But I'm like too lazy to. Because yeah, I was looking at getting laser and then I was like, oh no, it's kind of hard. It's not really worth it. I don't have a very thick cornea. Is cornea the one they chop into? What's going on? How you doing, Mosteth? I just got back today. Today's stream will be finishing with at least one Age of Empires cast at the very end of the day. I had focused on... I've been meaning to cast Yo versus Sebastian from Brazilian Dynasty, which I didn't get around to watching at all. So I really wanted to check that one out. As well as ACCM versus Viper, though I doubt we get to that one as well. But we've got quite a bit of StarCraft before then. Surprise hotfix patch has come out, guys. With some rather crazy changes. Yeah. I think before we even look at the changes, just to review them really quickly, we got this. I've got some Serral point of view casts I wanted to go over, guys. Serral had the worst stream he's ever had. I've never seen a Serral stream with this many losses and this much struggle on it. And I think that's fascinating. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't be interesting to cast. It's Serral. And I honestly think I'm going to cast every single loss from this stream, and we're gonna see what could possibly go wrong, because it's so rare to see Serral lose on his stream, and to lose multiple games in a row was a historic event. Serral was one loss away from Lambo getting rank 1. Oh, really? That's great. LASIK is great. It didn't fix my astigmatism, so I still benefit from glasses. Yeah. Well, I don't have a thick enough cornea, so that's a problem. Also, the one I could get, it would quite likely I'd become short-sighted. It wouldn't fix my astigmatism, number one, which is not too bad. My astigmatism, it'd still be obviously great. But then you often become far-sighted once you're in your like mid-40s onwards. So, and that happens to almost everybody. So I'm like 37. I'm like, am I going to get fucking laser on my eyes? Potentially deal with dry eyes for the rest of my life. You know, as well as other potential side effects or things that can go wrong with any surgery. There's always risk. And then also potentially in 5, 8, 10 years, I'm just going to have to get glasses anyway for... Oh, I'm going to be holding my phone out. Like, you know, when your parents, like, they're going to hold their phone out to read their phone screen there. And they're doing those ones. And I'm like, well, fuck that. So, yeah. All right. Okay, guys, so we've got Colossus damage has been buffed against non-light units. So this is mostly against Marauders and Roaches, but obviously it'll help against Stalkers, other units as well. Pretty big buff. That's a pretty significant 20% damage increase at no upgrades against these guys, which is pretty big. Adept damage modifier per upgrade increased from 1+1 versus light to 2+2 versus light. Wait. Does that mean you get +2 per upgrade versus light? Are there any lethal points with that? Has anyone done the math? What's this effect? Like, because an adept right now does 22 damage. Adepts can two-shot Marines with +3 and combat shields. Okay, cool. I still think they'd be trash compared to Zealots, even if they can do that. they still just attack so slowly, and they don't tank nearly as well as a Zealot because they're 50% shields, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah. But basically, because you're going to go up to +3 is 28, right? So 28 minus 3 armor times 2. No, you can't two-shot a Marine with combat shields. Right? Oh no, it's +4. It is +4 per upgrade, sorry. +4. Okay. So 22 plus 12 equals 34 minus 3 armor. Holy shit, yeah, you're doing 31 damage. You can also 3-shot Hydras with +3. That's interesting. Because that means 2 shots is 62 damage. Whew! That's a lot of damage. Yeah. That's so crazy to think of an adept doing 34 damage a shot versus light. That sounds like such a high number. They're not quite able to one-shot Zerglings, but they are very close to one-shotting Zerglings with +3. This is a +3 adept damage versus light, guys. Now, obviously, a Hydra has 90 hit points, so you can imagine you're gonna get that's gonna get killed because you're going 34 minus 3 for +3 carapace times 3. You're gonna 3-shot a Hydra, 2-shot a Marine. Interesting. I don't really know if it matters too much because these upgraded adepts are kind of trash. What are you hitting other than Zerglings, which you're still gonna need? You're still gonna need an extra shot to kill it. Doesn't matter too much. The adepts, I mean, adepts gonna do a bit better against Zerglings, a bit better against Marines, a bit better against Hydras. I guess they do a bit more flat damage as well with the upgrades. So if we're talking about the non-light damage, how much damage does an adept do, guys? 10, right? So now it's going to be 16 fully upgraded +3 versus non-light units. That might actually be the more impactful change in a lot of situations. Just them doing more damage versus roaches and marauders and that sort of stuff. That actually to me feels like the bigger change. Banelings as well. They won't two-shot a Baneling because +5 hit points from Centrifugal. Yeah. Will this make them better for early game harass though? That's really all they're used for. Well, no, of course not. You're not making attack or armor upgrades for harassment. This is purely to try and give the unit a bit more strength following through. I think it's a good change because basically you've got a unit that's not really used outside of the early and early mid game at the latest, and you're saying, hey, upgrades are going to be a bit better with that unit. So if you're a hipster fuck who wants to use like Disruptor Colossus Adepts because you don't like your Zealots charging in and getting themselves killed, this is something we love to do in 2016, early Legacy, because we were like, why would I make Zealots? They just run in the front and they run away from your Colossus and Disruptor. Make Adepts instead because they attack from range. Which made sense at the time. Then we just, you know, the Adept got nerfed to shit a bunch of times, and over time we're like, oh, Zealots are just so much better bang for buck. We're like, okay, this unit's not that good. Yeah, Banes will still shred Adepts. Everything will still shred Adepts. There's still not gonna be a better core unit than a Zealot most of the time because they cost that extra 25 gas and all this sort of stuff. But you know, technically if you want to use one of those hipster styles, it's going to be a bit less shit, I feel like. So yeah, it is what it is. They're going to make it now so you take way less time to transform between Gateway and Warp Gate, guys. Fair call. You also get another 10% boost on Gateway production. The funny thing about the Gateway production, guys, so it's already only 16 seconds, right? For a Gateway to produce a Stalker. Stalker is a 175 mineral unit, and it builds 2 seconds faster than a Marine, which is a 50 mineral unit, 50 resource unit. So you've already got this 50 minerals, takes 18 seconds for a barracks to build it. 175 resources, it takes 16 seconds. That's going to be even less now. I don't know what that comes down to. Does it come down to like 14 seconds for a Stalker or something? So my point here is just there's already a very weird relationship between how much it costs to build a Stalker, the actual cost of the Stalker or the Zealot or the Adept, and how little production you need for it. So there's this incredibly bizarre and weird thing going on where yeah, it's bizarre because don't get me wrong, it's very powerful. You're gonna have so few gateways needed, but like you're going to be like saving the money on the initial gateways, but the army that itself still costs the same amount. So what's interesting is these are like tempo changes. In that long term, if you build 20 Stalkers still cost the same. The difference is if you did it out of 3 gateways versus 8 gateways, the difference there is 5 gateways. You save 750 minerals. That's good. And that is really good, and it's especially good for holding all-ins. Because how often do Protoss die to all-ins when their gateways just aren't quite ready? They're just about to get their 8 gateways finishing, they're about to transform, they're about to warp in, and you're just not quite there. And it is so much easier to hold all-ins with these gateway changes, in my experience. And I think Skillis showed it a few times in Home Story Cup as well. So that's going to be even more extreme. Now, you might be wondering, why would they do this? And I think the reason is very clear. StarCraft 2 players are incredibly, incredibly slow to adapt. StarCraft 2 has been in a very similar state for 10 years. And we recently had a Premier tournament. There was a fair number of Protoss players there. One of them really, really, really took advantage of the changes. Skillis. I saw one game where Showtime also built out of gateways for like 2 minutes after Warp Gate finished and then transformed everything to Warp Gates. So there was already a massive boost to the gateways defensively, but I've also seen in weekly cups we saw multiple players I keep talking about the Trap Solar game. Trap saw what was likely an all-in, still tried to make like 6 or 7 warp gates before making defensive units, could have left them in gateway form and easily held the Roach all-in from Solar with the Queen drop. But a lot of players are just still making warp gates every game. Still making warp gates, still making warp gates. This to me feels like what I would refer to as a David Kim change. So you guys remember, and even after David Kim as well, Blizzard still followed this through. David Kim does not want to wait a year for people to figure out his balance change. He's like, I'm going to make it so obviously broken so these absolute nincompoop strategy game players actually use the thing, learn how to use it, get comfortable with it, and then I'll tone it down. You know what I mean? And I think that's what this is. I think this is like such a big boost. It compounds. 750 minerals production matters so much. 3 base defense as TOS versus Terran is so much easier. 100% Paddy Mac. I'm glad you figuring this out as well. It's huge, isn't it? It's insane, you know. And I keep watching high level Protoss players just not use the gateways, and I'm like, it's so obviously like. From day one, when I looked at the patch changes, I was like, well, obvious. Like, it's pretty obvious you're not meant to make warp gates straight away unless you're attacking, you know? If you're going for an attack, sure, transform at the last second, warp in on the front, and it's fucking great. Like, this is very obvious. And be like, no. I'm turtling to 4 base with my strategy, and I can tell the opponent's being aggressive. I need to make my warp gates. And I was just like, come on, guys. And that's just StarCraft players in general. You've been playing the game the same way for 10 years. Patch wasn't out for very long. And the PTR obviously was in such a scuffed state. The Protoss players didn't really get to experiment with warp gates because for most of that PTR, the upgrade was on the gateway, which is why Protoss players have been behind on the uptake on this patch, in my opinion. But anyway, they're making it so the Disruptor doesn't sit so far back with this one. It's fine. Terran is going to get Command Center cheaper. Now, obviously, guys, I think we can all kind of trace this one back. So this all begins with this guy. Wait a second. What the fuck? That's not Pig. I mean, that's what I dream that I look like that. I had a dream last night I looked like this guy. I had 7 trophies on my fucking case behind me. It was great. So anyway, this guy is like, no, 8 workers. It'd be fun. I like 8 workers. And then they were like, here's 8 workers. And then they were like, oh, fuck. Like, Zerg has no lava. So... and like they're all in suck. So then they were like, well, Zerg, you can get some lava here. And then if you guys, I don't know if you guys watched my video about the lava suggestion, because I made the lava suggestion as well. So I clearly do control balance. Where is that video? Let's go back. What needs to change in the new StarCraft 2? And this is a very convoluted video. This is my fault for making a video that was long and convoluted and not very clear, okay? But I basically talked about a whole bunch of different things you could do to make Zerg production feel a bit better in the early game. So we talked a little bit about 175 Mineral Queen for 3 Lava Inject. Right now is very expensive. And I was like, well, you could make it 4 lava per inject. That's totally fine for early game. But if you just in a vacuum buff 4 lava, you're going to mess up the rest of the game because Zerg's just getting a massive blanket buff, and that's obviously going to mess things up. But what if you make just queens, 150 minerals? Maybe you revert the hatcheries as well. Is that really enough to help Zerg with the change? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe you need to like do like we'll make Queen's build slightly faster or something. And then there was one, and I was like, you know, I kind of like the idea of testing this. Why don't we slightly just speed up the hatchery lava production? Because even though it's constant, it doesn't feel like it's that crazy if you did something like, I don't know, maybe try 10% boost. And I said this verbally, I didn't write this down. Where I'm like, but obviously these are like such fundamental buffs to Zerg. You've got to be really careful with all of these. Maybe try this in a vacuum and see if it's okay. With like 8 workers is meant to be better for Terran and Protoss, especially with the mineral changes, meaning you don't need to expand as fast because your resources last longer. That's meant to be worse for Zerg in theory. try this out, see how it feels. Now, obviously, the data came back instantly that it was like super overpowered. Now, keep in mind, they went to 9 seconds, not 9.6. I was already very tentative about 9.6. I was like, you know, I think it might be okay in a vacuum, but I have no idea. We've never tested anything like this. We need to test this, but actually, I did write it down. We need to test this, but it's worth going after. You can't touch core production. But we did this 57 times the chrono boost over SC2's history. So fuck off with that excuse. Well, yeah, I mean, you definitely have to be careful with it. You can touch core production, but you need to touch it across the multiple factions, I think is the lesson here. So essentially, one of the things I mentioned as well, though it's not written down here, because there's a lot of things I talked about in this video. And like I said, it was a very messy video because there was so many things to talk about. Is I was like, look, you could just make the macro mechanics better for each faction. You can just make it so Zerg has lava inject, 4 lava, Terran gets 270 minerals from Mule, and Protoss Chrono is only 25 energy, but you start with 0 energy on the Nexus. This is just going back to Heart of the Swarm values, and it basically is the same thing. Some people hate me always doing this. It's like, there's a guy who's like tested so much stuff, man. By the way, don't forget to sign up. We've got a pig viewer tournament on Green Earth's mod, guys. Sign up for that last weekend of the month. It's going to be not this weekend, but the next one. Should be a really fun viewer tournament on Green Earth's mod. So, yeah, basically, he's rebuffed the Mule. He's made it so Lava Inject gives 4 lava. Sorry, this... it's not under the Queen stats, is it? Yeah. Spawn lava from 3 to 4. And chrono boost energy cost reduced from 50 to 25. So there's big buffs to all of the macro mechanics. The Protoss one is pretty big. But he also gives Nexus like less supply and stuff like that, so it kind of works. But I think in a general level, buffing the macro mechanics for all 3 factions is probably the best way to balance out the stuff there, where you want Zerg to have a little bit more production, but, you know, you also don't want to just completely fuck the balance. That's probably one of the best ways you can do it. I think the problem with this, as this seems to try and... I feel like we're getting into the territory now where we're like, well, okay, Zerg's a bit ember. Protoss is kind of keeping, with the lava change, right? Protoss is kind of keeping pace because of the starting chrono boost is really nice for Protoss. That being said, how do we... Okay, let's just give Terran 100 minerals less on their expansions. Now, to give this the benefit of the doubt, I could think, well, Terran struggles to expand. It can get to the command centers. The problem with this is, remember, you are always getting a bunch of supply baked in. They've gone heavy on the amount of supply. There is 13 supply. A depot normally only gives you 8 supply. You're getting 13, which is more than 1.5 depots for that command center at 3 times the cost. But it's also an expansion that builds command centers. So this is a huge buff, and it was already quite attractive to go CC first on the new patch. 3CC was pretty popular, and I think there's a thing where this is basically just going to hyper encourage 3 command centers, and it's so the problem with this, if you think about it, you're always getting mules, right? You're always going to be dropping mules. If you buff mule, it just gives a mineral boost to Terran to help them keep pace with the other factions. That's what's elegant about a mule buff. A command center buff is specifically going to push Terran into trying to go 3 command centers and potentially even 4 command center builds very quickly. Because it's just gonna I think imbalance a certain chain of builds. So that's why I don't like this at all. Now the planetary fortress cost is going to be increased, so that if you want a planetary, it's still going to cost the same amount that it used to. It costs 100 minerals more. They're also going to reduce ghost supply. Now I think ghosts are nerfed. There's a weird thing. So, I really do hope there aren't too many conclusions being drawn from this game. So I don't know if anyone remembers this game. This is kind of the only late game I can think of we've really seen with like proper Ghost versus Broodlord late game. And Clem shut the bed quite hard in this game. So Clem had a big issue where he basically had pure siege tank Ghost late game. He did get a few Vikings out eventually here. This is after he's lost his whole army, actually. Let's go a few minutes earlier to the first kind of big engagements. But he was maxed on like 30 Ghosts and 16 to 20 siege tanks with nothing else. And what happened is Serral came in with Broodlords, and every time he fired, Clem never unsieged his tanks. So the tanks would just kill all of the Ghosts. So this was a really bad game from Clem. Clem shat the bed. That being said, this does not mean the Ghost is overpowered. He's clearly weaker in many ways. So this is nuance, complexity from someone who plays both sides of this, guys. Clem was already tilted in that game as well, I agree. The Ghost was both made stronger and weaker in this patch. It is the Superman Ghost that I call it. Why is it the Superman Ghost? Because it got extra range, it got extra damage. It went from 6 to 7 range. It went from 10 damage plus 10 versus light to 20 flat. However, they reverted that damage change back down to 15 flat damage, which means it actually got nerfed against Zerglings before late game. There was a kind of funny interaction where once you got +3 attack, it was fine. The Ghosts would two-shot Ghosts, but Lings, but a lot of people are like, oh, but it actually takes 3 shots now, but it got nerfed. Realistically, the only time Ghosts are fighting Zerglings is once you have +3 attack. So that's not really enough. Keep that in mind, because I've seen a few people talking about that. I brought it up myself. Someone pointed out, no, once you get +3, you still two-shot Zerglings. In terms of an actual game situation, the Ghost against the Zergling attack interaction is unchanged. The real big thing is that's 50% more supply. The Ghosts are taking up way more of your max supply. That's very expensive. And the bigger one is, remember that the Ghost now takes 75 energy. So a Ghost has 200 max energy. It used to be 50 per snipe. You would have 4 snipes per max energy Ghost. Now, 200 divided by 75 for a snipe, you only get 2 at max energy. And that's really a massive change. Now, don't get me wrong. The snipe does a little bit more damage, up from 130 to 170 versus non-psionic units. So against Ultras and Broods, where this is most impactful, it does do a bit more damage. Guess what? Against Broodlords, it's still going to be 2 snipes to kill it. Against Ultras, you do save 1 snipe. It goes from 4 down to 3, I believe, right? Because 3 times 170 should be over 500, yes? Yes, it is. Just above 500. So essentially, Ghosts did get nerfed in terms of their overall number of Ghosts, number of snipes available, and just how valuable their energy is. If you were to lose a bunch of Ghosts or run out of energy, it was kind of harder on this. It's harder on this patch to get more energy and to regrow the count that you need in order to snipe things, right? So the Ghost did get nerfed in quite a few ways. That being said, the fact is, snipe is also uninterruptible, which means the only way you can interrupt the snipe is by getting far enough away from it or out of vision that it breaks before it finishes channeling, the 1.5 second channel, or you kill the Ghost. Normally, it's very hard to kill a Ghost, unless the siege tanks are killing it or something like that. This game was a really bad example, like I said, because it was like pure Ghost siege tank and the tanks killed the Ghosts. If you have Hellbats with Blue Flame and 3/3 mixed in with the Ghosts, they will kill the Broodlings instantly. So the Broodlings are doing no damage. If you don't have any tanks friendly firing, but instead use ranged Liberators to zone out the enemy Infestors, so the Infestors can't come in and catch you with Fungals, that's also going to be really, really big. Can Burrow break Snipe? If they don't have a scan there, sure, but they're going to have a scan in the late game, so that's not important. So at the end of the day, the Ghost has been quite nerfed in a few ways. And that's a real thing. I don't know how I feel about the 2 supply change. I think it's not the end of the world. I think some people will get very reactionary about it. Oh, we just want mass Ghosts. I don't mind this change in isolation. I really don't. I think a lot of people don't realize that this is not that... Like, it matters. Of course, this matters. TVP, this matters as well. I know I'm only talking about TVZ. This obviously is just a flat buff in TVP. Apparently, Protoss players have been dominating Terran in TVP, but I haven't really seen enough games to have a clear idea. Feels like those games are running away in the mid-game with the Protoss games that I've mostly seen. Obviously, Terran's still winning some of them, but I know Clem's been pretty vocal that he feels pretty favored in PvT as well. Command center cost reduced from 400 to 300 though. You already think about Terran being incentivized to make lots of orbitals, mass orbital for that late game. And then you combine with this, and I understand why people are going to be quite reactionary. Because it's this one already scares the shit out of people, and it's already going to incentivize Terran to turtle a lot and to play 3 CCs and play very boring openings. And then you combine it with that, and people are looking ahead and thinking, oh, we're going to have Turtle Ghost again. I think this change in isolation is just so shit that it does make this change look worse, but let's not get distracted. I think, like, this is the big problem. This problem sucks. In terms of build variety and stuff like this, I don't like this change at all. I normally try to stay a little more reserved, but I think this change is inelegant, uninteresting, and shit. I think this change is really bad. I keep open minds about everything else. This one's shit. And it's because it's gonna funnel people into a certain build. I already didn't like the Reaper build time getting delayed and the Adept build time getting delayed. I think openings being uncomfortable and it being a little annoying to defend the early Adept or Reaper, I don't think in of itself was that problematic personally. I don't see why the Reaper build time got nerfed or the Adept build time personally. I think there's been a lot of complaints so far of people going, I have to make trade-offs in my build orders, and it feels awkward, you know? Why do I have to get supply blocked here? Why do I have to stop building drones before I'm fully saturated to make a spawning pool and some queen and some zerglings, or do this? And it's like, well, because you have to make trade-offs. If they're cutting SCVs to build the barracks and the gas, and it's a massive slowdown in your command center to go for a Reaper opening, or to go for Cybercore and gas before Nexus to get an early Adept across, it's very expensive. It is very expensive. Now, don't get me wrong, maybe there's more to those timings. I did keep an open mind. Maybe there's stuff I'm missing there. But the problem that I see theoretically is there is there is this issue. Rather than letting players figure it out, we're going to like nerf the aggressive options in terms of the Adept and the Reaper timing, which I think is not the correct direction. I think it would be better for the aggressive options to feel a bit too powerful in the first month or two. And if it still feels too powerful in a few more weeks, maybe you do things like that. Now, this one, understandably comes from a correct place. Terran does need a buff. Right now, the chrono at the start for Protoss is such a good boost. They're very smooth through this opening phase because they can build workers so much faster and more consistently by just dumping all their early chronos. Their first 3-4 chronos go just into probes, and they're so far ahead of the Terran in the early momentum. Zerg has the lava boost, also very powerful. Terran feels like they are just struggling right now. Is it just the lava boost in the chrono? Is there something I'm missing? Why else does Terran feel so behind, guys? I feel like I'm missing something, right? Is there something? Is it just because those? I mean, early leads compound in StarCraft. Chrono kicks it at the very start of the game. Your orbital's not in for a few minutes. That's a big boost because there's 2 chronos hitting before you drop your first mule, right? Terran's always been weak on scouting, Red Terran, so I don't know if Terran cares as much about that. I think it's just the chrono and lava, the passive lava boost. I think that alone is causing the problem here. Yeah. I've watched the in-game cinematic where Karen got eaten by Lings. Lings should get them ghosts. Yeah, bonus damage to ghosts, I think. Or actually, Eon, what if they consumed Kerrigan's essence and they absorb her ability to cloak zerglings? Let's go. Maybe one day SC2 will be fixed and not have the ghost be such a crucial late game unit. Indeed. I'm not sure you can get away with CC first against Protoss, says Dr. Bushi. You'd be surprised, especially if you build it on the high ground. As long as they don't proxy gate. But personally, I'd just do a gasless expand. Get 4 Marines in a bunker is what I'd probably do. And use an SCV scout. I'd hide the SCV scout to come in probably at like 3.5 minutes or something. Because I want to check I'm not getting like 3 or 4 gated. Because if I am, I need to build more bunkers and stuff. But I'd probably be doing 1 Rax expand, CC, second barracks, gas, something like that. Or maybe gas, then second barracks. I'd be trying to do like a very defensive play, but just using some SCVs, scouts, and stuff to try to be safe there, yeah. Should be something like cheaper factory or rack, something to help Terran get going. Anything but more command centers. I mean, I think it's just make the mule mine more money. Or delay the chrono boost and revert the lava change. I think. Yeah, I don't know. Go 3cc before depot. Oh, before second. Yeah, before second depot. I tried the Protoss campaign again in Brutal. I can't beat the first mission. Can anyone help, says King Riku. Are you talking about the prologue campaign? Like the one where you're trying to retake Aya? You have to play Protoss and have to defend against evil Protoss, Zerg, and hybrids. Which mission is that? There's evil Protoss, Zerg, and hybrids all on one mission? That doesn't sound right. I don't know, maybe I'm forgetting it. Is it the one where you've got to capture the gases? There's like gases around the map to capture? Oh my god, thank
50
you.
Dora, never barter with a Chinese man.
Do the right thing. Hey man, do the right thing. Thank you, Rufflecopter, with the $50. I appreciate the support. Thank you very much. Dude, that's so generous. I appreciate it. Much love, man. Much love. I'd focus on your early build order, King Riku. I mean, if you want, how would you do it? Why don't you watch my Nightmare video? If you do even 10% of what I've done on Nightmare, it should work on Brutal. Because, no offense, but Nightmare's insane and Brutal is not quite that hard. It's a bit easier. So let me go to my playlist. Where's the Nightmare? There it is. We get you a little shareable link there. Linked it in the chat for you. If you go there, and we will restart Legacy Nightmare soon. It should be the 4th video, I believe. I went, because the prologue was so hard, so I fucking destroyed. I destroyed. Is this it? This is the mission, right? No, maybe not. Maybe it's part 3 then? Oh, because I put some of the others into one thing. Okay, maybe not this one. Maybe it's part 3. Whoops. Oh, this is fucking... Wait, what? Why does this playlist link up the wrong thing? Hold on a second. You can find it. I'll get it for you because I care. I care. Alright, Zeratul Micro Challenge. Wait. Are my videos not in order? Oh no, it's this one. This is the second prologue mission, right? Ghosts in the Fog. Yeah, Ghosts in the Fog is where you go around capturing all these points to get resources. Yeah. Yeah, watch that. That's going to be way harder than whatever the brutal version was. But yeah, good luck. Lambo told me you have control over everything. Is that a meme, or can you fix this game for us? I have had a history of making a few suggestions which have made it into the game. So has Harstem, so has Lambo, so has a bunch of other people. Mine just have the most visibility because I'm a cool guy like that. Saucy, thank you for the 15-month resub. But yeah, I just want to remind you guys, some people have said this is the worst patch they've seen from StarCraft. I've been away giving 0 feedback, right? Other than the most like edge of the scene feedback. So I mean, I got a lot of flack because 8 workers made it in, along with a bunch of changes I had not even talked about, even adjacently. And I stopped talking about balance for the most part. And yeah, I went and played Age of Empires for a month. I've been away this week. I've come back. People have said this is the worst patch they've ever seen, the worst hotfix. Coincidence? I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe you guys should keep blaming me. Maybe everyone should keep blaming me for everything that goes wrong in StarCraft. See how you like it. Get more patches like this, guys. What can I say, guys? I hope you enjoy it. Oh no, Terran gets OP shit like everyone else, but it's the worst one. Kappa? Yeah. I mean, it's obviously they need something. It's just such an inelegant way of balancing it out. Yeah. Worst patch ever came out, you conveniently started playing another game. SCW would see you weren't streaming. Yeah, that's exactly it. All right, guys. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get this update on this out as quickly as possible. Does anyone know if there's a way to compare old units to new units, like pre-patch changes and post-patch changes? I'm about to do a unit test. I'm going to play an ad break right now. If you're not a sub, we'll see you guys in 3 minutes. Okay? See you guys in 3 minutes. We'll be right back. I'm just going to open up a unit tester and see if I can test Colossus versus Marauders and Roaches with the changes.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Kono, thank you for 32-month resub, dude. SBC Monk, I appreciate you guys. Thank you. Windows Firewall working overtime. This StarCraft thing. Save My Disaster is a show where you guys put in replays where you're in really tough spots in games and you go, how the hell was I supposed to recover from here, pig? In the past, I stopped doing it because most submissions were from people with like subhuman negative IQ, where I'd be like, okay, cool. Like, how do I save this position? Like 30%, maybe 50% of the submissions were just from people who were way ahead, but then they just threw the game by doing something really dumb from there. And I was like, what? This isn't even a challenge. You're way ahead at the save point. Other people kept giving it to me. They'd give me the timestamp at the moment exactly where they stepped into a terrible engagement, and I'm like, can you not do it in the middle of a fight where I don't have anything control group? Like, I have to reset control groups when I load into your replay, because the whole point is I hop in and try to salvage a situation, but like, it's just so odd that like, I'm like, why aren't people submitting games where like, okay, I just lost 20 SCVs to Mutalisk Harass and I feel way behind, or I, you know, this or that, and I load into the replay and I play it against someone who's a bit below my skill level, so I can have a chance to show you guys, you know, exactly what to do there to bring it back. Usually I play against someone who's about mid-masters, low-masters, something like that. And, you know, it's not a perfect scenario, but it's a good way of, like, teaching while also putting me in a fun, stressful situation and seeing what I can do. All right, I don't think there's a way to show the pre-patch stuff, guys. Would have asked you to stay in town if we found your hair at the crime scene earlier. Hey, what are you talking about, Zombie Grub? Anyone who's been in the intern's janitorial closet knows if they pull that black light out, there's my DNA everywhere. Oh god, that's really gross. I don't know why I had to go so gross there, but we went with the CSI kind of thing, and, you know, Zombie Grub, you brought this out. You're the worst, Zombie. Zombie Grub brings out my worst side, guys. Endermion, thank you for the 49-month resub. Kurno as well. It's fucking terrible. At least they removed the lift hotkey, the silver line. Oh, the load nearby units. They got rid of that bug. Yeah. Why are they removing unit counters after David Kim told Harstem not to? What, the Colossus? I mean, I don't think it removes it, it just lessens it. But I do share the same fear as you regarding the Colossus being a bit insane. Okay, so like, let's just go for like a Marauder now, and you guys can just fight each other. So this now does 12 times 2 rather than 10 times 2 versus it. Yeah, that looks pretty sick. Sorry, you guys can't even see this. This looks pretty significant, guys. So basically, I don't know. I'm not used to it doing that much damage. Yeah, that's if you've got the same attack over there on their armor, that's pretty good. Keep in mind as well, like a lot of the time. So like, let's say you just have 2 slow zealots to tank damage, and we can go up to like five marauders. But often Protoss will have 1 extra attack upgrade over Terran. Not always, but often as well. So let's just see, like, if you've got 1 extra attack upgrade, so you're doing 2 times 13 here. And if the Colossus targets the middle, so he's actually doing optimal splash, you can see he does pretty good damage there. Obviously, Marauders aren't really good against Zealots or anything like that, you know. Now let's give you guys 2 medevacs as well. I think if you target the Colossus, it's a pretty big difference maker. just you guys really should be trying to target your Colossus wherever you can on the middle units. It does a lot more damage. Yeah. Okay, so if we were to so no upgrade advantage, no stim. Just 3 Marauders against a Colossus. Can it kill like 2 of them, guys? Let's see how it does. That's pretty good. That's interesting. I mean, obviously, like I said, I don't have a point of comparison, but yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. You would hope they win. 6 supply, 300, 200 with Zealots tanking, says Lord's Protoss. Well, I mean, it's just different. I mean, the thing is, previously, the Colossus was only good versus... I haven't given it extended Thermalance, of course, either. The whole point is it's an incredibly long-range unit, and it does eviscerate Marines, Widow Mines, light units, and it does a bit of damage versus armored units, right? This is a big core unit change. So we can argue as much as we want about, is this fair, is this not fair, blah, 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 but at its core, it is a big significant change about how the unit works. Now, I've always been a bit torn about it. So extended thermal lance, no micro, it does win. I've always been a little torn because, like, I'm part of the mindset of it was kind of sad feeling when you think of old Colossus, they were so strong. They were such a core part of your army. So the issue lies in that Protoss has really, really good economy now. I don't feel like Protoss had really, really good economy back in the days when the Colossus was great. You know what I mean? Like, if you go back to Wings of Liberty, where it was like bloody 3 gates Sentry into expansion, or Forge Fast Expand into Colossus, and you're often playing from quite a bit behind in bases, it felt like. But Colossus kind of just did well versus everything, which was pretty good. So that was pretty nice. My fear is if you make the Colossus really well-rounded, but then you've got a Protoss who's upper base on Terran in the mid-game, equal economy with Zerg through the mid-game, that's where this could become a real problem unit, right? That's where you go, oh, hey, turns out. So, like, basically there's an interesting dichotomy, right? Where you can have Protoss be really strong economically and kind of swarmy, the Zerg toss, which is kind of what we're used to, right? If we think of, like, there's 2 different ways to play against Zerg, but against Terran, the main Protoss way is to be quite swarmy in the mid-game. Against Zerg, there's 2 different ways. There is equal economy, equal supply with Zerg, up to 3 base, and then there's a pivot where you can play low gas and and actually outswarm the Zerg player with Stalker, Zealot, Oracle, right? Or you can take 6 gases, maybe even delay your 4th, add Storm, add Immortals, and play more towards a bit more of a classic Protoss Death Ball. You've got that kind of branch. But I think against Terran especially, where the Colossus is already such a core unit, this is worrying. Against Zerg, it's like, oh, it'll do a bit better versus Roaches. Like, how cool is that? Like, that's really nice. Hey, don't get me wrong. You know, that's very powerful. But, yeah. Like, does it matter? Yeah, of course this matters. Like, it helps against Roaches way more. It used to be if you went Colossus, and then you realize they were on Roaches, you're like, oh, man, this is crazy, you know? Chat says it kills Roaches in 7 hits versus 9 now. So it's a really big boost to the Colossus. I think mostly against Terran, where it's already a core unit, but even against Zerg, where I think now the Colossus, opening up Colossus as a standard thing, is going to be much better at not just getting overwhelmed by Mass Roach Ravager, especially when you account for things like the I'm biling those a bit slowly, but you know, once you account for the fact that sorry, my keyboard's in the wrong spot. Once you account for the fact that basically force fields don't go out, and you kind of go, oh, okay, cool, because that's going to last a few seconds extra, isn't it? And you kind of go, okay, cool, like, because the bio doesn't fully get rid of them, so that might be big. I don't know. Sentries versus Ravagers, still not amazing. But yeah, it'll make the Colossus stronger. How much stronger? Well, it's going to be quite a bit stronger. So I guess why would be the question. So what is this hoping to achieve? I mean, I think the goal of this is probably, if I had to mind read, it says we're calibrating both Terran and Zerg to help deal with Protoss and Terran to help deal with Zerg. We'll continue to monitor. This is for Zerg, but this makes Protoss way better against Terran. It'll help against Zerg as well. So my feeling was specifically going to be that because Protoss armies feel so outmanned and outgunned by Terran in the late game, this was going to try and make it so like you could trade a bit closer to even with Terran. For me, the problem lies in me thinking, well, where's the change to help, like, to balance that across the matchups? And you're like, well, this is such a big change. That helps. Maybe. Is that enough? I don't know. Fuck me if I know. I don't know, man. There's a lot of mind reading that you got to do sometimes when it comes to StarCraft patches these days. You know? Good thing Colossus is a very entertaining unit with a high skill ceiling. Zombie Grub, this is the problem with Zombie Grub's analysis, guys. Like, she talks like she knows what she's talking about, but she's just a girl. No, Jesus, I can't help myself. She's just low IQ. You know, it's you just gotta understand. She just doesn't understand. Like, look at this. She doesn't realize. She thinks this is boring. Oh yeah, Zombie Grub? You're so stupid. Why do I not have an attack command? What is going on here? Where's a cliff? Are there no cliffs on this map? Oh, here we go. We gotta go all the way up here. Hold on, boys. Hold on. We have to show. This was designed since day one of Wings of Liberty. Dustin Browder thinks you're an idiot, Zombie Grub. Dustin Browder thinks you're a dum-dum. Look. Oh, yeah? You think that's not entertaining? Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? I'm up a cliff. You can't get me, boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm on a cliff. I'm on a cliff. I'm on a cliff. Don't you ever forget. I'm on a cliff. I'm on a cliff. I'm on a cliff. Don't you ever... You see? Don't even understand Zombie Grub. You wouldn't understand entertaining, interactive gameplay if it punched you in the face. That's right. That there, it's a cliff. This is a realistic scenario that happens in regular... You know what's really funny, guys? Do you think when they created the Colossus Cliff Walk, do you think they realized that the most common interaction that we'd actually see with the Colossus and Cliff Walk is actually misrallied Colossus bugging out on, like, mineral patches behind, like, cliffs and stuff? Like, how often have we seen a Colossus just fucking doing one of these ones and he's just and they're just doing that and you're like, no! Or there's two Colossus that have rallied out at the same timing and they're both trying to get down the ledge and they're just like, and they can't, like, squeeze past, because that's actually the main cliff walk interaction we see with Colossus is them getting stuck on things. Right? Like, that's actually the main thing, jokes aside. Too close going one way, the rest of the army going the other way. Yeah, you try to move your army, like, you're like, hey, move in the main, your army goes left, and your Colossus just walk up the cliff, and you're like, oh no. Oh no. What key setup is this, by the way? The one that, for some reason, my attack command got fucking removed. So stupid, bro. So stupid. So stupid. Yeah, should be fine. Okay, okay. Yeah, I think that one's pretty fine. Cool. All right, I think we've covered the patch. I think we can go over it now. All right. What's up, everybody, and welcome back. StarCraft 2 have dropped their new hotfix patch notes here on the 17th of July, 2026. I've just spent a little while going through them, talking about my concerns, kind of teasing them out and thinking about them out loud with my Twitch chat, my live stream audience, and realizing there are some big doo-doos in here, as well as some interesting things. Let's take a look. First of all, we've got some Protoss changes. The Colossus damage has increased from 10 plus 5 versus light to 12 plus 3 versus light, which means the total remains the same versus light units, but a significant 20% increase, at least when you've got no upgrades, against the non-light units, which is really, really friggin' big. I've been playing around with it. I'm not sure how to test this versus the old changes, but of course, this is most impactful against Marauders and Roaches, the most common interactions you're looking at. Obviously, it does more damage to Siege Tank, to Cyclone. It does more damage to Queens, Banelings as well. There's a lot of little changes with that. Keep in mind, like, Banelings have 35 hit points, so, you're not just going to suddenly one-shot them or anything like that. It's still going to take 2 shots. But when it comes to Roaches, people have told me if they've got equal upgrades, it goes from 9 shots to kill a Roach down to 7. Something similar here with Marauders as well. I mean, we're used to them tickling Marauders. This is no attack upgrades, but we do have Colossus range, by the way. Marauders aren't stibbing. They don't have any upgrades. They don't have any medevacs. Obviously, this is not a realistic scenario, guys, but I think you can see that there is a pretty decent amount of an increase in terms of the actual damage per second. Now, one of the interesting changes is the Colossus used to be like this, except it used to just do flat damage versus everything. And I believe it was 15 times 2 versus everything. I could be incorrect on the numbers. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. The point being, it used to be a one-size-roasts-all powerhouse. And one of the big changes they made was they basically redesigned the Colossus to have this difference versus light and armored units. That's a big change because they said, hey, the Colossus, it roasts Lings, it roasts Hydras, it roasts Marines and Widow Mines and Hellions and Hellbats, but it's not particularly good. It's a very long range unit. It can shoot and pull back, like you guys know, like the way you're actually meant to use this, right? Is you're just meant to keep moving and shooting. And you can see, it could still do that even pre-patch, but its damage was obviously very slow and very incremental. And that's gonna change. They're like, hey, like it used to be like it would kill everything in Heart of the Swarming's Liberty. They made it more of a specialist unit, right? The Colossus is very expensive, big investment, but it wasn't as well rounded. And one of the big, I think problems, the reason why I wanted to show this with Marauders first is because obviously a lot of people are going to be, and we can stim this time and do a bit of micro. A lot of people think about, well, Terran just doesn't even build Marines. They just build, like, Ghosts and Marauders the later the game goes, and the Colossus doesn't do much bonus damage, and it feels crappy to go for this unit that its damage is so low and incremental. One of the weird things, though, is if you actually watch top Protoss players with Colossus, it's still a god tier unit even before this patch. And the reason for that is because it's so good at moving and just shooting and pulling back and shooting and pulling back. And you'll notice that whenever enemy units chase, so like, let me just show you a very simple example. It's not a realistic example because obviously I can't micro both sides at once. You can see, if we just make a giant army here, but we don't stim it, notice how the units, as long as they're kind of just moving forwards, they're going to stay clumped. If we let them move out into a battle line, they'd spread out and they wouldn't take as much splash. But you can see as long as they're moving in a clump like this, as long as they're chasing, they're clumped and they're weak to splash damage. And this is the whole thing in PvT, is you'll see the best Protoss players and they will stutter step their Colossus and constantly force the Terran to stim, pull back, use force fields, use Guardian shields. And you'll see when like a Max Pax or a Hero, one of these best Protoss players in the world, has the Terran behind and they don't have Vikings or something to counter the Colossus, the Colossus can just chip at them and basically move in and out and never really commit to the fight. And that's why this is a very dangerous unit. It's a unit which in the hands of the best players in the world, not my hands, because I'd say there's a lot of even high-level Protoss players who don't do this that well, and they like just headbutt and go for an A-move fight. I know I do with my Colossus, but in the hands of the Max Paxes and the Heroes, when you see it used to its peak effectiveness, it really is. If you don't have the answer to it, it's going to be really, really scary. Now, is that a good or a bad thing? That's going to be subjective for you. Hey, if Protoss is ahead, maybe they should just be able to finish the game. I think we're kind of used to a dynamic in this matchup where Protoss gets quite ahead in the mid-game, but really struggles to close the game out because, you get to these later fights, and there's these guys in there, these ghosts, and they just remove half your hit points, right? All your shields are just gone at the start of a fight. Vikings are absolutely insane when it comes to dealing with Colossus. Like, we often go, oh, Colossus is so good. And it's always about, and we always talk about this as commentators, right? It's how many Vikings are there? Because 3 Colossus is amazing, but if you haven't got any efficiency, if you haven't actually been able to chip in them and kill Terran units and force good trades, and then they have 10 Vikings, and you go for a fight, the Vikings are like, hey, buddy, we also have really good range. A Viking also has the same range as a Colossus, and they absolutely obliterate the Colossus. That's without any EMPs landing, right? Now, obviously, it's not as simple as that interaction there, but the point being, there is like very hard fall-off points for the Colossus in the current game, but when it is ahead on the tech and when there aren't Vikings ready, it does really struggle. I think one of the things Protoss players also have been frustrated by is the Viking, you know, went from 125 to 135 hit points. They also made it so the Viking is much smoother to move and shoot. There was a change to its, I think it's called damage point? Attack point? Damage point, right? Where you can move and shoot much quicker. You don't have to wait as long. And this is like the Clem buff. I remember years ago, a couple years ago, MaxPack's talking about how this was basically like a massive buff to Clem, especially because his Viking micro is so good and he doesn't feel it against the other players. But he's like, man, they buffed Clem's Viking so much. Like, what the hell? He was like, that's actually a crazy change. Where when he was adjusting to that patch where they made that change, MaxPax was like, damn, Vikings are so much better. So definitely Vikings have been better. Also, Vikings got made cheaper in a previous patch. I don't think they've gone back on that, right? So Vikings are cheaper as well. There's a lot of things here where, like, if I look at just those, I go, this seems kind of fair. Let's make the Colossus stronger. But then I go back and I think about the fact that Terran, so far in this patch, has just been so behind because Protoss starts with a chrono boost, and Terran does not get an orbital dropping mules till quite deep in the game. By the time an orbital's up and you're dropping mules, Protoss is getting close to their second, I think their second chrono's finished. I think their third chrono's like getting close to happening. So Protoss just has an early like momentum lead in TVP right now, which is, I think, skewing a lot of what's happening in the actual games. So unless that gets fixed, this could snowball to make that even worse. So up here in the notes, it says, we're making changes based on players' data and feedback. We are calibrating both Protoss and Terran to help deal with Zerg. So obviously, Zerg got their lava buffed in the last patch, but actually, I think this affects PvT more than PvZ. It does affect PvZ as well. It'll help the Colossus actually defend roach timings very effectively. You could probably just go Colossus as a default first thing to do after your Blink Stalkers or Zealots, whatever you prefer to open with. Your Oracle into third base, go straight to Colossus will be much more viable with this change. But I think against Terran, where Colossus are already a mainstay of the matchup, that's going to be really big. Now, obviously, this is going to interact with this change down here, which we'll talk about in a bit, which is the craziest change. There's also an Adept change, guys. Adept's damage modifier per attack upgrade is increased from 1+1 versus light to 2+2 versus light. Now, what's so insane about this is the number sounds scary. So if we give an Adept +3, look at this. The Adept now has 34 damage versus light, which just sounds insane. It just sounds crazy. So, yeah, we could basically, let's get some Marines here with combat shields, and you're going to see it's going to do a crazy amount of damage. These Marines don't have any armor, obviously not realistic. Let's give them +3 armor to make the interaction look more. If you've got +3 attack, let's imagine Terran has +3 armor, even though Terran's usually a bit behind in upgrades in this matchup. You're still going to get 2-shot by these Adepts. Now, that seems scary. 34 seems like a crazy number, right? Let's just put this in context quickly. Keep in mind, oh, sorry, let's also give Zerg +3 carapace to make this a bit more realistic. We don't care about the Hydra damage, obviously. We just want to show the Adept damage difference, and it's going to 3-shot the Hydras, right? Now, obviously, this Adept does not have glaives. A more realistic scenario, if we're at +3, is we'd have glaives as well, and it's going to attack 45% faster. But yeah, obviously the Adept is cheaper than a single Hydra. Obviously, it's going to trade really well if it's just fighting Hydras or Zerglings or whatever like that. But keep in mind, 34 damage, it's still not enough to one-shot Zerglings. It'll make them quite good against Hellbats, funnily enough. Interaction I haven't really thought about, but like... Guys, now you go Adepts to help clear the Hellbats, you know? Because it's like, it's a pretty crazy amount of damage. They actually kill Hellbats really quickly. I think partially what might actually be more impactful is actually just the boat, because it gets +2 versus regular, rather than doing 13 damage here versus regular non-light units, it does 16. That's a pretty significant increase as well. So overall, the Adept just becomes better as a core unit late game. Is it going to compete with the Zealot? I still don't think it does. Reason being, the Adept costs 25 gas, and if you're playing against a Terran, problem. So if we put a Zealot, look at the Zealot, guys. The Zealot has 50 shields, 100 hit points, 70. EMP hits both of them, you lose your shields. One of these has 100 hit points, one only has 70. That alone is just hard to change. The difference of, you've also got to realize that you look at the Zealot and you think this guy does 22 damage flat, which is way more than this versus Marauders and non-light units, even though it's less there. But look at the weapon speed. Even with Resonating Glaives, 1.11 attack speed. So just over a second for the Adept to throw an attack. The Zealot is almost 0.3 of a second faster. That's a big increase. Let's say about 25% faster attacking. And you've got that extra 30 hit points, right? And even if you're against Zerg, it's still a total of 10 extra hit points and shields combined. So the Zealot saves you 25, does more well-rounded damage, even though it's a little less versus light. The advantage of the Adept is it's a range unit, but it's only 4 range, guys. Remember, it's only 4 range, okay? So it's still going to run pretty close to the enemy. It's still going to get wrecked by Banelings and a lot of splash damage. It's going to be really weak to like Disruptors, Archons, Colossus in PvP. Zerg, Banelings, Lurkers are going to absolutely ruin it. Terran EMP is gonna ruin it as well. I think realistically, the problem here lies in the fact that your main use for gateway units, the later you go in the game, when you've got things like +3, is for counterattacks. It's for run-bys. It's warping in Zealots in their main, and you want them to be able to kill buildings, which the Zealot's going to do a much better job of than the Adept. You want them to be able to kill workers, which sure, the Adept does well, but the Adept's going to struggle to kill the Marauders popping out, the Queens popping out that are taking aggro. The Zealot's just a cheaper, more well-rounded unit in those situations, and it's also better at tanking. Now, arguably, the Zealot will charge in front and die to Banelings more, but if you're at high enough level to have good micro, you can pull those Zealots back, wait for the Banelings to clear, and then come in with the Zealots, right? The Zealot is, in general, at higher levels, just going to be a better unit, well-rounded, no matter what. So I still think the Zealot beats out the Adept in most scenarios, but if you're a hipster nerd who just loves the Adept, I think Hupsaya will be really happy. His using Adepts as a core unit style, that's already a bit of a gimmick style, is going to be a little bit better. I still don't think it's better than using Zealots as your core gateway unit. I think 9 times out of 10, I still want the Zealot, but it's kind of cool. I don't know if there's any breakpoints with like an early +1 timing. Like if you get +1, this doesn't change anything. You might be like, oh, but look, now it 2-shots Marines and SCVs. It already 2-shot Marines and SCVs before this change, which was like such a big thing. So I don't, is there a 50 hit point unit that it now kills in 2 shots? I can't think of a 50 hit point light unit off the top of my head. So I don't know. I don't really see there being like, oh, this is an amazing +1 timing or something like that. So to me, this feels like a change which is incredibly inoffensive to me, because you're making an early game unit that isn't good in the late game a little bit less bad in the late game. I still don't think it's fantastic, but it's fun. Good point from the chat as well, guys, is, yeah, the Zealot, because it's got 2 attacks, is going to have more damage reduction from armor. So if your opponent's got +3 armor, obviously, like, you know, it's going to be 2 times 11. It's actually 2 times 8, 16. But it's still generally going to be a bit more reliable and cheaper and more damage. But yeah. All right, guys. Now here's a really fun one. This is what I call a David Kim change. Gateway unit train time reduction bonus from researching Warp Gate increased from 40% to 50%. Gateway Warp Gate transformation duration is now always 4 seconds, reduced from 7 and 5 seconds respectively. And the Disruptor Phantom weapon range decreased from 11.35 to 7. This last one is literally just making sure the Disruptors don't stay so far back from the battle. Sure, that's fine. I don't really care about this at all, guys. I don't think it matters too much. I guess just they were stopping very far back from the battle. Now they're going to come to kind of stay closer to your army, which is fair. This is an even bigger increase to the gateway production speed. I was talking about this earlier with a few GM Protoss players in chat as well, guys. This is a David Kim change. What does that mean? It's basically the guys at Blizzard are sick of waiting for players to figure out how powerful the new gateway change is. Skillis was the only player at Home Story Cup who constantly used it. Showtime used it in one game I saw. Maybe I missed other players using it, but most players are just basically making warp gates stick into their comfort zone. The gateway boost is such a huge tempo boost. It is safe. The thing is, don't get me wrong, there's a weird thing. I was talking about this earlier. Basically, Stalkers are still 175 resources, right? 125 minerals plus 50 gas. That's still the same cost. So if you want to build 10 Stalkers, it's still going to cost you that 1750 resources. The difference is there is a tempo boost because you can now build those out of 3 gateways rather than 8. And when you're defensive, this is a massive boost. If you are constantly building out of 3 gateways, your Stalkers are going to build in like 14 seconds now. Each gateway can build like 4 Stalkers a minute. So if you have 3 gateways, guys, producing stalkers, you can make 12 stalkers in a minute, or 12 zealots in a minute. Do you know how crazy this production is? In PvT, defending a 2-base push or tank push, you can take a friggin' 4th base off like 3-4 gateways. It's actually insane. If you chrono the gateways, your units, you can pop like 2 stalkers per chrono boost. It's actual insanity. The amount of production you get. Now, how much money does this save you? So the difference between 3 gateways, you spend 150 on each, 450 resources to your production, whereas previously you'd go 8 times 150, you'd spend 1200. That's a difference of 5 gateways. So what is 5 times 150? You are saving 750 minerals. In the long game, that's not a lot. 750 minerals when you're 25 minutes in doesn't matter, but if that's it 4 or 5 minutes, when your 3rd bases come up, you don't have a lot of money, you'd like to squeeze a forge in, you'd like to squeeze in extra gas, saving 750 minerals is absolutely monumental. So I really believe something which I've talked about from day one of the changes. Obviously, when you're just defending, like you still want to swap to warp gates when you get aggressive. They're not that crazy expensive once you have 3 bases saturated, but when you're on 2 bases, when you're getting your 3rd base up and mining, but it's not fully established yet, you want to be in gateway form and you want to just pump units to defend things. The number of people I've seen on this patch dying to a Roach Queen drop, Roach attack plus Queen's drop, 2-base tank push, because they're in the middle of trying to transform 6, 7, 8 gateways to warp gates and they haven't had a chance to warp in yet. And then I've seen Skillus with 3 gateways have like a big army of zealots and stalkers out instead. It's night and day. And that was on 40% production. The fact that they are making it even stronger at 50% is literally the balance guys trying to slap the Pro Protoss players at Home Story Cup who refuse to make gateways and go, guys, you got to use this. Later on, swap to warp gates. But if you're in a defensive stance, it is criminal to not be producing out of regular gateways. It is actually criminal. It is really, really a huge mistake right now. And they're making that obvious. I think this is such an insane thing where it's bizarre because this creates a weird thing. Guys, for those who don't know, if you build a barrack, same cost as a gateway, 150 minerals, you can spend 50 minerals to build 1 marine. How long does a marine take? 18 seconds. It takes 18 seconds to build a marine. Or, with Chrono, in half that time, I think it's actually, isn't it 7 seconds? I think it's like 7 seconds to build a Stalker. It's less than half that. I think it's like 7 or 8 seconds to build a Stalker with Chrono. But anyway, let's just go without Chrono. It's 14 seconds. So from 18 for a Marine, it's 14 seconds to build a Stalker. Even though the Stalker's it's 3.5 times the cost. It's like, there's this weird thing where you get this tempo boost. The longer it goes, the more you're like, why am I paying so much for these shitty Stalkers and Zealots? Like, they're not... the Zealots are a bit better value, but the Stalkers especially are still, obviously, 175 resources for not the craziest stats. You still need to use Blink and Micro really well to make Stalkers valuable. The point being, there is a huge tempo boost here, and as long as you're taking a third and probing it and not hitting a timing attack, this is just basically saying... have 3 gateways in gateway form mass units, you're going to save so much money, and there's like no way to kill a Protoss player who uses this. Protoss is going to be unkillable. Protoss is also going to be incredibly defensive. The downside potentially of these changes is obviously, as cool as they are, actually killing a Protoss player front on is going to be really, really difficult. How would you punish this? I guess you try to take advantage of the fact that they can't warp in, so drops might be more powerful. Multi-prong might be more powerful. If catching them out of position might be more powerful. As a result of that, though, we might see Protoss players be even more turtley and just, like, defensive until they swap over to gateways and the gateways to warp gates, which would not be super exciting in the meta. So as much as I'm kind of shouting at players like, guys, use mass gateway, it's really friggin' good. I also am worried that it will be like Protoss players just defend until they're on 4 base, because that's so powerful that it will almost just, like, outclass the warp gate timings. That being said, I think the warp-in attacks with the fast warping in pylons have been pretty powerful so far. So I have hope that this balances out and players actually play a rather diverse style. Alright guys, on to the big changes. Now here we have a really cool change. Command center cost reduced from 400 to 300. One of the big things which I've been hearing from both casual and professional players for many years is that the command center is a bit too weak. Orbital command centers just don't really hold their own compared to Nexus or Hatcheries in the endgame especially. And a lot of people were just hoping to see more 3, 4, and 5 command center openings to add more strategic diversity in the current patch. And we haven't seen enough of that. So Blizzard's clearly said, guys, you're not building enough command centers. We need more turtle late game and 50 to 60 orbitals. So we're going to make command center 100 minerals cheaper, which will be really fun and dynamic for the gameplay. I'm trolling. I don't like this change, guys. I really don't. So, okay, let me explain. Basically, Zerg got a lava buff, right? And Zerg's a bit out of control because of that against Terran. In ZVT, Zerg is dominating Terran in pro play. At level average Joe, don't feel bad if you're losing as a Zerg, by the way, because the early game is still quite tight. You're meant to like start pulling away in the mid game and then kind of run away with the game if you're playing very, very well, which most of us don't. I lose many games. I saw Serral lose a bunch of ZVTs yesterday on his stream. Like, there's don't worry. Like, you could still lose, but balance is very fine-tuned in StarCraft. So keep in mind, Zerg was beating them because that Protoss starts with a chrono boost. Terran doesn't get orbital, dropping mules for quite a few minutes. So Protoss also was just kind of pulling ahead and having too much of a tempo lead on Terran from the early game. That was making it too easy to defend. Widowmine drops, Terran harassment, Terran attacks, take a third, take a fourth, and just like we already saw in the previous patch, Protoss would sometimes run away in the mid game. We were seeing an accelerated version of that in this patch so far. So obviously they're saying, look, Terran's behind in both matchups. Let's just make the command center cheaper. I do not like this change. I believe you should change the mule instead. Or just remove the lava change for Zerg. Might be the thing to. I'm not sure if you remove the lava change. Personally, I think probably the most elegant change right now would be remove the lava change, buff all 3 of the macro mechanics, right? Buff mule back to its Heart of the Swarm value. 30 minerals per trip rather than 25, 270 total over the lifetime, up from 225. Go from 3 lava to 4 lava for queens. That could help out. And Protoss chrono boost could also be made a bit better as well. But don't start with the energy on chrono. You know, you don't need Protoss. It's just kind of awkward to balance. You can go for that ultra asymmetry. Protoss starts with their macro mechanics straight away and they get a bit of like a lead off that, but then it's not as good in the long run or something. Like, you can have that, but it's very hard to balance. I think if you go back to what's tried, tested, and true, it's just a bit easier. And I think sometimes ease is the best medicine. So, like, my big suggestion here is like probably scrap the lava boost to Zerg and just up the macro mechanics for all 3 factions to the Heart of the Swarm value. Or at least if we're just going to do one, just do it for the mule here, since Zerg has already got this passive lava buff, which kind of does the same thing. You know what I mean? I guess what I like about buffing the macro mechanics in general for Terran and Zerg is it incentivizes you to get a barracks and an orbital up earlier for Terran, as a Zerg it incentivizes you to get a spawning pool and a queen, which naturally these things fit with more aggressive builds, right? Going for a barracks before command center, that's more aggressive potentially. For Zerg, going spawning pool, potentially you could do an early roach timing, a bunch of Zerglings, squeeze a queen in at the same time to buff that up. The problem, and I talked about this in a previous video as well, we're talking about this in my what needs to change video, which we can kind of see here, we were talking about this just before, was that Protoss chrono boost is just tied to expanding. So it's like, for Protoss, if your macro mechanic gets stronger, you get rewarded just for building more bases. Whereas for Terran and Zerg, you get rewarded for, with Terran, it's upgrading the base. And for Zerg, it's getting the queen out at the start, and then after that it's having an extra base to have the queen attached to. But in the early game specifically, it kind of rewards Terran and Zerg being a little more aggressive. Protoss it doesn't. I think that's probably okay in terms of asymmetry, but it is what it is. The problem with this change, guys, is why would you not just go 3 command center every game? So you can give Terran a general boost by making the mule mine more resources, or something else I was considering is supply depots. So for those who don't know, guys, pylons and overlords take 18 seconds to build. Supply depots take 21 seconds. And remember, Terran SCV has to sit there mining it the whole time. If we're just going with crazy changes to the core way things have always been, you could remove that 3 seconds, make it 18 seconds to build depots. It means throughout the whole game, Terran just has to spend a bit less time with their SCVs idle building depots. The downside of that is it means your barracks can be built 3 seconds earlier. But since we're already apparently like nerfing how long Reapers take to build and stuff, I don't know, maybe that's something you do. I still feel it's more convoluted than it needs to be. The reason I like putting that mule up from 225 to 270 minerals over its lifetime, 25 per trip up to 30 per trip. The reason I like this is specifically because it doesn't touch anything else. And I think that's much more elegant than this, because That is going to give you a boost if you play 3 Command Center, right? My change. It's going to give you a boost if you play a 2-Rax Reaper opening. It's a boost across the board, okay? This, on the other hand, is going to be like, bro, you know you get 13 supply for free if you build a Command Center. So you can now go, Zombie Grub was saying in chat earlier, a few people, they were like, can you go 3 Command Center before building a second depot with this? I'm like, well, that's what I'm going to be trying as soon as I'm done reviewing these notes. I'm going on ladder. I'm going to go build friggin' 3 Command Centers as quickly as possible. Hell, I'll build a 4th Command Center. And obviously the orbital does not cost any more. So in late game, it means it's cheaper to get to mass orbital, which is something people already hate. But more importantly, I just think the early game build variety is going to get squished for Terran for this. Like, you're going to be so 3 Command Center focused. And it's a shame because, like, it's just like you have way more incentive to get the expansion up rather than going for, you know, the other builds. It skews in the direction of one build way too much. And if Terran felt like they could just never expand, and if the whole meta was every Terran was like 1 base all-inning every game because they felt that was the only way to play, a change like this makes a bit more sense in theory. But I don't think that was the case, not in the games I watched at home Story Cup, I played myself. So this change comes from far out of left field, and I dislike it because of those reasons. I rarely go out on a hard limb and say this is a shit change. I think this is a shit change. I think it's a poopy butthole change. I think it's a guy who's so confident. He thought he did a ghost shit, or a no wiper as I like to call it. So he didn't even go for the test wipe to confirm, stood up, and now he's left a bloody brown trail on his couch. I don't like this one. I don't like this change. It seems crap. That was a gross analogy, but yeah. They have upped the cost, so at least planetary still cost the same amount, but they probably obviously, if you do that for orbital, it kind of removes the whole point of doing this change. It's just weird. It's weird. Ghost supply is reduced from 3 to 2. Now, I had a big chat about this. A lot of people hate this change because of this change. They're already envisioning late game Terrans turtling, having a bit of an orgy in the late game. Look, I've got mass ghosts. I don't mind this change in isolation. I agree that, though, because it's paired with this change, I think we all envision crappy things happening. Let's just very quickly talk about the ghost to understand the context. So I've not seen a lot of late game. I think one of the nice advantages of this patch so far has been the fact that we haven't seen a lot of super turtley late game. One of the rare games we saw is Serral versus Clem Home Story Cup Finals, where we actually saw 2 best players in the world playing late game. We saw the Ghost get absolutely slaughtered by Zerg late game, which is the opposite of the prediction most people had going into these changes. Keep in mind, to tell you what changed in Ghosts before in this patch, they made the Ghost up from 2 to 3 supply, so it cost more supply. Its snipe went from 50 to 75 energy, 2 big nerfs, right? But some really big buffs as well. Its attack range went to 7. It got 20 flat damage rather than 10 plus 10 versus light, which they later toned down to now 15 flat damage, which against Zerg doesn't really change any interactions. It changes, it's overall a buff, because at late game when you're playing Ghosts, you're going to have +3 attack. They're still going to 2-shot Zerglings no matter what. Doesn't change anything, right? So we don't really need to think about their attack. It's a small thing. It matters more for like ghost rushes and things like that. It does matter a bit more in TVP, where the ghost is a bit better for shooting Stalkers and Colossus and Immortals, but it's kind of beside the point. Okay, it's got 1 more range, does a bit more damage against non-light units, a bit less versus light units. It's not like, it's a bit weaker at shooting Zealots down against Protoss as well. That's a complicated change. The real change for this matchup, which is I think the most important matchup for the Ghost in this scenario, I know TVP matters as well, but right now this seems to be the focus in my opinion, especially since the patch notes said this is meant to try and help Terran, and Protoss against Zerg. The Ghost snipe cannot be interrupted. It used to be if you took any damage while aiming the snipe, the Ghost snipe would get cancelled. So if you could damage that Ghost, bam, Snipus Interruptus. That no longer happens. They removed that. All you can do is get out of vision or get far enough away that the snipe range breaks. So now they removed the counterplay to the snipe, which I actually think is kind of okay, but you have way less snipes. It used to be you'd have 4 snipes at max energy. Now you only have 2 because it costs 75 energy up from 50, which is crazy. And the Ghost of a plus 50% supply, but they don't get interrupted. So you don't have the same traditional counterplay, but there's way less snipes available. Very hard to calculate what's better or worse there. A lot of Zerg said, Brood Lords, Ultras, you can't interrupt snipe. You're just going to get wrecked. Ghosts are going to beat everything. Not factoring in that Ghosts cost way more supply now, and they have less snipes available. It's the energy is so much more valuable on those Ghosts. Also, they do 170 damage from 150. So let me bring that calculator back up. So they used to do 130 plus 40 versus Psionic, so they could still one-shot Vipers and Spellcasters. So against everything else, though, it was 130. So thinking of like a Broodlord is 225 hit points, it was getting two-shot no matter what. No difference. But when it's an Ultralisk, 500 divided by 130, it would take 4 snipes. Whereas now, if you have 500 divided by, it's up to 170 damage, it's down to 3. So you do take 1 less snipe to kill Ultras, so it is better tangibly there. And it's a little bit closer to like one-shotting Roaches and Queens and the like. So there's a bunch of changes. I think what's really interesting, though, is as much as I think the snipe and the ghosts are a bit more valuable, it's harder to have as many. They are much better in some scenarios where you used to be able to break the snipe and now you can't. On the other hand, we saw a game here where I think a lot of people's conclusion was the ghost is absolute garbage because it was one-sided here. Now, keep in mind, the reason it was one-sided is because Clem played mass siege tank and he never unsieged them. Clem looked a little bit tilted or a little bit unpracticed with this stuff. Those who don't know, Clem doesn't normally play siege tanks. Him playing siege tanks was him playing a style he hates to play, and he killed his own ghosts repeatedly. Every time those Broodlords would show the Broodlings in, the tanks would all turn and kill their own ghosts. So many ghosts were dying. 32 ghosts for 13 Broodlords at this point. Yes, some Ultras died as well, but that was mostly earlier in the game. He was killing his own army consistently. So this was a very bad example. I'm not saying, oh, the ghost is actually Imba. I am saying Clem did not play well this game, and this is a bad one-off example to base a super, super comprehensive opinion around. I have not seen a lot of games on the patch. I do think, in isolation, making the ghost from 3 to 2 supply is not that big of a deal. I think the command center change absolutely sucks, which is why people will justifiably be getting angry, say, oh, they're just going to turtle every game, play mass command center. But yeah, no, I mean, just to give you guys an idea, you're meant to have Hellbats in the mix killing the Broodlings. They one-shot the Broodlings, and Liberators with range to stop the Infestors getting in and fungling you. Because if they fungal you and then Banelings connect with the ghosts, obviously you get wiped. So you want to have some Vikings overhead, which he does have. Doesn't really have many ship weapons upgrades, but it's fine. Having a Thor or two can be nice as well. But even when he had a Thor or two, the tanks just blasted it with friendly fire. So you want to have Ghost, Hellbat, Lib is usually a better army in this late game stage. The Hellbats help defend the Broodlings. The Ghost can obviously snipe. And the Liberators can zone the Infestors and ground units from coming in without getting massively punished, if that makes sense. Sure, there's more details to it to play absolutely perfect, but basically, Clem, he went to about 30 ghosts, which was 90 supply of ghosts, which I also think was way too many. I think above about 15, at most 20 ghosts is already enough. Going 30 ghosts and 20 siege tanks was crazy, and I think he did a lot of friendly fire in this game. So I'd love to see more games after that 2 supply change and see how competitive it looks. I think the one good thing about the patch and the new maps and everything has been we're just not seeing a lot of these Turtle 8 games to begin with. So I'm actually much more worried about the kind of early game build variety than I am the end game. I think the ghost change I really don't care too much about, guys. I think I care much, much, much more about that command center change and early game TVZ build orders and TVP as well becoming quite repetitive. All right, guys, there was also a really big bug fix. They did fix the load nearby transport ability reverted. They've said, we'll look at reintroducing this at a later date. So obviously they're trying to fix that bug. They haven't found a stable fix just yet for loading units into the medevac. So it looks like they've removed that for now, which makes perfect sense. And there's just a bunch of other, changes to try and fix things. I think warp gates and gateways now being considered distinct units when selecting them. So you can kind of select your warp gates and gateways separately, and giving selection subgroup priority to warp gates over gateways is very necessary, because for those of us who hotkey all of our gateways, but maybe we haven't transformed them all to warp gates yet, it used to always select the gateways. So you'd go to warp in and you'd accidentally just queue a bunch of stalkers in your gateways, even though you were trying to warp in. You'd be like, then you'd have to tab, you'd have to cancel them and tab and then warp in. It was really annoying. So this is a really much needed change. Okay, guys, so to summarize, where are we at? Well, I think Colossus might be too powerful in PvT. Curious to see it in PvZ. We'll see how we go. I'm not sure if Protoss needs that much help against Zerg. I don't know. PvZ is such a weird matchup. Mothership seems so strong. Protoss players were telling me, like pro players were saying, oh, Mothership's still kind of busted even after getting nerfed in the previous round of hotfix. Other people saying, yeah, Protoss does fine because of Chrono at the start. Others saying, no, Zerg runs away with the game because of the lava buff. I'm not sure where to stand on the PvZ. Does Protoss need huge changes there, or in what regard? I don't know. I do think this is a good change probably to just get people using the gateways more and then tone it down in a few weeks' time once the Protoss players have actually all realized how powerful that gateway production is. I think this change is terrible, and I get there's balance issues there. If you're struggling with the lava, you can go back and remove the lava boost for Zerg and just buff the macro mechanics across the board, go back to the Heart of the Swarm value, or just do it to the mule if you want to keep playing this one race at a time game. But I don't like the command center change. It feels a bit ham-fisted to me. We'll see how it plays out. StarCraft's still going to be StarCraft. I'm sure we'll find interesting ways to play, but I'm worried about this one restricting build diversity, similar to the way the previous Reaper and Adept build increases also could do the same thing in terms of anything that reduces like early game pressure and that sort of stuff. I'm just not that big of a fan of. Anyways, I'm gonna hop on the ladder and play some games. You guys let me know what you think in the comments. Like I said, just wanted to log in, go through these, show you some of the in-game scenarios with them. I still can't get over that 34 damage for an Adept just seems insane, but realistically, what am I doing with +3 Glaive Adepts in the late game? I mean, maybe I'll try and do some Adept Disruptor late games or something. I don't know, man, but it just seems insane for an Adept to do 34 supply a shot, but I just don't see it being that crazy powerful. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one. Let me know what your thoughts are. We'll catch you next time. Goodbye and good night. Arnak in the chat says, people who still listen to Pig's balance opinions need to get their brain checked. What's going on, Arnak? What's going on, man? Why are you in my YouTube chat? What's going on? I really, are you one of these people who hasn't actually heard yet about what's going on? Thank God Pig doesn't like the CC change. It means it is good. Dude, I think Terran needs buffs, but not that. I think every Terran pro will agree with me. I mean, you one of these people who's still hanging out going, oh, this is Pig's patch? Because I don't know if you... I assume you haven't followed any of my discourse on it. It's been highly critical from the very first iteration of the patch, my friends. Highly critical. I'm salty after Protoss buffs that you pushed in 2024. Which one specifically? CC was playing CC before the first depot? That's fucking funny, Zombie Grub. How you doing, Special? What's up? Never addressed the Zealot power. Wait. It's my fault they never addressed the Zealot power. The free 3 bases, the uncloaked mines. I've been talking about... I mean, you know what? I don't care at this point anymore. It's just funny. Dude, there was a whole... That was a pretty shitty meta back then. Don't get me wrong. I think it's gone in the other direction. Where Protoss mid-game is an issue, but... It's like... You guys can have opinions about the game, or you can just attack me and blame me for stuff that I have no control over. But like, it's just one of these things where it's like, oh, I have like no fucking control over balance other than, you know, making a video every now and then. And there's people who have like justifiable things they want to fucking talk about, but it's like, fuck, man. Like, what do you think about the warp gate changes? Does that help with the Zealots or no? I don't know. Like, it just makes me not want to engage. Like, people come in here and they're just like, oh, like this is the worst patch ever. Other people saying, like, do you think this is a good patch? You think this is good, Arnak? I guarantee you in a week's time, you're going to be crying about Colossus all fucking day, brother. You're going to be like, it's so fucking unfair. It's so broken. And then you're going to blame me, even though I just spent fucking 15 minutes talking about how this change aimed at PvZ, according to this, is going to be really, really impactful on PvT. And if you have that, combined with the fact that Protoss is already running away in the mid-game, that's what I said, right? I said if you combine that with Protoss already running away in the mid-game, it's like, it's going to be disaster for that matchup, where Terran's already struggling in that matchup. Yeah. Is AOE2 good to grind? Yeah, 100% eggs. It's a fucking fantastic... Dude, it's kind of infuriating, which is what you want in a strategy game, because there's so much variety. It's insane. You're just like, wait, this is an entirely new fucking situation that I've never fucking even dealt with this many hundreds of games in? Fuck! It's great. If a game doesn't make you rage, it's not good. I stand by that. Yeah. No, it's just, yeah. I hate these passive aggressive comments on it where people always come at me like they're like, why don't you address my exact balance complaints and stuff? And it's like, I'm not allowed to have any fucking thoughts about the game. Like, why are you in my video rage watching me looking at a patch? Like, what's the point? What's the point? I just don't understand what your intent is. You know what I mean? Like, the thing is, we've actually seen people who have emotional control and they constantly like slowly barrack for certain arguments in the community. And you see it like it infects the minds of streamers, people on Reddit, people in content, people on forums. Everyone starts echoing their ideas because it resonates and then it gets put into the game, right? Like, yeah, we're yelling at YouTube chat, yeah. So there's this thing where like, you see like, remember was it the Ghost nerf, right? Where they made the Ghost 3 supply. And likewise, the Widowmine nerfs, those were both from the community screeching a whole lot. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's the best, the democratic approach of community screeches about stuff. Like, I was not a big fan of when they're just like, Ghost is 3 supply. And now, obviously, they keep flipping the Ghost back and forth now. And I'm like, And then the Widowmine changes as well, where they've reduced the splash damage radius. And they nerfed like drilling claws or something, or the burrow time. They did 2 of those. Now they've made a random buff to make it shoot faster, which is bizarre. Yeah, sorry, no, he's talking to YouTube. I think he's gone though. Notion that Blizzard will leave the game has been debunked for now, which is great. Hopefully next month the game is in good place. Super optimistic take. I'm usually pessimist. Just hope isn't a few weeks game breaking changes. Well, that's the big boost. The big boost of all of this shit is essentially like this clearly is PTR on the live game. And this is what I asked for. So anyone, I know Lando was complaining, going, man, I wish they'd stop flip-flopping with these crazy like half-baked changes. I wish they would be more organized with the changes and have a bit more direction from early. I agree with that. On the other hand, I believe the best thing they have to do to actually test the changes is not use the PTR. And I've said this for a while, is that no one fucking plays the PTR. They play for like 2 days, like 1,000 people do, and then they go, yeah, these problems are there. We all stop playing, myself included. I'm part of the problem. But they need to keep patching aggressively, and they need to be less half-baked command center down 100 mineral changes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just as well, like, I saw someone earlier as well, and they were trolling, to be fair. They were trolling, but anyone who's just like, oh, wow, you hate the Terran change. I'm literally barracking for a completely different Terran change. Like, can anyone listen? I've just spent an hour and a half talking about how you've got to buff the mule instead of this. It's like the same change, but done in a more interesting way, where Terran doesn't have to just sit there with their 3 command centers in their pants going, oh, I'm building SCVs. That's what I'm doing for the next 40. Like, I just fucking hate it, man. Barracking, be more Australian. What can I say, man? We never got to vote for Obama, so we've been sadly, you know, in our corner just barracking this whole time. Barracking's a fun word. You guys ever go proxy barrack? Wouldn't it make more sense to reduce orbital cost or build time than CC cost? Just make the mule mine more. Mule mine more? Or if you're going to do the command center, make it build a little bit faster. You could do, I guess, Heaven. Yeah, maybe. You could make the orbital a little bit cheaper. Yeah, you could do that as well if you wanted to. I mean, I just think make the mule fucking mine a bit more, hey? Yeah. PTR's always dead. It's not all that useful. Exactly, Lady Knowing. But you need to keep patching every week, basically, for a few weeks to get things down. And there's been a load of changes going on. I really enjoy Blizzard's commitment, though. I think it's been really good. Okay, guys. Do we want to cast Serral point of view, or do I want to spam command centers for 15 minutes first? For half an hour. I'm going to take a quick pee. I know we talked about the PTR, but like I don't think this is good either. Maybe we weren't getting no feedback from PTR. Yeah. I mean, I think it's the lesser of 2 evils, to quote Master and Commander Zombie Grub. I think it's the lesser of 2 evils. You know what I mean? I mean, like, I've been hypercritical of Blizzard's patching as well, but like, what can I say? I gotta go pee. A quick pee equals Wait, what? You don't have a quick pee? Well, you like to do a slow, leisurely pee. Take some time, light a candle next to the toilet, slowly ease that stream out. Hey, Slim Shady. I can see nothing wrong with being romantic with excreting bodily waste. I'll be back in a minute, guys. I'll be back. Give me 3 minutes. We'll BRB.
Talk to me, boss. field depleted.
Waiting on you. Bandit. Ready to raise some hell.
That's the dumbest game of StarCraft I've played in a while. This guy didn't believe in spore crawlers, man. Guys, Protoss teammates in 2v2s are just the worst. I'm like, what are you... How can you have more gates than gateway units 10 minutes into the game? Like, and that's total gateway units built in the entire game. That is ridiculous. Like, what are you doing? He's like, it's okay, I've got my fleet beacon now. I'm like, what? oh, that's what we were waiting for. I don't care. I take it all back. Protoss Fever Attack is the coolest Protoss I've ever seen. Fever Attack was waiting for 5 minutes for Blink DT to finish so they could blink across the back door into the base. I don't care if your macro is total ass. You got Zealot attacks hitting, you got DTs running into the base while you guys are distracting on the front. Unfortunately, they're on move command. Is the Queen gonna kill both DTs? The fight on the front's going really well for the Protoss and Terran, though. There are still a lot of Hydras there. Those DTs are actually dying. I can't believe it. The DTs are dying. Oh no! The U.S. Air Force. Brought to you by the U.S. Air Force. Bombing harder than Maru in an international land. Yeah, there could be some good opportunities for promo if there were. Lib range before? Wait, what? It's so... Guys. Can you imagine being so well endowed you can't see the end of it? That's insane. I've heard of like really obese people not being able to see it because their view's blocked. But imagine looking down and it's so far away. Like, Terran players need glasses to see the tip now or something. What the hell, man? That's so fun. Sorry, let me just get in character here. You hate yourself, runt. You hate yourself, you dirty runt. You cook. Down 2 behind it though. Has created chase too far is the question. His oracles are derping out here a little bit. One moment, guys. Dot just locked herself out. She has to go to a doctor's appointment. She both didn't bring her referral and locked herself out without keys. One.
Mineral field depleted.
One. Five.
Mineral field depleted.
2 base. 5. 2 base. 5. Oh my god. I'll take it. Oh, it's so huge. Oh, the force fields! And then the High Templar comes in from behind, storms the Medivacs down as well. Oh! 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 Wee! Wee, 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 wee. How many pylons do you need to shake off here? At a certain point, standing at the Ultra Love urinal, shaking your pylon, it's not just shaking it, you know? They say shake it once, yep, sure. Shaking it twice, no worries. 3 times, you might just be playing with yourself. I think that's how the old lyrics went, and I think that's what Max Pax is doing right now. Raynor is trying to shame him into leaving this game with this beautiful Lurker Hydra Corrupted just picking away at him. Max Pax showing great micro, but he's done for. He's cornered, and it's just a matter of time. Okay, Viper's coming in. Let's see what he finds. Ling's coming in from the south. I like the Ling wraparound. There's a planetary in this engagement. Tanks exposed on that side. Baneling's going straight through the Hellbats and into the worker line, taking the planetary out as well. Oh my god. That was awful positioning for Maru. It was picture perfect for Shin. Zealot's getting caught in the rear. In the rear. All right, we're back. What's up, guys? We're just gonna play a game or two to try to see what's going on. What's up? Let's see what happens. We should do a 0 worker start with 45 minerals. I like it. You have to go out with one of your oh no one. It should be 1 worker. Okay, but you get like a scout, like a horse or something, and it has to wander the map to find a mineral pickup before you start your first worker. Maybe the Colossus buff is to take advantage of the Odyssey coming out. Big brain. Thank you, Lugubre Pantoufle. It's all good. I just wish people would like take advantage of the fact that like streamers and content creators aren't here as your emotional outlet. You know what I mean? Like people just come and they blame streamers for changes that a video game company make, and you just like get your fucking head checked. Number 1. Number 2, take advantage of streamers' chats as the public space they are. You know what I mean? To get your ideas out there. This isn't Slammer, is it? Is Hammer Slammer, guys? Used to be a Terran called Hammer back in the day. All right, guys, we're playing Terran here. We're playing a TVZ against Hammer. Oh, my mouse was playing a bit funny there. We're going to be playing on Old Sun Temple. It is a 3-player map because they can't spawn vertically from us. And we're going to be trying to go for Command Center first. Now, why would we play Command Center first? The reason is Command Center just got buffed. Now, I'm already thinking about this, and I'm already thinking, okay, the meta has probably already shifted to everyone playing Command Center first. I'm really, really hoping the Zergs have not realized that they could, like, 10-pool us or 1-base Baneling bust or something like that. Because I think if you're playing TVZ on this patch, you probably just like 1-base Bane bust, and they're always going Command Center first, and you're like, haha, and you get yourself a free win. I can imagine something like that being the case here. Do we go 14 Command Center, guys? 14, 15? I don't know. I'm gonna go here. Someone was telling me that Special was building Command Center before his first depot. That seems kind of dumb, but also kind of lit, so I don't know. I kind of like it. I like the idea. I'm not going to go 3cc before barracks, guys. That's stupid. Stop giving me dumb ideas. It's tempting. What can I say? It is a little bit tempting. SCV, SCV, no downtime. Let's try and limit that downtime, shall we? Do a tiny bit of work on micro. A tiny bit. I don't want to do too much, guys. Now I know Beyond's been doing like 3cc, 3 barracks. I wonder. I am gonna 100% be building another command center here, aren't I? Yeah, we are. Thing is, will we be able to build Marines out of this barracks? Probably not, but that's okay. Okay, let's keep mining minerals for now.
What's going on?
Okay.
SCV ready.
So we built a 3rd, and we're just gonna wait with the SCVs because I want to make orbital straight away, and then Marine. And we're just gonna quickly check around here for like overlords, see if there's any we can grab, and then we can. The whole point is we don't need extra depots, guys. Okay, yeah. So he's coming down there. Oh crap! You know what? We need the orbital before that. Okay.
Command center has been upgraded.
Hello.
Hold position.
Sorry, hotkey. Okay, so there's a hotkey issue with the goddamn the unit tester map. I need to remember to not open unit tester, guys. On my main hotkey profile because it keeps breaking that.
Operation commenced.
Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, alright. Let's go, guys. We've got extra SCVs coming. Oh!
Has been upgraded.
Oh! Hold my beer! Alright, good. Alright, we go double gas soon? I don't think it's quite time for double gas yet. Now, part of me just wants to keep building command centers, guys, rather than anything else. I think that would probably be dumb. So we're going to come down here to kill this overlord. We know that's on the pillar. And then we're going to be building more of these. Get a second gas. Okay, you go here. We know he's on that right side.
Command center has been upgraded.
Ah. Let's get the 4th command center. Reactor. You go there. We got a tech lab on the way? Got 2 reactors. We need a tech lab. Okay, you guys go there. If he hits me with a big all-in, I probably just die, I think, but hopefully that doesn't happen.
Add-on complete.
Okay.
Add-on is up and running.
Let's go, Mass Marine, son. Okay. Gonna get another reactor. Do we get a 3rd gas? Guys, I think a 3rd gas might be necessary here. Gonna send 1 Marine out. Send 1 here as well. Start building some Marauders, I guess. Oops. Alright, lots of Marines. Lots of depots. Let's try and start the extra depot wall here. Drop some more mules. I mean, it makes sense to just be building a 4th as well, right?
Add-on.
Keep dropping mules, keep building SCVs. Keep building these depots.
Our base is under attack. Add-on complete. For hitting our SCVs. Our base is under attack.
Oh no! I accidentally stimmed.
Upgrade complete. Our SCVs are under fire. We're hitting our SCVs.
Okay. Not good on my defense, but that's alright. That's alright. We can defend from here. Okay, you guys go here. You guys go here.
Our base is under attack.
Oh, he's cross map. I didn't think that.
Add-on complete.
These guys are going around, eh?
SCV ready. Gangway coming for finish. Go time. Who wants some? Let's have a blast. You want a piece of me, boy?
Get him!
Shut up, Sparky.
Ah, it's not his extra base. Damn.
Our SCVs are under fire.
This better be good.
Whoops.
It's about to get heavy.
Oh shit! I forgot.
Be ready.
I forgot to make a factory, guys, which means I can't actually make the other bit.
Let's have a blast.
All right, let's go. All right, it's okay. We've got mass command center, so that'll make up for how poorly upgraded our units are.
Command center has been upgraded.
SCV ready.
Let's go.
Kaboom, baby.
What are his upgrades like? Quick. Hurry up, Armory.
Yeah, what?
We got it. We got it. It's fine. It's fine.
Better be good.
What a weird style. Okay. Let's try that again. Let's try. That's my warm-up game. What a weird game. Oh, Greenwood said he's updated his mod from this patch just for viewer tournament. Oh shit! I didn't see that till now. Should we message that? Terran finally gets swarmy. CC before depot. But what is that good, Zombie God? Like on 14 or and is it 2 command centers or does he go command center barracks? What's the build? I don't know. Yeah. All right, special. I don't think that's good, right? Is it? I mean, I should do it because it's funny, though, to be fair. Oh, he's got music playing, so I don't know if I can play his audio on stream. You guys can't hear it anyway, right? Should be fine. He's in game. He won't have time to respond. Should go 14 CC, 15 CC, 16 CC. CC only, says Shakti. Well, that doesn't make any sense because you'd have to build a depot to get to 15. So if it was triple CC, you'd go 14 CC, CC. You'd build 2 command centers. All right, guys, let's go. Good luck, have fun, yo. All right, guys. So people are saying build a command center before depot. That would be a 13 command center. That makes no. There's no way that's good. I could try it against Zerg. But yeah, you'd only have 12 workers mining minerals, so I think it would be really bad. Even with the yeah,
SCV ready.
because it's actually only 12 on minerals because you got one building the command centers. It's a terrible build. Because then and then you're just gonna have to build a depot afterwards. Like you're just sitting there with 12 workers mining minerals. There's no way that makes sense. Yeah. Okay, oakley dokley, guys.
SCV ready.
Let's go back to full screen mode. Alright. Can we go command center first against Protoss, guys? I think we can. I think it makes sense to go command center first. I think that'll be fine. Question is, do I bother SCV scouting? That's my question for myself.
SCV ready.
I don't think until a bit later. little bit later before we do it.
Sure thing.
Oh, I could have built that already. It's only 300. I'm still waiting too long. That's so ridiculous how fast you can build that. Should I build 2 on one base?
Bet. Go ahead.
Well, that feels stupid. So let's do it.
SCV ready.
Alright. Alright, so we're gonna go 3 command centers
Roger.
before anything else. First one could have been even faster than it was.
SCV ready.
Command centers have been discounted by 100, so
Ah, you
let's
scared
find
me.
out how this feels. Build barracks over here. I'll use the add-on, I think, as part of the wall in there.
Ready. Big job.
My orbitals are going to be very late, keep in mind. Very, very, very late. Gotta test it, yo!
SCV ready.
Alright, I'm going to go see what's up.
In the rear with the gear.
Now, obviously, we need a crazy amount of minerals. You cannot go gas here, guys, because you need to save so many minerals, because you got to make 3 orbitals. So you actually need to bank resources here, okay? So it kind of goes against what you might expect. Actually, you can float down there straight away.
SCV ready.
And you're going to go build a bunker as well, yeah. Just 2 barracks? Any more? Yeah, because any more can actually screw us.
SCV ready.
Okay, we can get you guys down there. You guys down there.
What's going on?
Get a bunker.
Big job. Want a piece of me, boy?
Okay, you build that, you build
We're
that.
hitting our SCVs. That's
Try to get in there.
Command center has been upgraded.
Okay.
Command center has been upgraded.
Yep. This better.
Command center has been upgraded.
SCV ready. I'm on it. Man, who wants some, huh? SCV ready. Man, gangway coming through. Go, go, go. SCV ready. Huh? Armed and ready. Bad news? You gonna guess better be good. SCV ready.
Okay.
Got it. You want a piece of me, boy? What's going on? Bad news. SCV ready. Oh. You gonna give me orders? Been waiting on you. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Our SCVs are under fire.
Big job. Want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. God, SCV ready.
They're hitting our SCVs. Add-on is up and running.
Huh? In the rear with the gear.
Starport's on the way. Let's go. Put the 3rd out. Get the 4th gas.
SCV ready.
Okay.
SCV ready. This
Add-on complete.
can't wait. Kaboom, baby! You gonna give me orders?
How long till stem?
SCV ready.
You can go up here. Get +1 now.
Let's go. You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. It's go time.
Add-on is up and running.
SCV ready. Sure. Let's have a SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Extra command center at 6 minutes.
It's about to get heavy. This better be good. SCV go, go, go. Oh. SCV ready.
I think I'm just going to stim up this ramp into this base, maybe. If he doesn't see me. She might have already seen me, to be honest.
Add-on complete.
Kaboom, baby! You gonna give me orders?
Ready for dust-off.
Why not? SCV ready.
We're done with the research.
Let's go. YOLO.
Bad news. Gateway. SCV ready. Oh, it's on. By the number. SCV ready. Armed and ready.
Should have scanned first. That was not good.
SCV ready. Gateway.
Ready for dust-off.
SCV ready. It's about to get heavy.
That was really bad, in fact.
SCV ready. You want a piece of me, boy?
Research complete.
What's going on? Go ahead. SCV ready.
Should we go ghosts? Or upgrades?
Let's have a blast. This better be good.
Ready for dust-off.
SCV ready.
Add-on is up. Ready for dust-off.
Oh, it's on.
Add-on up.
Armed and
Command center has been upgraded.
in the rear. We can hear. About to get heavy. What's up? Bad news. Let's have a blast. Kaboom, baby.
Add-on complete.
Yes, sir. Let's have a blast. We could use some help here. Armed and ready. SCV ready. This better be. What's up?
Thanks for the Bezos bucks.
Ready for dust-off.
SCV ready. Let's have a blast.
Ghost reporting.
SCV ready. Go, go, go. SCV ready.
Repeat last turn.
Should not ever be frontally attacking
Roger.
like that. Not on such a big map.
Ready for dust-off.
Let's have a blast.
Our base is under attack.
Ghost reporting. On it. Ghost
Open
reporting.
fire.
Still. Go.
Armed and ready.
Status. Repeat last turn. Out.
Our base is under attack. We must. Ready for dust-off.
Ghost reporting.
Wee.
Out with it. Copy that.
GG, well played. Yeah, cross map, Old Sun Temple. I'm not really sure what you're supposed to do there. Obviously not throw your first stim army away. I think you're meant to multi-drop and kind of constantly like look for two-pronged pushes while denying the watchtower in the middle whenever you can. I think is kind of your goal. But it's always going to be kind of tough as a Terran there because you're like, oh, do I play the late game? What do I do? Army was pretty similar. Workers weren't too far away from each other all game. I think if it wasn't cross map, that'd be a pretty good game. Toadud says 4 gateways produced all of that. Is that for real? I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Those gateways, man, they're good. Why do people keep putting things beneath tacks? Like a thumbtack? Like the little sharp pin thing? Crenshaw, what you talking about? How we doing, guys? Oh, you guys were gambling on that game? Oh, this Paddy Mac's a beast, man. Shouldn't have bet on me versus Paddy Mac. Though the 3cc before barracks was not bad. Your SCVs are under attack? Oh, they're under attack. I get it. Well, these aren't very fair matches, are they, guys? Oh my lord. What's up, Nihilistic Optimus? How you doing, mate? Thank you very much. All right, guys, we're going to try the 3 command center before barracks opening here. This is Rainfall, so it should do better than last game. I tried it on Old Sun Temple. Kind of threw my first army away with what I hoped was a surprise stim attack that went straight into my opponent's mass zealot. Wasn't a good idea. We're going to do 10 deeper. Now, the reason we went 10 deeper, guys, is because I wasn't paying attention to my supply. And that's meant to be a 12 depot, so that's kind of early. Loses a few seconds of SCV production, bit inefficient. It is what it is.
SCV ready. Bad news.
Should the price of the CC be based on the difference between you and your opponent's MMR? Yeah, I think that would be balanced. Hit me up for more balance ideas on x.com, the everything app. Oh, thank you, Sergeant Tuck. Jeez.
SCV ready.
Good to see your genius being put to good use, mate. I think 15 command center is fine. I think it's more important to constantly build workers than it is to start the command center. So we go with that. Oh, wait, we can build it now. 300 minerals. It only costs 300. Gotta remember, it only costs 300, not 400. I keep thinking 400. Bloody hell. The next one should go up on like 17, I think, right?
SCV ready.
So weird.
Bad news. In the rear. Ah! What's going on? SCV ready. Yep. Yep.
Alright, and now we go for the barracks.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Yo. Bad news. Well, buttermilk.
It just feels so silly, doesn't it? Okay.
Gotcha.
Might be sending this out a little bit early, but that's alright.
With the gear.
Absolutely do not need a second
Huh? What's going on?
depot, because this command center is going to finish right on time.
Big job, huh? SCV ready.
2 more SCVs.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
2 orbitals come up.
Bad news.
Try and get the depot up. The bunker, I mean.
Ah! Go, go, go.
Okay.
What's going on?
Our SCVs are under fire. Command center has been upgraded.
In the rear with the gear.
Okay.
Gangway.
Command center has been upgraded.
Okay.
Bad news. SCV ready.
Alright, well, we got some Marines out. SCV still hiding in the corner, which is cool.
SCV ready. Huh? SCV ready.
Third barracks.
SCV ready.
Oh, those guys were rallied to a mule or SCV. Oh, good.
This better be good. SCV ready.
I want to get this factory down.
SCV ready. By the nose. Been waiting on you. SCV ready. going on? Huh? This better be SCV ready. SCV ready. Yeah. Gangway coming through. Good job. Who wants some?
They're hitting our base is under attack.
Go, go, go. Arm. Been waiting. SCV ready. By the numbers. This better be good. Who won? You gonna give me your been waiting by. Gangway coming through. Been waiting your orders. You gonna give me orders? You want a piece of me, boy? This better be good. Huh? What's up? Aye, aye.
Good push for him.
SCV ready. Go ahead. This better be good. SCV ready.
Add-on is up and running.
Armed and ready. Go, go, go.
Add-on complete.
Gangway coming through.
They're hitting our SCVs.
Third base is coming up.
Who wants some?
Add-on is up and running. Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Our base is under attack.
It's on. You want a piece of me, boy? What's going on? Been waiting. This better be good. Yeah. Go, go, go. SCV ready.
Add-on is up and running.
Doesn't appear to have many units there.
But you gonna give me orders? By the numbers, boy. Gangway coming through.
That's because it's a bait.
SCV ready. This better be good. It's about to get heavy. Yes, sir.
We're done with the research.
Orders received. You've been waiting on me. Want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. Gangway coming through. By the numbers.
Research complete.
Armed and this. Let's have a play. SCV ready. You got it.
Mineral.
Oh, it never started. I didn't have it hotkeyed. Whoops.
SCV ready. Oh, it's on. What's going on, son?
Nothing left in that mineral cluster.
It's go time. Sure thing. Been waiting. SCV ready. Huh? Been waiting on you. By the
Let's go
numbers,
Colossus.
boy. Who wants some?
Real problem for me.
We're done with the research.
I'm on it.
We've completely mined out a mineral field.
This better be good. You gonna armed and by the numbers. This better be good. God, who wants some? Been waiting. SCV ready. This better be good.
GG.
Oh, it's on. Go, go, go!
GG's. This build is highly illegal. I don't think it is, guys. I just think my execution's not there. That's all. We got to 58. We got two very like sick, basically like 6K or just below Protoss players. You know, These guys are far outside of my range. It's pretty illegal, not gonna lie. It is pretty illegal. I think, was there a tell on the SCV actually? Because the whole point is the SCV is meant to tell if they're all in you, but the Stalker denied me pretty well. I thought he'd come across to pressure with his first gateway unit. So what's the time? Because I feel like it was his Stalker late, maybe he didn't chrono it at all. 2cc is not greedy, is safe economic. I mean, that was 3 command center before barracks Santas, so keep that in mind. This was Cybercore after Nexus on like 20 supply, I think. It's pretty kind of late Cybercore. Chrono Stalker. Okay, this is just the wrong timing for the SCV. Okay, SCV should be going in at like 320 or something like that. But he didn't move out anyway. He didn't try to apply pressure. He just chronoed, did a 3-gate. And there's not really... I mean, I guess I could have gone early reactor.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Maybe you meant to look around for the proxy as well. Maybe that's more of a sure thing. If they deny your scouting. Yeah, that's hard to deal with. I feel like this is like the sort of situation where like Maru wins this game, you know what I mean? I feel like Maru would somehow win this game. It makes no sense, like he should be dead. Surely this cannot defend a 3-gate pressure. But yeah. GG's. Maru would find a way. I'll queue one more. We're not going to go 3cc this time. We just go for the CC first. Excuse me. Thank you, PSX Machine. Appreciate 15 months. Alex Solo, Ruffalopoulos. Thank you. TVP. All right, guys. TVP. Command centers are cheaper than they've ever been before. Now, I've been doing an illegal build, which is 3 command centers before barracks. I got punished by a few 6k players, so I think I'll ease off of that one. I think we'll just do command center first on the high ground into like 2 barracks in a gas, and we can still squeeze a quick 3rd command center in because they're so cheap. It just doesn't have to be the first thing we do, you know. Let's make this a slightly less illegal, still disgusting use of the buff to the command center cost. Let's do it. Let's do it. Will it work though? So I guess the goal is always going to be secure the natural, but then also have a pressure. And I'm wondering how much I want to prioritize upgrades versus medevacs. Because you can get a pretty good timed upgrade and do like a kind of delayed 3-racks timing off this. Or you can get medevacs out pretty quickly. I don't know which one I want to do. We'll kind of just play it by ear. Nihilistic Optimist, thank you very much. Oh, that's not a command center. Shh, pretend I never started that. We did not lose 30 minerals there. Shh. Only 300 for a command center, so I think we can start that right away. Would have already had the money for it. That's alright. Delayed by a few seconds is fine. Ain't gonna hurt nobody. Jet Li comes in to harass my SCV. Oh! Not quite. I thought I was gonna get that kill. Oh well. Would have been worth it if I got the kill, in my opinion. But he has to leave either way. Make sure we don't miss any SCV production. That's the most important thing right now. We've got to saturate the space as quickly as possible. I do normally like to go 2 barracks into gas. But yeah, no, we can do that. On this map, there's a lot of flat ground, which is kind of bad for doing like a little marine pressure. If your opponent's active with like an early adept, it's nice to push out with like 4 or 5 marines. It's like, it just feels very good. Obviously, you don't need a second depot because that's what this command center is for, guys. We will go to gas here. He's gonna harass me, so we just hopped on and off to shuffle our SCV to a slightly safer location. Building these gases this early does lower my mineral mining right now, below 16, which I'm not a big fan of. And it also means I'm struggling to get the minerals for the command center. So the gases here are too early. I think you can take one gas at the time I did, not two, guys. You can see two is just not quite lining up. So at least we've got the 3 Marines now. I'll come out at a decent time.
Command center has been upgraded.
Lift that down. We can get the tech lab and the reactor going.
Armed and ready.
Command
bunker?
center has been upgraded.
Big job, huh?
Factory can come up.
Add-on is
I think
up
we'll
and running.
do what's very popular amongst pros these days, guys. Which is we will delay.
This better be good. In the rear, you
I didn't realize. I haven't played this map a lot, so I didn't know which direction he came from.
Add-on complete.
This is bad macro for me. 34 is when you get supply blocked. Okay, that's a thing that I've just learned.
by the numbers. SCV ready. SCV ready. Go, go, go. You gonna? This better be. Ben, you gonna? Huh? SCV ready. Bad news. Go ahead. Gangway coming through. And it's go time. By the SCV.
Don't make me micro, bro. Not been practicing this week at all. This is mean.
By the numbers, boys. This better. You gonna get
Add-on is up and running.
affirmative. SCV ready. This better be good. SCV ready. Yo. Bad news. Want a piece of me, boy? By the numbers.
Let's go.
One. SCV ready.
So we're doing the I hope you don't come in with a second oracle, because if you do, it's going to give me a lot of problems.
SCV ready.
Research complete.
Yes! Or it'll fly directly over my army. Better lucky than good. Oh, is there no third? It doesn't have a third. That's also good for me.
Ready for dust off.
Got a lot of SCVs queued up. No third? Oh no, here we go. I don't feel like attacking to his natural because he might have a shield battery. Who knows, maybe it would have been game winning since his oracle died.
Talk to me.
SCV ready. Go on. This better be good. SCV ready.
Confirm.
Who wants? It's about to get heavy.
Still haven't started a third command center because of the early game chaos. Squeeze it in now.
SCV ready.
Got friggin' 14 Marauders queued up, guys.
Coming through.
I call some pro macro right there.
Ready for dust.
Add-on.
SCV ready. Roger that.
Add-on is up and running.
What's going on? This better be good. SCV. Yeah, we could use some help here.
Inbound.
Big way. Go, go, go. You gonna get me orders? It's on. Show. Go, go, go.
Somebody, get me out of this mess. I heard that. Ready for dust off.
many times can I tell them to do that, man?
I'm in a world of hurt.
Our forces have engaged the enemy.
This better by the numbers. Keep your shirt out. Armed and ready. Time, please. No, no, no. Gangway coming through.
Now what?
Let's have a blast. Good job. Ah, what's going on? We can use some help here. This better be go, go, go.
Ready for dust off. Now what? Ready. Waiting on you.
Armed and ready.
I don't know what's happening. I just know I'm
Add-on
winning.
complete.
Don't think I deserve to be winning, but I am winning. Sometimes that's all that matters. Sometimes ain't about winning clean, it's just about winning. You just gotta be getting in there and saying, I'm gonna win this real good. You don't even
Command center
know.
has been upgraded.
You think you gonna win, but nuh-uh, boy. It's gonna be me. I'm gonna be winning.
Our forces have engaged the enemy.
Let's have a blast. Kaboom, baby.
Okay.
We're done with the research.
You want a piece of me, boy? I'm in a world of hurt.
Oh shit! I thought he rotated. I was like, why is he pulling so far back?
Armed and ready. SCV ready.
Our base is under attack.
You want a piece of me, boy?
I was like, where's my army? Apparently I've been supply blocked for a while, guys. Who knew?
It's go time. It's about to get heavy. That's moving. Armed and ready.
We're hitting our SCVs. Low.
Kaboom, baby. It's about armed and ready.
Our SCVs are under fire.
Ready for dust off.
Dude, I'm so bad at StarCraft right now. It's actually comical.
Somebody, get me out of this mess. Ready for dust off.
Gangway coming through.
What is happening? Does he even have blink? What is going on in this game?
This better be good.
This is so dumb. I love it.
Nothing left in that.
Okay, let's just go there. You can go there. Can I just unbar every Widow Mine, please? Alright, I just need to do a low efficiency, a low commitment harassment. You go there. Thankfully, this player hasn't really done any multi-prong or anything. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. You guys are very kind with the subbies and tippies and all that.
Command center has been upgraded.
Okay.
Yay, 1 minute. Touch.
Let's have a blast. It's
Now
about
what?
to get heavy. Armed who wants some liquid. But who wants some?
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
Hello.
Understood.
Kaboom, baby.
We mined out a middle. Our forces have opened fire.
Did I ever make a single engineering bay, guys? I don't think I did.
Ready for dust off.
These guys are gonna go here. You can go there.
Nothing left in that.
Let's just
mineral.
go one more. You guys go there.
SCV ready.
You guys go there. You guys go there.
Add on. Mind out of mineral. For hitting our SCVs.
Oh! What's happening here? When these guys actually rally that? I didn't even know those guys were rallying. I go, Widow Vine's there. These guys are running around. We're on 1-1. Wait, so I did make upgrades. Oh, I did have a single lever. I did make 1-1. Okay, I did make 1-1 off of a single. I totally forgot. I totally blanked. I'm just clicking buttons seemingly randomly. This is so weird. I've never really played CC first more than a handful of times against I forgot to resaturate those gases. That's why I didn't have any gas. I've still got a ton of gas in my main. That's why I'm so, like, the flow is so awkward and different. I'm like, oh my lord. But I think it's good. I think CC first is probably very good against Protoss. I think as long as you go 1 CC, it's pretty good build.
Add-on complete.
Nice. GG's. Right, because I made the eBay to make a turret. Yeah. But then he flew his second oracle, or maybe it was his first oracle that flew back in. Because it was just one oracle. Oh. Hey, look at this. So my opponent went. Oh, look at this build order. They went oracle into charge, which I love, but they also went for storm before a third nexus. Crazy build order. Very cool build order from my opponent. Let's have one last game of Terran, guys. This one, I'm going to keep it really simple. Really simple. We're going to go make sure I have the money for the orbitals. That's the weirdest thing about Command Center first builds. You've got to have money for the orbitals. Nihilistic Optimus. Guys, everyone, throw some bacon down to say thank you for Nihilistic Optimus for the 5 gifted subs into another 5 gifted subs. Your cringe stepdad says, when are you playing the new bonus to GM? Once the balance settles in sometime in the next month or two, your cringe stepdad. I've got a few very basic opening guides out there. We're going to be adding to those. There's a lot of figuring things out as we go right now. And there's a lot of changes that are still happening. It feels like we're kind of in a PTR in the live game. So I don't want to do that too early. But guys, slap your bacon down. Say thanks to Nihilistic Optimus. Not to mention, who was it who tipped 50 before? Wasn't that Robo or someone? Yeah, Rufflecopter, sorry. Thank you, Rufflecopter, for 50 bucks. Nihilistic Optimist. Everyone else has been subbing, tipping, cheering, staying subbed, even though I was away for the last 4 days. I appreciate you. I know many Twitch viewers, they go, you didn't stream for 3 days. 3 days? 4 days? Was it 3? 4 days. 4 days with no stream. And they're like, unsub. But not you guys. You guys would never do that. I appreciate you. Don't forget to use your Bezos bucks as well. Those resubs will not happen on their own. Okay, thanks for the love, guys. Let's talk about this game. Alright, guys. Terrans were falling behind a lot and really struggling at Home Story Cup. Blizzard has answered. Command centers. They cost 300 minerals, not 400 now, which is kind of a crazy change. I don't really like it in terms of build variety, but I do like it in terms of right now I get to build a lot of command centers. Let's go. So command center first is going to be the flavor of the day for me. I think I'm just going to go down there straight away. You only need 300 minerals. I can literally just build my depot and then go straight down there and build it. Some people have been experimenting with getting the command center before their first depot. I don't think that's particularly good. I also think you don't need to cut SCVs. You could easily build this on 15. I cut a tiny bit of production there to get that started a second earlier. Is that good? I don't know, man. We're going to go barracks after. There's a few ways you can play this. Ooh, so Beyond often just goes double gas here and just plays Hellions like normal. I think I'm going to do that, guys. Just we'll try and play a Hellion opening like normal afterwards. Remember, you need to save a ton of minerals, by the way, to build 2 orbitals when that barracks finally does finish. So you actually, it's if you're not used to command center first, just remember to do that. We're going to try and build our third command center probably like 4.5 minutes, something like that. Maybe 4 minutes since it's so cheap now. But my point is we're not like super rushing it. We're just kind of going for it as we do. Now, I don't want to pull off minerals onto the gas just yet. So I'm probably taking the gas a little bit earlier than I need to. Figuring this build out in real time. What can I say? Barracks is done. Cancel. Build orbital. Build marine. Build orbital. Okay, so there we go. Now that I've got the orbital's going. Let's put on gas a bit harder here. I'll even put 3 on each gas. So if I just put on just 2 from earlier, I think that's what Beyond does with his CC first, would be probably a little bit more efficient, but that's all right. Let's pull over here. You can go there. Factory can go down. Make sure we're dropping mules, building SCVs.
What's going on?
And we'll build that reactor up next. All right, we'll get the second depot.
SCV ready. By the number.
I think the Marines can chill for now. I'm not scouting, so we could be getting all into something like that. If it happens, it happens. What can I say? Not the end of the world. And let's get that third CC here, actually. 3 minutes 30. I'm going to try and do an 8 racks all in off this. Just like, let's turn this supercharged economy into an advantage as quickly as we can, if possible. I'm bad at Terran, guys. I haven't seriously practiced Terran to try and be like super hardcore, good build orders type play in quite a while. Obviously, still GM, still occasionally have a really clean game, but generally speaking, do not be expecting these builds to be they're going to be my advantages in my Terran play right now are going to be based off of free flowing and intuitive play rather than super tight build orders, if that makes sense. Let's get one depot here. Finish saturating these gases. And what we're going to do, send the Hellions out. I'm going to make one safety Banshee in case roaches show up, guys. So like I said, pretty generic build here. Like nothing too crazy. Okay. We're just going to build 6 Hellions. Is that a third or a fourth base? That's a fourth. It's real early. If it's a third, it means it's more of a 2-base tech build. So probably a muta build. Okay. Okay. Okay, we've got a third gas probably earlier than we need it, guys. Let's start getting our extra Bedics going. And let's go. We can go there. So we're going to try and run in with those guys, of course. Let's build 2 engineering bays there, as well as a depot. Oh, Hydras. Don't see that every day. Whoa, it's barbecue! Oh, no! He barely escapes.
Add-on complete. Add-on is up.
Not the best macro by me, guys. We are floating money.
Add-on complete.
Ready for dust off.
You want a piece of me, boy? Gangway, coming. SCV ready. Go, go, go! You up, ready to go! In the rear with you. SCV ready. Armed and ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Alright, keep building these. Keep building tanks.
Ready for dust off.
SCV ready.
Add-on is up and running.
Go, go, go!
Add-on.
This better be good. Who wants some?
Oh, he's contaminated me. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Research complete.
Gangway.
Upgrade is ready for you. add-on is up and running.
Ready for dust off.
Gateway, coming through. You gonna give me orders? Oh yeah. By the... Who wants some? This better be good.
Yeah, we want +2.
We could use some help here. I'm on it.
Our SCVs are under fire.
Light flight. Ready for dust off.
Micro combat shields asserting.
Gateway, coming through. You gonna make me ready?
Ready for dust off.
Want some? That's fine. Armed and ready. This
Ready for dust off.
coming through. You go, go, go! You gonna give me the quick boy.
Woo!
Boy. Who wants some? Can you gonna give me the boy? And more. Go, go, go! Who wants some? What's going on? Armed and ready.
Now what?
This better be good. That's way. Coming through.
Ready for dust off.
Gateway. Coming through. Huh? But
Light flight's here.
you want a piece of me, boy?
Talk to me. Waiting on you.
Ready. Go, go, go!
Heading out.
Been waiting. This better be good. Up, ready to go! Been waiting on you. We could use some help here. This better be good. You gonna give me orders? Affirmative. Armed? You. This better be good. Who wants some? Been waiting on you.
Upgrade complete.
Want a piece of me, boy? Go, go, go!
Ready for dust off.
All hands to battle stations.
You got it. Go, go, go! Armed and ready.
Ready for dust off.
What?
Waiting on you.
You want a piece of me, boy? Been waiting. Ready to roll out.
Somebody get me out of this mess. Inside.
Armed and ready. This better be good. What's going on?
Our base is under field depleted.
Ready for dust off.
Last gateway. Coming through. Outstanding. That's fine. Ready to roll out.
Liberation.
Show. Will do. This better be good. Armed and ready. Go ahead. Go, go, go!
Ready for dust off. Now what?
Who wants some?
Mineral field.
SCV ready. Been waiting on a piece of me, boy.
For hitting our SCVs. That's low. Nothing left in that mineral cluster.
Talk to me.
Completely mined out.
Want a piece of me, boy?
Mineral field depleted.
Who wants some?
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Been waiting. Been waiting. We could use some help here.
Waiting on you.
Been waiting.
Ready.
We could use some help here.
Completely mined out a mineral field. Nothing left in that mineral cluster.
We got him!
This better be good.
Yes! GG's! GG's! I'm pretty bad with Terran, guys. My games are a mess, but that was interesting. So, there's been a few people playing like this lately, by the way. I really wonder, because it's, I think it seems kind of crazy. It's this 2-base Hydra into economy start. Is it any good? I don't really know. I feel like it feels really odd to be going like that, but I guess you get a pretty nice set of upgrades. It's just you're really late to mine the third, but the Terran can't really do the normal harassment very well against you. I think my opponent lost a lot of workers, didn't they? 17 kills early. At least 10 drones went down. Me leaving that alive was a big problem. I forgot the Overlord was on the pillar, so he could see everything I was doing. And how many workers did he hit this timing off? 50. Oh, so this was a 50 drone Hydra Ling timing. Oh, incredibly committed. So we actually distracted him for a while then. He wants to wait for both up. So he has 1-1. 1-1, 50 drone Hydra Ling timing. Very cool attack. Not having combat shields against this is so awkward. Yeah, I think if I stayed on 2-base, we were fine. I just assumed with how late he was hitting that he was already like droning up his third, which is why I fought out of these 2 tanks in the back saved me. But somehow we didn't lose the third. I thought I was going to lose that third for sure. SCB saved it. He bled a few Hydras extra in here as well, even though he's droned up behind it to 70 workers. Bleeds out a lot of Hydras, loses the Overseer on the retreat as well. So it's like kind of an awkward spot, and then they go Banelings way too early here. Doesn't really have the production to make Banelings yet, I don't think. But yeah, GG's. Why say GG's? I don't know. Felt like it? Pig, should they bring back the pick up nearby button? Or would a drop while moving button fit better? Right, I forget that people struggle with drop while moving. And you could add that if you wanted to. I think that they said in the notes they'll bring it back when they have a stable version, right? Yeah. This was game over from this point. He's not really got the economy up. So even though he killed my third, a lot of workers, yeah, I'm not too far behind. Because I do get my +2 here. So I had +2 finished for this fight, right? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, those Marines went a bit further forward. A lot of them didn't extend. Hydras do get cleaned up there, but we got all the drones on his third, so it's fine. If a Zerg's being annoying and not fighting you front on, you always want to just get on their economy. Yeah. Kill the drones. GG's. My man. Is the 50 drone Scarlet build? Who was it who did a Hydra bust first? Someone killed Clem with a Hydra bust. Was it Serral? At Pigfest? Killed Clem with a 50 drone Hydra bust, I think? I think it was Serral at Pigfest on Tourmaline. It's the first time I remember seeing this 50 drone committed Hydra timing. It might be a Serral special, I'm not sure. Pig, you playing any more tonight? I think I'm going to go commentate some games. My Terran play is too shit to really show how powerful the command center change is. But it is a big boost. 100 minerals. Man, it's you know, part of me says 100 minerals shouldn't be that big. The other part is like, nah, it's huge. You know what I mean? Pretty big, man. Pretty big change. I think the Colossus are going to be a nightmare for Terran players, potentially. But I'm really curious to see what happens, because PvT... Yeah, like, has anyone been watching any streams? I mean, this patch only came out a few hours ago, so... Oh, crazy. I'm French. Sadly, Clem is losing a lot recently. Terran's been weak. Totoro. I'm just gonna call you Totoro. Yeah. Terran's been weak on the patch, so obviously this is meant to fix that. But it's a bit of a weird way because it really incentivizes you to take command centers so fast as Terran. I think Clem will adore it. I think Clem will win many games. I think he'll also be one of the first to go, ooh, a bit crazy. That was before the patch, Avex. Yeah. I'm gonna watch that Serral stream. I think Serral, it was so rare to see him have an off day. Because if you look at Serral's games yesterday, they're purely just there. Like, his losses are just him tilting / not being as focused. That's all. But that's got nothing to do with this patch, keep in mind. Because this hotfix came out after that Serral stream. Hey Arnak, do you have brain damage? My Terran player is too shit. This is powerful. LOL. Nerf Terran some more because Clem can win games. Are you fucking brain damaged, mate? You can't just be sitting here watching my stream all day. What's wrong with you? Are you mentally, like, what the fuck is wrong with your brain, dude? Why are you sitting in my chat? Dude, I literally know Terran need buffs. I just think this is a shit buff, that's all. I don't even know if it's overpowered. I'm just saying it's powerful. What I don't like about it is the fact that it encourages you to just build command centers all day, you fucking idiot. Get the fuck out of my chat if you want to just be negative. You're so fucking stupid. You don't make any points. All you do is whine like a little bitch. You're such a little bitch, dude. Get the fuck out of my chat. I've raged at you before in the past. It fucking sucks that fucking shithead Russia has invaded your country. I hate it. I fucking hate it, man. I feel for the Ukrainian people, but I just fucking off. Fuck off. You know? Stop nerfing Terran for no reason because of Clem. Terran is really fucking weak right now. Everyone agrees with this. Do you actually think I control balance, you fucking idiot? I'm sick of your shit, man. Last warning before I just ban you outright, dude. I don't... It's just... Oh... It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't think you can... Well, yeah. Then why are you sitting here being so negative at me? What's wrong with you? Do you think 100 minerals cheaper on the command centers is the best change you can do for Terran? Do you think that's fun? Do you? Or are you just blatantly going, oh, you're criticizing a thing that makes my race stronger, so I'm going to sit here insulting you all day? Because if you have an opinion, voice your opinion and discuss it. Otherwise, fuck right off. I'm not here to manage your fucking emotions, all right? The reason I think this change is going to be fun for a bit to play with, like, I enjoy it as well, Kamikaze, but I think it's going to push Terrans towards going 3 command centers, 4 command centers. It's going to reward mass orbital play. I think if you look at the flow-on effect of it, it's going to reward less interactive play. I think it's a great change considering the lava change went through. Okay, so you literally, like I said, there needs to be a change because the lava change is obviously scaling way too well. So we literally are in agreement, but you're here angry at me because I'm saying I think if you buff Mule instead, that would be more interesting because it doesn't reward just making tons of command centers. You know what I mean? It doesn't reward, you know, we both, everyone's in agreement. Terran needs something because they're behind right now. But you sit here calling me 70 IQ because I'm criticizing a specific one. This is just so fucking stupid, man. Mule buff already existed. The command center change is more interesting. It changes builds a bit. But it's going to massively... It's going to be like the Oracle in PvZ, where you're just like, well, the best thing to do is just expand and get your expansions up faster. Like, it's going to be so heavily weighted towards building command centers earlier, every game, every build, that it's going to pigeonhole Terran into a more limited range of things. You know what I mean? That's long term. That's not going to be very exciting. It's It's like, yeah, just straight power level. Is this good for Terran? Of course it's good for Terran. Is it good for fucking build variety? No. What do they say in the patch? We want more build variety. Is it good for build variety? Definitely not. Yeah. Will Zerg have to play more aggressively? I have no idea, Ellis Gigan. Yeah. Terran goes CC first. I'm 10 pulling every game. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying, Erebus, is if everyone's being really greedy. If everyone's going to be really greedy, definitely all-inning Terran could be the way to go. There's a lot of people who are going to be going blind CC first. Can you defend if you command center on the high ground, which you probably should with all CC first? If you're doing a blind CC first, build the command center on your wall. Can you defend a one-base Bane bus, guys? I have no idea. Like a one-base Bane bus, one-base Proxy Atch Roachling, that sort of stuff. I already foresee they're going to see a stream and cancel the CC cost reduction, and that's going to be that. And this is why, look, I also am triggered that I constantly talk about balance and they take one thing in isolation and they put it in and they don't do the other things that go with it. I get triggered by that as well, Arnak, but I'm not going to stop talking about it. Because when I stop talking about balance, it's like, well, I can't talk about it because, like, guys, I cover this game, but I can't talk about anything. Because if I do, they're going to take, like, one thing out of context, put that in the patch randomly. Like you can't hold me accountable for Blizzard's incompetence, you know what I mean? It's you've got to fucking realize that that's their issue. And like, I'm not alone on this, guys. I've talked to a lot of GMs and pros about this. Everyone's like, well, that change is like super inelegant. It's a very inelegant change. And none of us is saying just remove the change. Every person is saying you could do this instead, you could do that instead, etc. Yeah. Would a mule buff take too long to be impactful for early game economy? And if it were buffed enough so that it were, would it be more OP throughout the game? I think, honestly, I think the best thing to do is just revert the lava change. Buff Lava Injector 4. Buff Mule. Buff Chrono Boost. But take away the starting energy. The starting energy is like making the PvT early game so hard to judge because there's so many moving pieces where Protoss gets like such a lead on their macro mechanic, and that's giving them such a big thing, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think it's not going to give them a boost immediately, but it's still going to be pretty damn good. It's not going to boost them until what, 2.5 minutes in or whatever, but I think it's a pretty damn big buff if you go 25 to 30 minerals per mule trip. I mean, I feel like right now things aren't super well balanced, so it is what it is. Anyways, ads have to play 10 pool to hatch, straight to roach, or Zerging speed. Depends on race. Yeah. Yeah, I think definitely one base all-in Terrans would probably be a smart thing to do. There's probably going to be a lot of Terrans going blind command center first. You guys can ruin our command center first builds. Yeah. Pig, what do you think of the depth change? It feels useless. Yeah. Yeah, I went over all the changes before Startail. I don't care. It sounds crazy, 34 damage for an adept versus light units. But that's when you've got +3. What are you doing with +3 adepts anyway? I'm totally with you, Startail. It's like, adepts aren't a late game unit. So, you know, I think it's a totally fine change because it just means if you're a hipster who wants to try to make adepts work in late game, they're a bit less shit. But I still think they're inferior to zealots in almost every situation. Yeah. Yeah. The mule got indirectly buffed by the command center change. It's actually massive. Oh yeah, it's huge. Oh, thank you so much, Anglacial Turing with the $2. How does Super Chat donation compare to PayPal, etc.? Oh, thank you, mate. I think it's meant to be 70-30. for both Twitch bits, which is the same, basically built-in donation on Twitch is called bits, on YouTube it's super chats, right? It's built-in donation system. I think it's roughly 70-30, probably works out closer to 65-35 with like fees and things, I guess, or 65% to the streamer. I appreciate you so much, by the way. Thank you for the $2 super chat. PayPal is going to take like 5%, roughly, in terms of like fees and exchange rates and whatever stuff like that. So PayPal is always going to, at most, probably less than that, maybe 3 or 4%. So direct donations, the best way to put money in a streamer's pocket, but super chats are great, highlights the message, pops it up in chat, makes it easy to interact, as are bits and subs and all sorts of things as well. Big, every idea about Warpgate. Post the idea, we'll see what happens. Yeah. If they're functional as late game unit, do we really want mass adept shading onto armies? Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. They're still going to be subpar for late game. Rolling into Bane's Colossus Archon Disruptor is not going to be great. Bye guys, give me a minute. 3-minute ad break. When we're back, let's cast some Serral games. I'm going to stop playing and talking about balance, and we're going to get into the content that I had planned for today, which I've taken forever to get to because of the patch, surprise patch. BRB. Well, not sure if it was over here or if it was from earlier in the game. Stalker's trying to blink back Max Pack. Stalkers are just not as good in a pitch battle, but that is huge. And look at that, Dark Templar and the natural hero trying to chase down the army to punish him. He says, okay, you're going to kill some economy. Oh, dude, he's got no detection. Hero's dead. Hero's dead. He has no detection. He's trying to build 2 more robos right now. Oh, no. And look at this. More stasis traps freezing his army up. He's attacking in a column right now, a conga line of units. The Stalkers of Max Packs massed together, fighting, backing each other up. The Immortals unable to do anything against the Zealots in the north side. The Archon goes down. Max Packs running a stasis trap Blink Stalker masterclass. While Hero here, he played a good game. He looked so good in the early stages. I loved his opening, but he just wasn't quite able to lean on top of his opponent. Max Pax is so good at getting out of trouble. He's so good at fighting back in these longer games. The Dark Templar in the main base as well. And that's about all she wrote. And what I really want is StarCraft to be like this again, guys. I gotta say, I don't want this to be balanced for more than a few months, but I want a new patch every 6 months that puts stupid stuff like this in the game. And then 5 months in, we're really sick of it. It's overpowered. It's dumb. And then they remove it and they put new dumb stuff in the game. I mean, wouldn't this just be the dream? I love it. I don't know. At this point, and I'm like, screw making it a sport that never changes and never evolves. I'm all on board with this. I used to be like, give us a stable game that never changes for 20 years. These days, I've completely changed camps to just give me fun toilet button, because that is friggin' hilarious. Lurkers on your ramp is going to be a massive issue for Clem. To pull his whole army back. Ling's attacking a planetary. Mass repair will come in, but the Banelings are going to say, no, silly boy. Your planetary is a deaditary. You know what I'm saying? It's like hereditary but dead. It's just planetary but dead. It's deaditary. I don't know what I'm saying. Neither do you. That's okay. That's my job as a commentator. Clear, concise conveyance of information. Hydraling Bane there is in trouble. I think it's time for Dark to pull these guys back. They are gonna get sandwiched. He might be staying a bit too long. The Lurker gets focus fired. The Hydraling Bane trying to jump on top, but he's bringing in a massive reinforcement from the right side as well. That Lurker, an Overseer, causing big problems. Clem still has not taken care of that Lurker. It's doing massive damage. The Lings kill the rebuild of the command center, and this might just be a game-winning move. Dark here on the map that's terrible for Zerg says, lol, terrible for Zerg. You just activated my superpower. I play way better StarCraft when I'm behind. And the great thing about this map is I don't need to mess up my build order to be behind. I'm behind from the start because you get a free gold base. Who knew? So I figured, hey, let's look at the VODs of one of the most high-level PvTs we've seen recently. I'm sorry, Hero. I didn't mean to I didn't know that was going to happen. I literally just opened the VOD at a random point, and the most Hero thing ever is happening. I'm so sorry, Hero. I'm so sorry, bro. Oh my god. I just opened the VOD to a random point, okay? This is not me hating on Hero. I love Hero. Hello. Oh! Oh my god, that was sick. It was a Stalker, though. He lost another Stalker there, trying to be a bit greedy there. He was trying to both focus fire and micro the Prism at the same time. In comes that Marine drop we talked about, guys. More Stalkers will warp in at home. One of the Stalkers has gone down, but look at that. He just blinks the other Stalkers in. These guys blink in as well, showing absolutely zero chill. And he's using this Warp Prism to try and pick up, keep these low hit point Stalkers alive. And he wants to micro at home at the same time. He's got to be careful with that Prism. He's putting on gas while Who rallies workers to gas in the middle of picking up Stalkers to dodge Marauder projectiles? But especially if you pick up 16 Marines and move. Alright guys, so I think our patch video is up now. So if you guys want to see it, link is there. Crazy Terran buff, latest hotfix. And you guys can hear us talk about it. Showing off the Colossus, fighting, which is also a huge buff. Bunch of changes in there. So if you guys want to see that, exclamation mark patch, I'm going to put that in the title. New patch. So I'm just going to put that at the front of the title so people see the command, okay? Obviously these casts are going to be old ones. Do you think they need to nerf mules because they decrease the cost? No. That's not how that works, Reaper Rush. That makes... No, not at all. That makes... It's just... That's just like... At that point, you just fucking... Why are we changing the command? Like, what are we doing? The whole point of the command center being cheaper is it's cheaper. I don't like the command center being cheaper personally, but yeah. Planetary costs the same amount as before for Prime Hybrid, so you've got to pay extra for the upgrade now, which is rough. Yeah. Feels like the eco of Terran would be insane. Sure, it would. I mean, I don't know if it's like OP Reaper Rush. The problem is that the command centers are just too favored as build orders. It's too much return on investment in one little corner of build orders versus the others, which I think sucks sticks, but we'll see how we go. I think it's one of those things where like it'll be fun and chaotic for a little bit and we'll be like, oh, like what's the big deal? It's fine. And then like it'll just hit this point where we go, oh my god. Oh, fuck, every game Terran's doing blah blah blah. And we'll go, well, obviously in hindsight this is what happens, but yeah. Oh. Did he delete the evidence? Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. Sorry, the link changed for some reason on Serral's stream. Don't know why. Oh, I see. I just accidentally did a thing. Oh, I accidentally did a thing. All right, guys, let's go after it. Okily dokily. Let's go. We're going to do a point of view cast.
Probably going to be a bit shorter stream today than usual, just because I started so late. Probably going to be a bit shorter.
Alright. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. It's time for another point of view commentary here. I am sitting on top of Serral right now, watching his live stream from 2 days ago. Keep in mind, this is just before the most recent hotfix patch, but it's especially exciting because not only did we get a 3-hour stream of Serral streaming a bit later in the day than he normally does, we also got to see Serral bleed. It's crazy because normally when you watch Serral stream, there's a lot of, oh, I'm playing so bad. Oh, I can't believe this is going wrong. Oh, I'm probably dead. And then he just wins anyway. But this stream specifically, we're going to be watching a bunch of highlight games starting from the start of the stream. It showed a side of Serral which I almost never get to see. It is a very human side as he tabs out of the game in the early game for something. Tabbed out, I think he was changing his music or something like that. Point being, he normally just barely loses. And we actually saw him lose a few games, struggle a bunch, run into a lot more problems in these matches, and do a ton more analysis of every single game as a result of, you could tell he felt like he was kind of a little bit behind the game. He was a little bit behind mentally of where he was in each game, and he was like a little bit more off than usual. And it's just kind of cool to see this human side of Serral. I think if this was anyone else, the idea of commentating the first-person view of a stream where a player is playing like crap would be uninteresting. And who knows, maybe no one will watch this. People will go, I don't want to watch Serral lose. Like, he's one of the best. I want to watch him win. But for me, I want to see what happens. How does Serral handle a day when he's performing at 70 or 80%, not 100%? How does he handle a day when he's just maybe woken up on the wrong side of the bed? How does he try to cope? How does he work his way through that? And how can he get back on top? So we're starting with his EVT. Let's turn the sound on now for Serral, guys, now that our intro's over. And we'll try and make him nice and loud so we can hear his analysis as it goes, so I don't have to do too much audio editing after the fact. And he's going to go for a hatchery, a gas. A hatchery, a pool, and then a gas. This looks like a... Now, interestingly, his build orders have been kind of odd. I didn't pay attention at the start of this one, but he's actually not been doing the extractor tricks. He's just been doing 11 Overlord into a 16 hatchery, and then a 16 pool, or 17 pool, I believe. 17, I think it's 16 hatchery, 17 pool.
Cross spawn on this map should be pretty good for me.
And then he drops the gas. Now, he's already pointed out it is cross spawn. For those who don't know, you cannot spawn vertically, so his opponent could not spawn in the top left side, which, well, my finger has to go out of frame to do that. So he knows, because his Overlord scouted here, he's like, oh, you're not here? You must be up here. And he says, well, that's good for me. Cross map, big distance, very hard for his Terran opponent to push into him. He's playing a 6300 MMR barcode Terran. A lot of people in the chat, I already checked the chat on this game, was saying this was probably Beyond. They think this was Beyond. Even though 6300 MMR seems a little low, Beyond's playing cross server from Korea. He'll be playing with a bit more lag, a fair bit more than Serral here. So I've heard with good VPNs, you can get it down to about 150 ping, which is really not too terrible. I think when you get above 200 at pro level, it's...
You get a pretty fast expansion here.
It's incredibly painful. Going for a fast expansion, this is interesting. Serral's been playing a lot of...
a little bit of a different build order this time.
2-base layer into Mutalisk, but he's going to go quicker third this time. He's saying, okay, you know, a bit of a different build order. You can tell he's still very experimental on this patch. He's still figuring things out, testing them for the first time. But we'll see what his plan is. The problem with taking the early third is obviously a little harder to defend Hellions. You want to drone non-stop to get that natural saturated, but you also want to build your queens early enough that the Hellions and Reapers can't dive in and damage you. Now, so far, no Reapers showed up. So, what does this tell us? This tells us our opponent has probably gone command center first, or one racks expand. Either way, they've built Marines, or just gone straight to factory with only a single Marine. And so he's got to be careful with that Overlord. He's going to poke in, see if there's a factory on a reactor at the ramp, as that'll give him big info. Is there a factory? It's not. It's a barrack. So he's already going to be thinking 3 barracks. 2 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport. So basically, either a big stim Marine push or stim Marine shields. Could be 16 Marines with stim, 2 medevacs coming in. He sees another barrack coming in.
Wondering how late those extra access are. It's probably a 3cc.
He says those barracks are a bit late, so he's thinking it's a 3cc. But he's not sure of the timings on the new patch. And this is the same thing I feel whenever I'm scouting this patch. I'm like, that seems like it should be this. But there's a lot of question marks in your head because we haven't got enough games on all the new variations of the builds to know for sure when these things should be going down. I think he's probably correct, though. So that means he's going to go Carapace to help defend the Marines. Obviously, Carapace, the most important upgrade versus Bio. Only costs 100 minerals, 100 gas now. And he's otherwise just going to drone really hard. Probably doesn't have as much urgency on, like, massing Queens as you would against a heavy Hellion play. Because whilst Queens can help, any sort of Marine push is going to come a bit later. And whilst your Queens do help defend that, they're not as important as just getting up. Upgrades, plenty of Zerglings, plenty of drones. And you can see now, only then, starting a Queen on his natural. So he's really not worried about this at all. Very focused on his creep spread. Remember that creep spread spreads slower, but also recedes a little bit slower on this season of StarCraft 2. And as a result, that early creep getting out as far as it can is super vital, especially in a game like this where the opponent's not pressuring you at all. Now, interestingly, guys, he's not mining those minerals on the left. He really should be trying to mine these minerals on both sides as quickly as possible so he can have options, because this base cut off by minerals there, and same on the other side. So the earlier you cut that off, the better. He sees Marines moving out. His Lings are going to counterattack, but plenty of Marines at home as well. You can see he's going from 1 gas up to 3 gases. He's got his lair on the way, and that Bailey Nest will go down. Good map control here for Serral. He sees the Marines. I'm not sure if they meant to go through the tower.
I guess it was just very few, but that checks out, of course.
So it looks like a no medevac 3 racks push. He's got stim and shields. So So it says, yeah, that kind of checks out. Oh, it would be good if he could trap it, but he doesn't have enough lanes. And actually, I'm going to call in Beyond. I don't have confirmation it's Beyond, but Beyond does stim in there. This is one of the builds that Beyond does love to play at the moment. Could be Cure as well.
Nearly really bad.
I think he said that was nearly really bad.
3 racks always surprises me with how many units they have.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is.
Wouldn't have that many, but
It is surprising because you think 3 command center is so
have a
economic, and they
decent
show
chunk
up with
of
so
stuff.
many Marines. And you're like, isn't this like the most economic play? How do you have so much stuff? But their tech
I
is
guess
what
so,
falls
area also
behind.
on a high
So the
drone
factory's
front,
really late. The Marines can pull behind the minerals, so he can't fight there because he knows
careful, I don't get trapped here.
he'll be headbutting into a choke point. He doesn't want to get his
Maybe
Zerglings
that's fire
trapped.
at base, so
He knows there could be Marines coming home as well. He doesn't want to get surrounded by them. He'd like to trap the Marines, actually, but I don't think he's going to get it. No, there's no way.
this is so
Is there?
risky, but I have Parabase.
It's a risky move. Yeah.
Awful.
He knew it was risky, but he felt like, oh, I've committed to so many Zerglings. I need to get something for it. Goes for it. Doesn't get many Marines at all. Loses a bunch of Zerglings. And Beyond so far really holding his own, forcing Serral to build a massive Zerglings, but he's not got any value for those Zerglings just yet. But fourth base is mining. He's still not mining minerals.
Out before the
Yeah,
harassment starts.
Yeah, you've got to mine that out before the harassment starts. I think Serral's already waited too
Actually,
long.
gonna
I think he
skip
should have had
that
at least
way,
one
no
drone
problem.
working on that for minutes already. Because if they get a drop up there and deny you clearing those minerals, it's so annoying.
Besides for the map being cross-spawn here, it's looking pretty grim, but I think it's gonna be such a long rush distance for him that it's gonna help me a lot.
This is exactly why you can't wait on that. Because now it's so annoying just to get those Marines away from there to try and take that
The
base.
same problem as always I get on this map.
Same
Now I
problem
can't
as
expand
always.
anymore.
Yeah, you've got to take it earlier. Also,
Only
in this
3 bases for
scenario,
a while.
if you're pinned in, try to go to the corners. Can be really good. Ooh, he focuses down one Widow Mine. Second one is going to fire on a Queen, which he doesn't
actually
mind
went
too much.
there, I didn't realize.
He actually went there. I didn't realize. Even
Somehow I just
Serral
completely missed that he went for that.
didn't have an Overlord on the left side of his base, which is really sloppy. Oh, the Queens almost get a medevac, but they don't quite grab it. Beyond a little lucky there. You can see lots of drones pulling to that left side. But Serral, unable to get a 5th base up right now, being contained. And no doubt there's a 4th command center already on the way. Ooh-wee. Okay, so Serral's stuck in a defensive stance. Queens can cover that right side pretty well right now, because they would have to drop in there or attack through this creep up this way, which gives you plenty of time to respond. So he can mostly focus on this left side right now, but the lack of Overlord in the dead space on the center left of the map is really costing him. Hatchery gets denied. He pulls in with the Ling Bane, but he's got so many units here stuck defending this left side, and that's very frustrating. And here comes a real push on the right side. He's going to leave a bit of Ling Bane on the left. Beyond, quick with the pickup, doesn't fall for it. And here comes a big bio-mine push on this right side. Good spreadies on the Zerglings. You can see Serral's a little more frantic on his spreadies these days, since that Widow Mine firing speed did get buffed. I love the way he move commands his Banelings there to make sure his Zerglings are the ones who clean up the final Widow Mines. He doesn't, if he's already won a fight, he doesn't want his Banelings suiciding themselves just to hit a Widow Mine or two. Oh, he lets him get unloaded. That's really annoying.
You see how this goes? I think I just barely
But-
had enough there.
Just quick enough. Just quick enough. All right, so Serral's struggling to get the 5th up. He's got to defend that 5th base. Trying to get his creep out. He's done a decent job of respreading his creep, but no Hydras, no Mutas, no Corruptors just yet. And I think when you play cross-map like this, going Spire for Corruptors is god tier, because defending these bases from drops, that's like the main struggle. And I really think getting a few
Don't have
Corruptors
enough
out
Veilings
is so worth.
yet.
Infestors now coming out. Joining the Ling Bane army.
Okay, now a bit more.
Terran has center control. But look at that, Infestor comes forward, and not worth fungling, since most of the units do pick up. Yeah, it's worth...
It's full of Marines.
Ooh, it was even full of Marines! Red hit point. Fungal only does 25 damage, guys, but if it's deep in the red like that, it's big. Ooh, he fails the split! Serral's 5th base in trouble. He's trying to roll his Banes forward, does take out a bunch of these Widow Mines. Oh, the Widow Mine's trying to retarget. You can see the drop behind as well. Serral taking big damage. He's going to stumble into the enemy army on the right side. I don't know if either of them was watching that. It looked like the Terran was watching.
Like a bit of a muta map always. Yeah, especially it's like a cross bomb.
Yeah, I think he's saying, especially cross spawn, he should have played mute as always in this position. Look at these problems. All of his problems are like defending these exposed bases wise. It's very hard for Terran to commit to a frontal push on cross map. He's kind of forced to multi-drop. Mutalisks shut down multi-drop. I actually say Corruptors because I think you can open Macro Ling Bane and then still go Corruptors. But Mutalisks if you prefer, since they can actually attack ground units as well. But the later game option is usually going to be Corruptors, so that's where he'll go to eventually in this game. If he can survive till then, because right now, Serral is under the gun, he's maxed out, he's got 5 bases up, but you can just see how much his multitasking is being stretched. And this Terran is being so annoying with his multi-drops. Baneling's going to try to get in there. Fungal doesn't quite land. Beautiful pickups from this Terran. This Terran is being so annoying. Finally, some mistakes from the Terran players. Some of the medevacs start to go down. But Serral is having to manage so many units across so many areas. You can see he's got 3 control groups. He's got number 1, he's got number 4, and he's got number 7 as his drop defense squad. That only allows him to kind of actively micro 3 different places, which normally is more than enough. But this Terran is being very annoying, and finally Serral does get some kills there. Still got another army on the right side. He's still maxed. Serral is so good at keeping his army maxed in the midst of this chaos. It looks like these guys do unload. Queens and Ling Bane will deal with it. Nice focus on the medevac.
He's traded really bad, so...
He's traded really bad.
He's probably traded negative this game, so that should be the thing that carry me in this game. But
yeah, because the Terran's trading negative, he thinks that'll carry him. Obviously, Terran could have 5 bases, though. He doesn't really know right now.
Ever.
Probably doesn't, because we've got vision of the 2 normal 5th bases. But you can see a 5th one's floating out now. There could be a corner base. Serral's not checked the corners at all because he's been kind of under pressure from start to finish. He's going to try and take this base over here. Good choice to back that one off. He's trying to squeeze through there. There's only 1 mineral open. And the Ling Bane rolls forward. He's got Ling Bane Infestor here as well. Doesn't have an abundance of units there, though. Look at this. His army's a bit too big on the right side. Oh, and the Infestor gets focused. Hatchery goes down, and the Terran's kind of picking him apart here by picking and choosing where the fights happen. And Serral, he's got too many units on the bottom right, not enough up here in the top left, and he's actually going to lose not only the attempt to take base 6, but his 5th base goes down. Fungal does land, and a few Banelings connect, but only like literally 2 or 3 actually make it into contact with the Marines and Marauders. Serral bleeding out a lot of units.
Honestly.
That cost efficiency he was talking about just disappeared. Oh! I thought he was going to get the Omega Fungal, but this Terran always picking up just in time. High risk, high reward play from the Terran really paying off. That base is very hard to defend on that side. Serral's still trying to fight for it, though. This base needs to be defended. He needs to retake a bloody 5th base, or he's just not going to have any mining. And Marauders are very efficient against Banelings.
Should be over at this point.
It should be over at this point. He's saying...
5th base for free like I did.
Can't lose that 5th base for free like that. He's not wrong.
Yeah, this map definitely feels like my style just wasn't a good fit for it. I'm just constantly getting abused by all these locations.
Yeah, I think Serral correctly.
I think this game was like the best case trading wise as well. So
yeah, he's kind of like, this was pretty good trading for him, considering he played the worst style for the map.
Yeah, he has even that place.
And he's realizing like this sort of, you know, no anti-air style, not the map for it, not the spawns. Cross map, you want to be playing that units that can shoot down the air. Are we sure this isn't Clem? I don't think Clem would be on a 6300 barcode. Oops. He's playing like Clem, but I think that's because he's been fully offensive, and Serral's been kind of in a very awkward position with his expansions. Momentum decides StarCraft games. So I see people in chat arguing about this, discussing it.
Yeah,
he's looking like Clem.
Because his army was still here.
Only because Serral is so on the back foot. If Serral was counterattacking him, hitting him with run-bys, you would see the difference between this player and Clem, almost certainly. Because it's when you have to defend and attack and multitask a bit more, that's where things get crazy.
Fighting without infestors is pretty hopeless.
Fighting without infestors, pretty hopeless. Serral, he feels like time's pretty much out. Yes, he's got Corruptors here. He's got Ultraling Bane, but he's forced to fight directly next to the Terran 5th base. There's a planetary there. The Terran is slow pushing from his 5th forwards.
There goes my overseers.
There's no efficiency. He doesn't have overseers to clear up the Widow Mines. He's bringing every single reserve force to the north, but that means his south side is actually exposed, and his north side's getting broken anyway. I mean, this is a beautiful fight from the Terran, and just really good momentum from start to finish. The Ultras, the Lings, the Banes, not enough to defend this new base up the top. And Serral will have to tap out. Loses another hatchery in the bottom right. He did a good job of fighting for it. I think when your 5th base gets denied, you should think about taking the corner bases. Trying to sneak a corner base
Well
up.
played by this guy.
What?
Just couldn't
GG,
get-
well played
yeah,
by this guy.
I think this map is like definitely like I have to play a different style. I was just getting Abu is very hard there. I thought on cross spawn I can probably play anything, but of course I was pretty far behind as well probably, so that doesn't help my case. Well, it wasn't that bad actually.
To pause really quickly, he's saying, oh, it wasn't that bad, because he's thinking, oh, I was probably pretty far behind. But remember, this stage of the game, he hasn't been punished too hard yet. At this stage, he was doing good. He was in a good spot. He's ahead on Carapace. He's got a good work account. He's got good creep spread. This was the point where a few things happened. He had an Overlord on this left side. You can see on the minimap just barely. I know it's kind of hard to see. But that Overlord was a bit too close to the edge and actually gets killed by Marines. I don't know if he accidentally pulled it north or not, which lost him all the vision there, which is why that drop kept sneaking into the 3rd in the main and actually getting little bits of value and damage, but also distracting Serral where it shouldn't have been able to. Likewise, he was too slow to mine these minerals, which is why these guys come in and deny him getting the minerals open, delay him taking this hatchery. He has to spend a lot more APM and units trying to cover the south side, the north side, and the main base here to secure that base. And because he's so occupied with that, defending the right side becomes much harder as well. Essentially, Serral, number 1, going mutas would have made his life much easier. Number 2, not mining these minerals out early enough really kicked him in the butt and made him pay a big tax. And number 3, that Overlord going down, so he lost all of his vision in this dead space, meant that he had less time to react to the repositions. Let's see if Serral kind of clues onto the same things. Obviously, I have the hindsight of being able to watch the whole game in real time, but Serral, he's going to fast forward and see if he can kind of come to the same conclusion.
Actually, I had in supply here. I'm a good carapace timing, good hive timing. So at this point, besides for having a lower worker count, it wasn't too bad actually.
Terran pickups were so clean this game.
Oh, yeah, but that's when I started losing the game. He's probably gonna start getting a supply lead.
And it gets cancelled again.
Took too much effort to get the 5th base up.
Yeah, he's realizing. He actually did replace the Overlord on the left side. Am I crazy? I feel like when I was watching in real time, it was all...
It's actually not too bad. I think
the
if I just
vision
managed to
was
keep
dark
this
there.
base, it was playable.
Maybe I'm imagining things. Maybe he just replaced it at this point.
Yes, that's a bad trade again.
Couple bad trades. You can see he's watching the units lost, guys. There was a point somewhere around here where the Terran starts throwing away units. It had a very Beyond feel to it.
I
Where...
ended up trading negative actually. This one I got a bit back into trading. That's a bad trade as well. It felt really good because he didn't really pay attention, but I think the 3 Vidamas just killed my whole army. Like he just lifted everything up.
Pickups was so good.
Just killed my whole army. There's nothing you can do there. I don't think you can micro against it really.
Serral still gets a few medevacs here and stuff.
Well, I can always try, but it's
Gets a
hard.
bit of value, but
Not like the worst ever.
like I don't think these trades are too bad.
Playable, definitely hard.
Like these trades are
load them up already.
These trades are quite normal. I think at this point it's still very playable, but remember there's this point, where his army's 2 in the bottom right.
Yeah, fairly in this.
I think this
is
base
like impossible to take.
He's saying this base is impossible to take. I was talking to Serral just before he played RSL the other day, and I was saying on Old Sun Temple, you need to sometimes take the corner base rather than this base. And I think this is one of those scenarios where actually going for the corner, number 1, Terran might not scout it. Number 2, it's easier because this base has a ledge right above it where they can keep unloading and they can hide behind the minerals very easily. There's no surface area. So this base actually kind of sucks. I think generally you want to go for the corner base rather than these low ground bases as Zerg.
Without Mutasim, I think even with like Hydras it's probably hard, but maybe with Lurkers I could take it.
Take the high ground. Take the high ground. Remember, Serral, I was backseating you the other day when you were in my Twitch chat.
This army is impossible. Because you can just drop like 1 medivac here and 3 medivacs up there, and it's just like, I can't do anything about it.
That's why you got to take the corner.
So
Remember.
I can only take this space, but the moment he gets this space, then it's like...
The corner!
So. Yeah, this map's definitely...
Obviously, if you go mutas, it's even better to take the corner and stuff, but without mutas, it's just hard. And I think the main thing here is if he played mutas, his life is just so much easier.
Definitely need to play a different style there. But that guy played pretty well, I thought, actually. Pretty good for his MMR.
He played amazing. Pretty good for his MMR.
Wasn't
Just a
bad at all.
6,300 MMR
Thanks
loser.
for sub, plus Morium. Thanks for the gift up.
I wouldn't be surprised if Beyond playing with lag has that rating on the European server. Playing with a bit of lag, a bit of a handicap, that makes perfect sense.
Buff Ike. It might be Björn as well.
All right, guys, going to the next game.
First one actually plays sometimes really well, so
6,100 MMR Zerg player. Let's see what Serral's doing in ZVZ. You could tell he spent a lot of time analyzing that last game. You could tell he's so new to the maps, the new balance. He's got a lot to process. And I like how humble Serral is. He definitely does not like losing, but I think he realizes that there's like so many things he could have optimized in that last game. And I think it makes perfect sense to just slow down and analyze for a bit longer. Yeah, this is a 6-1 Zerg he's pointing out. He's once again going to go for 11 Overlord. Is he? No. Wait, did he already build the Overlord? I think he did. I think he's already built the Overlord, hasn't he? Yeah, that's 11 Overlord. Tabbing out again, guys, in the middle of the game. What a badass. When the game freezes, that's him tabbing out. And yeah, it's 11 Overlord. So he's still doing 11 Overlord. And I believe 16 Hatch, 17 Pool is what he was doing before. This is the easiest build. I kind of love that our greatest player of all time is picking the easiest build. When a lot of the other guys are like, no, you can get 7 more minerals if you do an extractor trick to go 12 Overlord, do an extractor trick to get your 13th drone out earlier. And Serral's like, I don't think, because Serral realizes it's very easy to like slip up on the extractor trick and actually put yourself slightly further behind if you don't perfectly like pull the drone, cancel the extractor almost straight away. It's easy to put yourself behind doing flashy things. And I think he's just like, the difference is so minimal. He wants extreme consistency in his early game. Also, maybe he's just like us, an average Joe, just a bit lazy, just wants to do the thing that's easier, which I appreciate in the greatest player of all time. So yeah, 16 hatchery, 17 pool, guys. Takes the gas immediately afterwards. So 17 pool, 16 gas, and then he resumes droning.
Okay, fast links.
How fast, though?
You cancel the gas on the spot.
Cancels the gas. He's going to play gasless. I love gasless against early pools. This is my favorite response, but it gets you in big trouble if they're doing an all-in, if they're going gas as well. At least on the old patch, it would. Because they can deny your natural, and it's really hard to get back down there. Okay, so he's already pulling drones. Notice, guys, he's pulled 14 drones. He's put them on Army Group 2. And he's just seen that it's a one base, and he's realized, oh god, he's making banelings. Those are banelings. He's going to try and stop the banelings.
Open field here, so maybe have some...
Serral's going to try and... Banelings have 2 armor, guys, and 50 hit points. They're almost impossible to kill. He can kill one of them, but not 2. He's got to get out of there. There's no way he kills the other one. He's got to run. He's got to run. He's got to run. He's going to try and kill that. Those drones are going to try and distract. And then he's going to try and phase back through.
Drones there. We'll see if it links. Maybe he can hold it.
A lot of his drones are damaged. We can't take the Baneling to the face. Beautiful micro from him, though. Really good micro, but no queen. Oh my god, he's only got a queen on the natural. It's not ready yet.
Oh my god, why do I always do that? I just forget the Banelings do splash damage. That's crazy.
Oh,
I know,
no!
I always forget about it when I play against this strat.
One of us!
They do like single damage or some shit. That's crazy.
Oh no!
Okay, he's making more Banelings. I think that's really good for me. But definitely lost too much already, so...
He thinks it's good that the guy's trying to continue the aggression because it shouldn't really be able to find too much more damage, but that's only if he micros really well, and it might be a bit of a long shot. That Baneling could get a big hit.
I split my links again.
He once again ran his lings into the Baneling.
Already. We'll see, maybe I can get it over here.
One of us, one of us, one of us. Guys,
definitely felt very holdable. I did forget the micro, but...
Felt very holdable.
Oh my god, he made 2 more lings. Fuck.
Needed better micro. He's like, why do you make 2 more lings? What the hell? That could have been an extra drone, but he loses a drone to it. Oh, okay. Oh, this is painful, guys.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try, but
he knows
far ahead in workers, and it's just completely hopeless. He also has a gas, which I don't, so that's 1 extra worker he has. Then he has...
You're not wrong, Serral.
Then he has so much more. I mean, I actually saw it pretty fast, so I could have just not defended my natural. I wonder on this.
Yeah,
round
he
it
could have
seems
pulled his
really
drones
doable.
back to his main a bit earlier because he pulled so many
I
drones
think
so
Mikhail
early.
is gonna leave, honestly. Well, maybe not. He doesn't have
He's
that
thinking
many
about
drones.
leaving the game, guys, but he sees the drone count is like he's only down
I
a
mean,
few drones.
I don't know what to rank this guy was. But...
One, two,
his
says-
conquer count's not too bad. He did have link speed on the way, so I think
The other guy
that
has Ling speed though.
It just makes links. It's gonna be a struggle, but
So Serral has to be greedy here to get
I'll
back
try.
in this.
get
He's
one
gonna
extra
stay
queen, so
gasless
I
for a
have
while.
something behind my wall in case he does a little pressure.
There's surprising chances to come back in this
Probably
matchup.
breaking my own gas
Oh,
as
he
well.
just saw something sneak out with his Overlord. He didn't notice it on the minimap. I don't know if it was Zerglings or something else, guys. His Overlord positioning sucks right now. He literally has the only one Overlord outside the base. This is very noob. And the Queen's going to deny
Oh
it.
my god, that's so bad. I'm so
God.
broke already. Like I should never give away free stuff at this point.
You can't be giving away free stuff, number one. But number two, you don't have an Overlord to
Seems like
replace
he
it.
actually didn't go for it. I think I got away with it, maybe. Oh, no, yeah,
No,
not
he
very
still
good.
loses the Overlord.
Now it's hard because I don't even know if he's gonna run Atlas with links. Which he
Yeah, because
probably
you're meant
is,
to
so
have
it's just
two
full
Overlords
wall, but
outside their base.
I hate doing like that kind of blind decisions. So
Yeah, Serral has to make a blind decision. It's his worst
For
enemy.
now.
He hates gambling.
Wait a little bit.
He hates gambling.
Let's get a Warren though.
Yeah, Roach Warren.
Start developing that wall a little bit.
I think just put an Evo down as well. You're so blind. At least you can hold
I
with
can
like two
easily
queens
afford
in the
this,
wall,
actually.
maybe.
Not doing too bad.
But it's so crazy to see Serral forget to
Khan
move
is
his second
not
Overlord across
bad.
the map. You're meant to keep it at home initially for the initial
couple
Bane
links.
pressure, but then once the Bane pressure's cleaned
yeah,
up, it's
no
meant to
reason to
move
pull one
forward.
back.
And he forgot to do that until he lost the Overlord on the front. So he's been very blind. This is good though. Queen could shuffle back slightly here.
Interesting. I think you're kind of doing
Yeah, good drone there. Good drone move to body block.
calculation by him.
Miscalculation by his opponent. Yep. Opponent has a third up. He doesn't know it. I know it because I was watching the minimap. He only just sees the creep at the third now.
There's 3 bases, of course, so that's
Yeah.
bad. But I have 48 workers, and he did make like 10 links, which didn't actually do much.
So Serral's basically stuck on roaches. Other guys coming in with some ling pressure.
Okay, he's just giving away stuff.
He's giving away stuff, but they're Zerglings. They're
I'm
cheap. They're
starting
not
to
worth much.
believe, but I'm worried that he's just gonna have like mutas or something already.
Starting to
here.
believe, but worried about mutas.
I'm just not sure how.
Wrong third. He
How
should be going for
bad
this
is this
triangle
position
third
for
because the
him?
other one's too far away. Yeah, he changed his mind. He realized. I thought he was going to go take the other one, but this is the triangle third is closer to the creep here. That's where you've got to defend because right now you've seen no roaches. You've
One
seen a
thing he was
faster
trying to
third.
go for those. Yeah, he's definitely going mutas. He's already
It's almost
playing
certainly
anti-Nidus.
mutas.
Just gonna start making queens.
He can't confirm, but he has to just assume it's
Already
mutalist.
had his
and
links checking for a potential Nidus, so I'm gonna pull back my obvious.
he's going to pull back his overlords to pretend like
You
it's a
could-
Nidus.
actually has a Warren.
Make it look a bit more threatening. He sees a roach horn. Could be a fake though. And yeah, those Zerglings confirm it's mutalist. He knows it's mutas now. He's got to defend the third. He's got to keep a roach in the natural wall, which he's
Interesting.
done.
Actually has a lot of links.
He
I'm
has
not
to
sure,
drone.
maybe it's I think it's
He
just
has to
muta,
drone
but
right
I'm not
now
sure.
because he's going to have to build 3 or 4 spore crawlers and more queens soon. Oh my god. What is this?
Oh, it's not.
Oh, it's not mutas. It's Ravager
I
Ling.
didn't know in the moment I saw the roach Warren,
Hatchery tech.
but I thought he was in.
Oh, it's a hatchery tech all
I
in.
wonder if I would have defended behind my wall, would have been team fine.
Oh,
Try to use
Well
that
played.
maximal time. I have some extra queens here. No, I shouldn't have let him in. That was a really
shouldn't have let him in so easily. Oh my lord. Oh no, he pulled his drones into the pile. He was trying to dodge on the south, and the 3 drones pulled into a corrosive pile. He loses a lot of guys. He does have upgrades though. His opponent spent a lot. Serral does he counter all in or does he macro here? He's sending a drone out to the third. I think he needs to counter push. But the problem is he can't defend his third and his wall
Definitely
off while
feels
counter
like
pushing.
there was a lot of opportunity in this game, but I think this guy probably wasn't the highest rated player, is what I'm getting at.
Serral shit
Like,
talking
he's
his
probably gonna
opponent's
have mutas
MMR.
behind this or some crap.
He's kind of realizing, dude, I didn't need to like be as panicked because this guy is so much lower rated than me essentially that like there was
Or maybe it's just
more
gonna go 1-1 roach timing.
more
I
of a
think he's
chance to get
winning
back in the
really
game
hard.
than there should
But
have
I
been.
don't think he's winning as hard as it looks because I think to me it feels like that fourth base is okay. He's winning really hard.
I don't think he's winning that hard because
But I
that
still think
fourth base
fourth
is.
like,
Yeah, actually,
just
he's
because
winning
he,
pretty
like,
hard.
macroed poorly. It's not like doesn't like
Often players
I'm
build a
gonna make some
hatchery
drones here.
when they miss macro really badly.
I'm
They
just
go,
gonna stay
oh
on
crap.
51 and hope I can somehow make something work here.
Yeah, Serral's going to say 51 drones, make roaches, and just go for a big all in. He's so far behind, catching up economically is unlikely.
Yeah,
I think he's waiting
back
for.
too early. I remember I just didn't see him actually move out. That was the main issue here.
Yeah, he didn't see the opponent move out. That is the main issue, 100%.
If I can max out, I always have a decent chance, but yeah, that's such a pipe.
You can
dream
tell
at
he's
this
kind of
point.
given up on this game, guys. He's more focused on analyzing how he got here rather than being focused. If this was a tournament game, this would be a really bad mindset to have. For a ladder game, it's not the end of the world,
Probably cancel that
but it
carapace
definitely means
upgrade.
he's not going to be as focused on the present as he should be.
Yeah, just too much.
GG, that is too much. And he's going to tap out
150.
there.
But yeah, his warrior count's not that crazy.
The opponent's economy
Well,
is kind of
was
crazy
completely
here.
dead anyways.
It's like 6 gas,
That
Ravager
was a
Ling.
temple. So he had 11 workers on it then. Okay, yeah, it was very committed.
Very committed. 10 drones only.
I wonder if I microed, would I have been fine here?
The trick
To be
here,
honest,
guys.
I saw he had no natural here, so
Yeah.
I could have just not drone pull, and then I think it's a... Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think this build works on this map, actually.
The drone pull is disastrous.
Because I see the base so fast that I can just not drone pull.
Yeah. So this is part of why actually the Overlord being as fast as it is right now makes it, you actually scout these sort of all in so early. And the problem is you don't want to pull drones to defend. You can give up your natural. If your opponent's taking gas on one base, just survive in your main base. If you don't lose drones, you are so far ahead. You're at double the work account. But because he pulled to defend his natural, thinking his opponent was doing a gasless build with a fast expand, and he didn't realize until about 10-15 seconds from now, once his drones were fighting, he looked over here and he was like, oh, it's one base. Uh-oh. And that was what he was already committed. And he couldn't afford to build 2 queens, couldn't afford as many zerglings. His drones take crazy damage fighting the zerglings on their own. It was a disaster from here. So I think he's just realizing, okay, actually pay attention to your Overlord when it arrives at their base. How crazy is this? This is the sort of stuff I constantly have to tell myself. And yeah, it's wild. It's wild to see Serral having to just remind himself of a lot of like the basics and kind of get acclimated because new build, new timings, new maps. And he's just, it's not second nature. He's having to build this muscle memory from scratch, just like the rest of us.
And just make a gas. Well, it would help if he already had the gas, definitely, but... Yeah, I just didn't have enough drones on the links. If I pull all my drones there, it actually would have been really good, because then I could have fight the banelings, and... Yeah, it was really greedy to make the banelings there, actually. Yeah, it's only on 9 workers. Honestly, like, if I just micro there, I think I would have won.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm with him. I think if he doesn't run 6
that's
zerglings into this
here, so I
bane...
just run into it, but
Oh my god, it was like 8! There was like 8 zerglings into the
See if there
baneling.
was any hope before, after.
Was there any hope after?
Yeah, not really. He's
It's
just so much ahead.
pretty far
okay, he's only
behind.
1 queen. Let's see how it develops.
I think there was a chance, but it's you know, you're not meant to win from here, but there was a chance because the opponent took a while to get the second queen and drone up. But they were still
they're
ahead on
really
workers
behind
with link
by a
speed, map
decent
control.
margin, but it's not now. It seems like doable.
Competitive work account, he even had a lead.
Yeah, I'm actually outmining him already at this point.
Yeah.
He did a mistake there. That was really good for me. I'm actually way outmining him here. Yeah, this is the drone gun he probably stays at. No, he went 48 actually. I'm surprised if I just made roaches here, how did I die so easily? I guess I started at the extra queens as well.
Started queens, he built a few extra drones.
Yeah, I just made a blind read there, but it was an incorrect read. It looked like he was playing already like... Yeah, it looked like he was already checking for Nidus worms here.
Yeah.
But it wasn't actually.
Yeah, that's a fake lair, guys. Just in case
I
the
just
overseer
didn't get
commits.
Scout. If I was faster on this side, then I thought the Warren, but they didn't tell me much.
If he did commit to the scout, though, he still would have seen the lairs not finished, would have told him it's not Mutalisk. So if he sacrificed the overseer, it actually would have been worth it there. But like he's saying, hey, he probably could have reacted just to the roaches there. But yeah, not having vision of the most direct push path here was a real bummer. This was really rough, not seeing this move out.
Yeah, honestly, if I mean, I should have just held on top of my ramp. Also made some extra drones at some point. Well, it is what it is. Pretty uninteresting game.
Pretty uninteresting game. Obviously, that's not his MMR, guys. He's tabbed out so quickly, the number didn't finish scrolling up. You'll often see that on his stream. Or I don't know if he only has one monitor, or he's just scrolling out, tabbing out to look at chat, or what the go is. But yeah. His opponent, way below his skill level, just harvested 48 rating off of him. It hurts. When you're rank 1 on ladder, you're well above 7,000 MMR. Every loss is going to hurt a massive amount. But GG, well played. Let's go to the next one. Alright guys, this one's versus Dolral. I've looked them up on SD2 Revealed. It does not, we don't know who this is. 6.2k Zerg though, so a pretty damn good Zerg player. Obviously Serral's above 7,000 ratings, so these guys are still not really the guys you expect to be competitive with him. But it's another ZVZ. We saw there's a lot of unknowns. There's a lot of area that is unexplored. There's a lot of fog of war in the Zerg versus Zerg matchup right now. So he's got that 11 Overlord on the way. Actually, that kind of looks like a drone there, doesn't it? No? Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's the 11 Overlord now building. Yeah. Look at me getting confused. Builds his 12th drone, and then he just waits for that 11 Overlord to come out. Now, often your second Overlord will go over your natural, kind of front of your natural to try and see any incoming lings. But you usually then will still rally it to the front of the enemy's base very quickly. So you can have 2 Overlords outside the enemy base. So if one gets pushed back by Queens, the other Overlord can kind of move in to compensate. One pulls back, you know, one has to pull back, one pulls forward. One goes, you know, you kind of, you dance the 2 Overlords to keep vision of any sort of ling floods or anything coming across the map. Big, do you know why Serral's doing 11 Overlord? Honestly, I think it's just ease and comfort.
Because the path goes from like here, so I don't see it with my first.
His hatchery and pool timings, to be honest, look almost identical to the other build. So I think it's.
more challenging.
I think it's similar enough. It doesn't matter. Serral actually doesn't split hairs over stuff like that. He doesn't bother shift clicking his workers to make them mine faster, where other players do. He as detail oriented as he is. I think when something's like a 3 mineral difference in the early game, Serral just doesn't care. He's got bigger fish to fry. I think if people figure out for sure, it's like, oh no, it is actually 10, 12 minerals earlier, better every game, and he's figured out the rest of the meta, he might be like, oh, okay, let's change my opening slightly. But I think for the moment, it seems samey enough, and he'd rather just have a consistent, easy opening is what my feeling is, but I haven't asked him about it. The rest of us, to be honest, are sheep. We just copy what Lambo does. We trust him to do the research so we don't have to.
Alright,
Serral's
first.
Alright. So he's gone hatchery first.
So
Opponent's gone spawning pool first. Bit of a safer opening from his opponent. You've got to be worried about an 18 to 20 drone ling bane timing, because it could be a very early gas. It could be pool hatch with a gas, like, so pool gas hatch, something like that. And there is, you know, some classic 18 drone ling bane timings and stuff. They're pretty all in. They're not considered very good in the 12 worker meta. But
like that right now.
Timings are different.
Actually,
Scouting's a bit different. You can see he's going to have the 2 Overlords outside the base now. That second Overlord is arriving here, so we can kind of shimmy them both over to that left side and then have them compensate for each other. 1 Overlord outside his base. He's going to go take a third. How many workers did he pull off gas, guys? 2?
Oh, I didn't make any lings, actually.
Dude, this is such a greedy build for Serral against the pool first.
Crazy.
This is insane.
It's a bit crazy, but I guess I might...
His queen went so far out. He's not got a Baneling Nest started. His opponent's going macro hatch in the wall off. What? Why you do that? Carapace Ravager Zergling timing, like what he died to in the last game, could be boosted by this. But normally you get that hatchery much earlier if you're going to do this.
Not doing
Bizarre. And Serral is sensing, because that macro hatch, he's like, well, you're not playing Ling Speed. I don't need a Baneling Nest. I'm going to go straight Evo Chamber. He's building some Lings. He's going to go poke with Speedlings to get some vision, because he's like, I got to see what's happening. I'm being so greedy.
Good chance it's gonna be like a roach. Well, actually, pretty little roach warren there.
Okay,
Quite
so he
like
sees
my position already.
solid wall off. Serral likes his position already. And my question is, what does Serral do from here, guys? He's going to drop it because he'll connect his three bases with creep. He's got a second gas. He's got an Evo chamber. I think he's going to... Is he playing Ravager Ling? Is it Carapace or +1 range? This looks like a Carapace build that Serral's doing, actually. Opponent's only 2 queens at the front. I think he's coming forward to inject that third hatchery.
Like 44 drones already, so it's not too bad.
Serral's like, oh, the other guy's on 44 drones already, so it's not so bad for him. Serral's making a lot of Zerglings. I think... Oh, Ling Flood coming out. Oh, he got surrounded! Not looking! Cheeky bugger!
Again, I will say it might still be free because I was making like links, but I already lost like 8 links or so. So maybe he has too many now.
Does the opponent have an upgrade? I don't think so, does he? Unless he hid an Evo chamber in the back, which he might have. Serral's got to be careful. He lets the queens tank. Really good move for Serral. You don't want to lose the queens. You still want to have their ranged firepower in there. Crazy situation. He's Overlord sacrificed. He sees the lair is done. Whoa, which means this guy might already be into Mutalisks. Finished lair is a big tell. Carapace is coming into +1 range for Serral. His lair's only just now starting.
I feel like
Serral
I'm
should be
trappable, but I'm not sure if I am. That's the hard part.
No, you've got to counterattack Serral. Serral says, oh, he feels in trouble. He just droned, I think. Did he? Or is it all Zerglings that he built? I can't tell. Okay, no, it's just Overlords. It was Overlords.
Where are the Lings? Like, I see them, but I don't see them.
He sees mass Zerglings. Yeah, he's got to fight. Once Carapace is finished, just force an engagement. I think he wins as long as the other guy doesn't have upgrades. I don't know if he's checked the other guy's upgrades. Has he?
No, actually, we don't need that.
Okay, he cancels it. He's going to play 3 gas for now. He's expecting Mutalisks. Doesn't have to be Mutalisks, though. Opponent's still on 2 base. What is going on?
It has to be.
Is this guy just playing mass Zergling? Is there even going to be Mutalisks? What is happening in this game? Catches a few Zerglings. He's going to try and trap some of those Lings, but he's going to get surrounded. Serral! Serral! The hunter becomes the hunted, guys. He's got to pull back.
Make some
what a weird game this is. Oh, I think he just clicked the upgrades, but I missed it. Sorry, guys. I've got to pause this. Serral's eyeballs are much faster than mine because he knows when he's going to click something I don't. So I've got to pause this.
Make some roaches.
Okay, +1 Carapace for his opponent. He did click it there, so they're equal upgrades right now. But the opponent might have melee about to kick in. It's a mass Ling war. I do like that mass Ling seems to be back in this patch. I don't really know why, other than maybe just the lava production increase, but it's been really fun how much mass Zergling battles there's been. Where players skip Banelings, but then end up investing in the upgraded Zerglings later. And here comes the Mutas. Oh, damn. So his opponent's got the tech advantage, but he's only on 2 base. Serral has to protect his queens. Those queens get caught out on their own. And things can go quite poorly for you. He's got to target that Overlord. He didn't target the Overlord. It's still alive.
Target fired.
Serral's got a Spore coming up in each base, but actually, I think this is a weird spot where like it feels like his opponent shouldn't be able to afford a lot of Mutalisks, but I don't know that. I have no idea how much gas he banked. If he's just building Zerglings...
Bit of a different approach this game. We'll see how it goes.
Bit of a different... I think he needs a connecting Spore. He needs a Spore out front. His queens aren't going to be able... If 5 more Mutas come, they can overwhelm those queens. So he needs 1 Spore between the bases. Got a good mineral count. He needs a Spore here. Otherwise, that middle area out front his natural wall, I think is very vulnerable. Zerglings. Still here. Serral's the best in these situations. Ooh, and he gets a muta kill. That's awesome. That's so good. Kind of feels like the opponent's not committing to mutas though.
It's so interesting his muta count isn't getting higher.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm, like,
yeah.
having a really hard time understanding why is
I think he's going for a roach all in.
hiding.
The opponent, I think, is doing a roach Zergling all in. I know that sounds bizarre.
Or why is he exactly?
Why are we sending the roaches across though? That's kind of crazy. Oh no, no, no. Here comes. Oh my god, it's a Baneling all in. No way. Who does this? Absolute maniac. 5 mutas into mass slow Baneling. The roaches trying to save him. The infestor's getting taken down. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's a nasty build. Dude, Serral's micro is lit though. Oh, this cheeky Zerg player, man.
I'm not sure if I lost yet, but we'll
No,
see.
if you
I'll
you gotta
just
rebuild
start
your queens and
developing.
more spores, more
Probably
queens, and I think
I
you're
lost
fine. This feels like a 2-base all in. Serral's feeling like he's dead. I don't think he is.
So I can't make roaches anymore.
I think he's
dead.
okay. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I should have realized.
I don't think you're dead. The opponent's on 2-base.
A bit of GG there, but
I could be wrong, but like I don't think the opponent had droned his third. I mean, the supply is pretty bad.
yeah.
Maybe he was dead.
I mean, I said even that.
But he was fighting with drones at the third. I thought they should just try to mineral walk away. But yeah, I mean, I think he definitely should have got a spore in between his 2 bases. That was a huge mistake in my opinion. I want to play the game where I want to compare my stuff to his opponent. But it's so clever from his opponent because I was like, he clocked while playing the same time the scouting read that I clocked with 0 pressure on me. I don't have to multitask at all. And he, within 2 seconds of me going, that muta count's not growing, he's like, it's weird, this guy's muta count's not growing, I can't figure out what he's doing. Starts scouting, and then a billion banelings come out of the fog. That's insane read from Serral, but then also great play from the opponent. It's so clever. You're both on mass Zergling, you've gone Mutalisks, you're so far past the baneling stage of the game, and then showing up with a ton of slow banelings is just such a shock. Like, you both are so invested in mass. This is just genius from the opponent. I love the opponent's play. They really, really understood how to catch him off guard. I do wonder if there was a spore in between the bases. Sure, it could have got targeted down pretty quickly, but I wonder if that would have helped out. I also feel like Serral maybe could have split off a few small squads of Zerglings to just run around and get map vision and like not actually fight, but just try to see what's happening. I think Serral did get pushed into his corner in terms of vision a bit too much because he was afraid of the opponent's mass ling overwhelming him. He felt like he needed everything together.
There's no more mutas, so he was doing something, but I didn't expect that. But of course, if I just was back home with everything, it would have been pretty easy hold there. Just roaches and good spots. And if I got the infestors, I mean, it's like I don't have that many roaches, so it's not like super.
Yeah, the fact that he just moved out with all of his roaches like his roaches should not have been on the other side of the map. That was a huge mistake. If he has 8 roaches spread here with the queens and a spore crawler out here, would have been massive.
Very easy, but I don't know. I think it would have been pretty easy, honestly. Yeah. Just running across with the roaches was a game-losing mistake. I should have run across with a couple links instead and just checked something if he had like drones on his third base, but
Yes. Yeah, he realizes
Yeah.
just send a few lings across, could have
pretty
seen
bad.
what was happening. And if he sees no drones on the third, build more spores, queens, roaches, and just survive. Like, your only mission is survive. It's kind of a funny situation.
I
Is
just trying to scout with this OE because like I saw the lair and I thought I was in like really deep water, but I actually was just winning really hard, I think. That's so bad.
He was up 10 drones for a while.
Yeah, giving those away for free was really dumb, actually.
Yeah, the lair was up, but the
Main day,
mutas
you
were
know,
actually
because then
pretty
I would have
late.
had, like,
So
a decent, easier time. Like I didn't need to do this worker pool even. I could have just fought here, but dumb decisions cost you sometimes.
So he feels like he could have just man-moded it, basically A-moved the Zergling fight, and just kept macroing and just kind of continued his lead. He felt like he gave a bit too much respect to his opponent's build order here. And I think that's always cool to see Serral realizing that his perception of where he was in the game was actually a bit different to where he actually was.
Yeah, he's only on 39 drones here. I could have.
Because remember earlier, Serral said, oh, the other guy's on 44 workers already. So even though I've got like a bunch of drones on my third, it's not too bad for him economically. He's found out on rewinding. At that point, the guy was at 34. 10 less drones than he thought. Because in Serral's mind, if you're building a macro hatch in the wall off, you must have fully saturated 2 bases. That was the kind of read that that was the assumption that he made.
I just made like instead of 8 drones, I could have just made like a couple roaches and some banelings, and it would have been an easy win. But I think air neating works here. I'm just too far ahead.
Anything works. I'm just too far ahead.
I just need to be a little bit careful so he doesn't find like an angle like he did. He did like a surprising push and won with it. But
just don't get caught out of position and you will be fine. Once again, guys, tabbing out before the MMR finishes loading. I guarantee you, his rank on GM, he's actually much higher than that. But 3 losses in a row is absolutely insane. Let's see if Serral can turn this around. All right, guys, I think the next game is versus Max Pax. I'm going to take a quick little break, play some ads, and we'll be back in a second, okay? I think this one's Max Pax, right? Yeah, he gets Max Pax in the next game. Who's down to 6,200 MMR, which is crazy. Serral's down below 6,800, actually. Oof, those 3 losses hurt. Quick ad break. See you guys in 3 minutes. That could be really bad, but look, luckily he heads in the direction of the Lingbane. This is good. Maru's finding him. Serral. Uh-oh. Oh, he just burrowed. He was in vision for a second. Did Maru notice? Maru didn't notice. It was in vision. He was in vision. Oh, Serral burrowing the army. Dude, those guys would have been trapped there otherwise. But he hides it. He unburrows, and now he moves out. Serral, you dirty genius. He's waiting for the Banelings to lead the charge. Banelings in front so he doesn't give away what's happening. And there we go. Banelings are going to burst through. Oh my god. At the same time, he rolls Lingbane on the front army and clears half of the front army and clears everything on the rally at the same time. SCV's trying to evacuate right now. The SCVs are trying to evacuate. Baneling did burrow in the mineral line, by the way. That Baneling blows up on the gas randomly, dropping into the main base. Serral's going for the attack right now. Serral's bringing more units to the front while defending with his rally. Do you know how hard that is? Oh god, with that Infestor, he's got to be so careful, mate. Don't follow the army, Rainer! Rainer! Oh, he does pop up. Fungal Parasitic Bomb! Oh, that's big! That's big! The Medivacs are getting blasted, but the Bio pulls behind the mineral line pretty effectively. Is it enough to keep it all alive? 2 Medivacs save a few of the ghosts. A bunch of SCVs and Bio do go down. Liberators coming in to try to save the day. The Hydras do take out one of those Liberators, but I think they should pull back now, as I think this push is probably over. Oh, he's continuing. Rainer's horny right now. He wants to get in there. He wants to rip this Terran apart. I think maybe chasing a bit further than he needed to, though. A lot more Hydras did go down there. That cost him a lot of money. Terran is broken. Fuck Terran. The Cyclones are so fucking bullshit right now. Widowmine OP. Protoss is BS. What the fuck is that new mothership? Can't abduct it? Can't even abduct it? Fuck. Oh, he meant campaign? Is that what he was talking about? Oh, campaign, not complain. Oh. Still hits pretty early, though. 9 Stalkers. I think it's well worth blinking in for this tank. Actually, it's a lot of Marines. It's a lot of Marines. It's not worth blinking into that, yeah. Because that's like 8 Marines, 9 plus 4, 5, yeah. That's 13 Marines will do too much damage. Now, he can blink up if he wants, but... Oh, he's going to go for it. Is he going to get it? Oh my gosh, he's ferrying across the building wall. Dude, Max Pax with a crazy move. Gets the tank. It cost him, I think, only 1 Stalker. That was actually so cool. We've been thinking about this tank with this wall off as basically a brick wall that you just cannot get past. But if he has too many Marines on the natural, doesn't have any support, you can do that. And only 1 Stalker for 1 tank. Great trade. Oh, the Zergling couldn't fit inside. He's like, I want to be one of the boys. Please pick me up. Please, can I go? Please, can I go? Mom. She's like, no, Jimmy, you're too young to kill SCVs. You can't come into the Terran base, not until you're older. It's like, oh, I just want to go fight some Terran, man. So he's going to go for what we call the virgin harassment again, guys. This is what you do if you don't have a lot of things to spend your APM on. Spawning pool's delayed a few seconds there. Get wrecked, Max Pax. You suck, dog. Oh, Adept's gonna get. Oh! Oh my god, the micro! What am I looking at? I'm not even commentating. It's so well microed by both players. What did I just witness? I wish I commentated that. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing.
You guys remember there was that real deranged psychopath in this? At some point, I remember I was trying to impersonate the guy because the guy was a super fucking weirdo. He's like, "You sound fucking Asian." Like he was just real, like you know the homeless guy that shouts at people to go back to their own country really aggressively. He kind of had that energy. Oh yeah, there it is. That's it. I think it was at this point where, while editing this video, I was like, I think I need a haircut. Like, this was me impersonating him, the player, and I really feel that should be a GIF, by the way, guys. I should really.
There's 1 Baneling, 17 Zerglings. He doesn't have a big army. He needs a minute. He might have to give this base up. The Infestor's looking for the Fungal. He wants to pop it from a little further behind. Nice double Fungal in the rear with the Fungal gear. There's another Infestor there as well. He's going to pop it up. Oh! Juicy, Lucy, big green goopies all over Kua's face. And the Terran players vomit on their shoes. And the Zerg players say, wait, is Ultra Infestor actually legit? Is it broken? Is it good? Or is Dark just an absolute Chad gamer with a giant Ultralisk? A big, thick, firm Ultralisk. We're not gonna. This Ultralisk just got promoted to a Ravager. He's like, what the fuck? I'm an Ultralisk. That's a death. There's still big windows. Like 25 Zealots, no Zealots. Oh my lord. I don't know how. If Hero attacks 2 places at once, I don't think Max Pax can possibly defend. He blinks. Oh my god. Okay, Max Pax trying to get out of there. He's got a stasis trap on that right flank. It's gonna freeze. Oh my gosh. Holy blink of the Death Lord, man. What in the hell? Blinking forward Hero. Struggling. There's so many stasis traps on this map, guys. There's 5 stasis traps still out there. Stalker's poking forward. Max Pax knows with his Zealot light army, he needs Archons as the follow-up. He's making Dark Templar. He's going to morph those into Archons, or think about it anyway. For now, it's Stalkers, it's Stasis Traps. Can he defend? Good Blink Micro. Stalkers are so good defensively. Zealots are good if he's hitting the natural, if he's hitting the main, if he's elsewhere. But if Max Max is in one position, blinking back perfectly, he will trade far better over the long run than Hero. Hero needs to overwhelm, or he needs to get those Immortals on top of those Stalkers. Oh, he blinks in his Stasis Trap again, and now but he just doesn't have the material to fight these Marines, let alone the siege tanks anchoring the position. The Medivacs there as well. A Ling run by does try to come in on that bottom side. You can see he's going to catch the rally, but Clem already insta-reacts, dodges the Biles. Serral almost eats his own corrosive Biles there. Slow Banelings waddling into these Marines. Bile actually lands on a few of them, but the tank shots. Ow, 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 ow. Whenever you walk into these tank shots, so many Marines. He gets a triple Bile off to Serral, but he loses every Ravager to kill one siege tank. Clem fights back and puts the brakes on the Serral train. Oh my god. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god. Dude, he's fighting back, bro. Holy crap. And fight him they will. So over the way, guys, I'd take a quick bathroom break. Oh my god, I hope you guys are having a great time. I grabbed an apple. A pink lady apple. One of the best apples. It was a good time. All right, let's get after it, guys. Let's keep on watching. And this is funny. Thank you for the support, guys. Did I eat the apple in the bathroom? Yeah, actually I did. I grabbed the apple, was eating it, and then I ate it while I peed as well. Yeah. I'm a cool guy like that. Like to have a snack while I'm urinating. It's cool, cool. Kiwian! Hello! How are you doing? Kiwian in the chat. What's up? What's up? Yeah. Oh, totally your call. It's only 5 inches, so yeah, it's not big enough. You know, I like a girthier set of. We're talking about a TV, guys. I promise. Yeah, no, I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think ours is. Yeah. If we're gonna get a new one, rather just actually get a better quality one for sure. Yeah. Dot's friend was getting rid of or cousin was getting rid of a old TV, guys, and it's like a pretty cheap TV, and it's like a few inches bigger than ours, like maybe 4 or 5 inches. But we're just like, yeah, I think it's also like a pretty cheap TV, kind of like ours. And we're like, if we're going to upgrade, we'd probably get one that's a bit girthier, a bit bigger, and also has better picture quality. Yeah. Kian, Kian. Protoss underestimating how fast the gateway production is. They barely need gates now. Can invest into tech faster for sure. Yeah, 100%. It's really good. It's even more updated now. Honey Crisp beats Pink Lady. I don't know what a Honey Crisp is. I don't know if we have Honey Crisp in Australia. But essentially, Pink Lady is just like a ridiculously sweet apple. It's like, I imagine most American popular apples probably taste pretty similar. Americans love things that are like overly sweet, just like we do in Australia. So probably have similar apples there. Honey Crisp is a cooking apple, but it's also super sweet. Yeah. Red Delicious used to actually be delicious. Feels bad, man. I heard someone the other day, someone was talking about how Red Delicious is like garbage, but used to be good or something. So old people in Australia, they'll be like, no, those Pink Ladies are disgusting. It's too sweet. Give me a Granny Smith apple any day. So Granny Smith is like a green apple that's like getting punched in the face with sourness. They're actually delicious. I do love a Granny Smith apple as well, but they're sour as shit. But yeah, I do enjoy a good sour apple as well, man. They are good. My go-to is a Pink Lady, but occasionally a Granny Smith's pretty nice. I also like if I'm gonna have like some chopped up apple with like Greek yogurt or something, go the Granny Smith and you get the fucking double sour hit. Fuck yeah. Granny Smith and peanut butter, really? Woo. Nice. I did grew up in around high school years in Epping here in Sydney. And they would have the Granny Smith Festival at Eastwood next door in the neighboring suburb. I guess that's where Granny Smith came from. The woman that bred the super sour apple. Good stuff. My wife went into sexual innuendo a bit recently. Usually she's the only one that laughs at her jokes. This time was hella awkward because she kind of forgot she doesn't talk like that when her sister is sitting with us. Oh, that's always great. Yeah. Occasionally Dot will say some like unhinged crazy shit that's purely my influence. And she'll say it around other people and she'll be like, fucking, what have you, fucking Jared making me weird? And I'm just like, yeah. Empire apples are where it's at. Nice. All right, I gotta try those Honey Crisps, man. They sound good. Actually, do we have Red Delicious here in Australia as well, guys? Because I know there's like a popular red apple and it's kind of chalky inside. Is that Red Delicious? Is Red Delicious the chalky apple? Because I fucking hate that apple. There's a really popular apple. Yeah! It has terrible texture. Yeah, it's the worst. It's like they just tried to trick us with the name. You know what I mean? They're like, yeah, it's Red Delicious. And you're like, red chalky as shit is what it is. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. I hate chalky apples, man. I mean, they're edible. They're fine. Like, they're totally fine. Like, I can eat them. I just, there's so many better options out there these days. What can I say? Golden Delicious are way too soft. Yeah, they probably just chose them because they breed quickly. Oh no, I missed the, damn it, I'd accidentally paused it on the funniest Serral face. I want to do that again, if we can. All right, guys, going into the next game, I've decided to pause here because I think Serral on a 3 losing streak is like, oh my god, can we finally win? And I think he's just looked at his opponent's name on the screen, MaxPax, and he's like, what's crazy is MaxPax MMR is so low. MaxPax is legitimately below 6,200, lowest MaxPax has been in a long time, no doubt struggling with the patch over the last few weeks. Serral himself, though, has dropped like almost 200 rating today. He's down below 6,800. Let's see how this one goes. Serral's got to lock in, man. ZVP against MaxPax. When the games
don't go well, they don't go well,
When the games don't go well, they don't go well, Indeed.
Usually if I would get 3 losses in a row, I'd just call it a day.
I'd normally call it after 3 losses. That's so funny. He knows this is like, you know, they have 1,000-year floods. This is like a 1,000-year flood in terms of for Serral. He's like, this is a once in 15 generations bad day. He'll be hoping it's side spawn. Max could spawn here or here. If it's cross spawn, it's gonna be really hard to get across to kill Max.
Losing MMR is a positive thing.
So here's better.
Makes it easier to get it back because you get like insane amount of points.
So I think one of the interesting things is thinking about this map. If it is indeed side spawn, you can probably play standard. But if it's cross map, I think a mass Zergling trying to tech towards quick ultra style is actually key. I think this is the best thing you could possibly do. Is it a super safe style? Hell no. But Raynor became an expert at that style, and I think you got to kind of, if it ends up being cross map, emulate Raynor. If it's side spawn, I mean, Roach Queen pushes are great. You know, the Queen dropped the German taxi, as we call it. You could play Hydra Bane, I guess. You could do probably some good Nidus all-ins on this map, no matter what spawn it is. Be interesting to see how he plays it out. For now, 16 hatchery, so 11 Overlord, 16 hatch, and no doubt that 17 pool coming right up as well. I wonder if Serral decides his build order based on the matchup, map size, specific opponent, or something else. All these factors interplay a little bit, but you'll see for this opening, pretty much the same every game, every matchup, right? So first 2 minutes is pretty much identical. Only thing that changes is Overlord pattern in all the games we've seen so far today.
Wait, where did he come from there?
He's trying to figure out where did that probe come from.
I guess, I mean, it's just cross spawn or what?
He thinks it's cross spawn.
I don't quite even understand where he came from just now. Did he come from the Watchtower or
maybe Maxback scouted.
Left?
Did Maxback immediately go cross map, or maybe Maxback scouted top left and doesn't know that you can't spawn there, even though it tells you where the players can spawn at the start. So 3 workers on gas.
Be in top left according to the map.
Microing his drones to stop where the workers are. He knows his opponent has to be top right.
Forgot my AOE. Wow.
Forgot his Overlord.
Too bad.
Serral a little bit distracted about the probe, and he forgot his Overlord, which should go down on, I believe, 19 supply normally. I think it's normally 19. You guys tell me if I'm wrong on that. But for me, I found 19 is the best, because then you build your 2 queens, you build your 2 Zerglings, and then you're like, oh, I'm at like 23 or 24 out of 24. And then your Overlord pops, and you are out of the supply block. So he's got that up. He's going to go for inject in the main. Creep Tumor on the natural. Normally you'd do that the other way around. You'd inject the natural, bring the queen down from the main, and then put the creep down. But he wants to get that creep as early as possible. 32 supply third base. Has he built the Overlord yet? Or does he start the Overlord after the hatchery? He's got 140 minerals. Just started an Overlord. Or was that a queen, actually? It was a queen.
Hanging here.
He already had the Overlord. Overlord's popped. Sorry, Serral's getting a bit more quiet now that he's losing a lot of games.
I think if maybe I can catch the adept if I'm this far forward. The move across.
He's talking about catching the adept. Another double extractor tricky supply block. He's tilted. He's in the sunken place, guys.
Yeah, he has the stalker there.
Ah, okay. Okay. His lings are coming around to try and catch the adept after it's used its shade, maybe. Slings might go across the map to try and get the Stalker, actually. Oh, if he could save the Overlord, that'd be excellent. He does not want to lose that Overlord. Oh, okay, he wants to catch the Stalker, but he doesn't want to... He wants the Oracle to fly away.
I'm going to lose the AOE, no question about it, but...
He says he's going to lose the Overlord, no question about it, but he's trying to delay it as long as possible, guys. And you can see the Lings there, thinking of skirmishing with the Stalker, but he's kept it alive long enough that he's already built a ton more drones.
It's taken like a lot of effort from him.
He's got more Overlords. It's taking a lot of effort from Max Pax as well. I think this is super worth it for him. As long as he's not mismacroing, and look at that, extra Overlords coming out. At this point, he probably doesn't care. If he loses the Overlord, who cares? I would have stopped looking at this a while ago. Serral, though, he's always got attention to burn. Extra resource. Oh, I love that. Evo Chamber has a lot of hit points. Pulling the drones away is really nice. Oh, my lord. Oh, his micro's so good. Serral switching on, ladies and gentlemen. He is switching on, and he's going for a super fast 4th base. This is a very nice build order. Oh, he's done this so well. Sorry,
Pretty
I
long
didn't
map,
know.
so I'm just gonna play like super macro here.
Why is that popped up at the bottom? I don't know. Yeah, it's a big, long map. He's going to play Super Macro. I think he should. Super Macro is a good idea. I think the best way to play, like I said, head towards Ultras. On a big, giant map like this, Ultras is going to be good. He could also play Hydra Bane, but Hydra Bane falls off a cliff in terms of efficiency against two things, Storm and Mothership. You get Storm and Mothership up as max packs? Well, to be fair,
That's really bad. I lost so many
Hero
workers.
sometimes delays his fourth for like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Max
now
packs will never do that.
insane amount of workers.
I'm pretty sure Max packs always goes for very, very quick fourth base. Max packs hates being behind on economy. He loves
keep
pushing his
on
economy
my-
to the max. Is it going to be a charge or
I
a
don't
blink
think I'm
opening,
actually
guys?
gonna get those. Oh, yeah.
Doesn't quite get the 2 adepts, which is frustrating. But he's defended the oracles pretty well. His fourth base is already finishing just past 6 minutes. Like, he sees 6 gases,
I'm just gonna
which
keep
means it's an
throwing
economic
at
play.
them.
His opponent's going to go straight Storm. I
evil.
think if he pivots Ultras right now, in reaction to the 6 gas, I think he's in a great spot. If he goes Hydra Bane, the question is, will he find the window to kill the fourth base or do big damage? Because, man, we're seeing those early motherships are
Taking
friggin'
carpool
punishing
units now, but
against mass Hydra style.
it's a little
Hydra
stalker
Bane.
poke.
Okay, Stalker Poke coming
Nothing
forward
too
with
severe.
oracles.
This is pretty
Got to build a lot of army. He's got Hydra movement speed on the way, I'm
Snap
pretty
is
sure.
actually quite not like insane for timing, I feel like.
He's... Guys, he just
Like a
literally was
rushing
analyzing the
water
map architecture. I kid you not. Sorry, I've got to pause for a moment. He's got Blink Stalker Oracle coming in. He's building units to defend. And in the midst of that, he kind of was macroing off his control groups. He went over and panned across the terrain in front of the natural and the fourth. He said, this map's not that amazing actually for a timing. He's already thinking about Hydra Bane and how good his strategic choice has been for this map. This is Serral just literally learning. I love that Serral, he's having a bad day, and so many of us get hyper competitive, like, let's just win. And he's still just like a sponge going around absorbing. He doesn't even care about these games. He cares about the future games and like building the knowledge as quickly as possible. That's crazy to me. He's also just scouted the fleet beacon. Let's see how he reacts.
Well, then I'm just gonna send it. That's crazy.
Just gonna send it? Yeah, I like that call. I like that call.
Like, that is a bit extra, definitely.
You're gonna have to do damage before Mum is out. He's got 2 minutes to hit. He's got to go before...
Rush
If he can hit before
mothership.
9 minutes, that would be optimal. Because you got to hit before the mothership's out.
If the mothership does pop, he will probably defend with 0 E4, so this might be a big risk by me.
Yeah, if the mothership pops, he'll probably defend it really easily, he says. So this might be a really big risk for me. Not mine, it is. See that? Oh, Link's come in. So he didn't move in for the surround, wasn't able to focus that down, is what it is. He hasn't broken the rocks on the
Might
left
get
side
three
either.
over
Stasis
here.
traps could be hard there. His
Yeah,
army
he's
needs
playing
to
a
get going.
three-base mothership. I think attacking into this is like a
Oh,
suicide.
he's playing the hero style. It's 3-base Storm Mothership, guys. That's
I'm gonna get
really
stopped
hard
for free.
to play against with this. This is, yeah, you'd much rather be heading Ultras here against this
Really
style.
thinking- I mean, I just feel like there's no way he doesn't have the mothership by this time.
If he has,
Like,
if he
just
has like
look
7
romantic,
storms,
pops
I don't
in,
think
like,
you can
5
kill this.
seconds usually.
Mum is out in about 30 seconds, guys. Just about 9, just after 9 minutes, I think she'll pop, depending on how many chronos he uses.
Oh, I have it here.
Here we go, big timing. Oh, no storms.
Yeah, he has no units. Oh my god.
He didn't click his Banelings on the warping in Stalkers. Miss micro for Serral.
It's too late. Let me see, I'm killing like all his pros, so maybe if I kill his board as well.
That was a huge misplay for Serral, guys.
Actually,
He
I
could
guess
have blown
Oracle
up every
as
Stalker on that
well.
right side. He went home to inject, and he was talking about, oh yeah, I'm killing all of his probes. Like he's already won this fight. It should have been a much better fight. A lot of those probes escaped, number one. Number two, those warping in Stalkers could have been blown up instantly when they didn't have many hit points, getting to the probes faster, but also
Let's see
clearing
how
all those
this goes.
Stalkers.
I did like this star piece play pretty hard here. Oh my god. Not having overseer speed here really sucks.
Yeah, anytime you get caught without overseers, Protoss players are so good at just focusing them down and using cloak, it's really brutal.
I mean, I should
But
be
no
fine
storm.
at least.
Yeah, Serral's going to go ultras from here.
Like
And
3
being
bases.
5 base versus 3 would be good, but his 5th is a bit late. His 5th is a little slower than I'd like to see it. You know what'd be sick, guys, is if Max Pax has one of the corner
Start
bases.
merging
Serral's not
towards
been
all the
checking the
good
corners
stuff, yeah.
any of the games today. So Serral's going to drone his 5th a little bit. He's got a Spire on the way to deal with the Mothership, but no Hive just yet. I think Infestation's done, so he should be doing it. He's going to go poop creeps with his Overlord. He sees the High
Storm
Templar.
as well.
Where's Hive?
Game's definitely gonna go long here.
I think he's forgot
I
his
think.
Hive.
I don't think I can kill him anymore. This map seems pretty good defensively, so. My upgrades are really bad.
There we go. Serral, I think, only has 1 upgrade, which is not good. Long games, you want double Evo pretty quickly. Usually not crazy fast, but you know, the longer this game goes, the more the
Get
upgrades
like
matter.
triple Evo to get some of those upgrades.
3 Evo chambers, fine. So Serral's max, but he doesn't have any banelings, so his max army supply is not that powerful. I think Max Pax was wise to stay 3 base this game.
He's actually
I think this is the
fostering a
safest
little
way to
bit
play
on the map,
Protoss.
so. I think
A
it's
lot of
gonna
money.
be hard to ever catch those units.
He needs a few more Banes. He's playing very risky. Max Pax is a really defensive player. But if this was a Korean Protoss, I feel like they might shove with Storm right now, and with no Banelings pre-morph, he could lose his 5th base. Maybe even lose more than that.
Going Tempest as well.
Yeah, Tempests are coming out. Ultras are absolutely crucial. Doesn't have like Adrenal or many upgrades, so it's not an amazing spot. 4th base is so late for Protoss, but as long as Max Pax can max out and have a more efficient army, the Ultras just feel like they're so late this game. And the first Hydra Bane timing, I do think he blundered. I think he could have done more damage with that. And probably should have had a second Overseer ahead of time, knowing Mothership was going to pop during the fight. That being said, maybe he should have just hit his timing 15 seconds earlier when there was no Mothership, right? Maybe even if you don't have Bane speed or there's an upgrade missing, I think he probably should have gone earlier. Now he's got to play a long game. He's still got a lot of Hydras, and finding a way to trade these out efficiently is always difficult. His map control's so good though, isn't it? Dude, I love Serral's map control. Look at the vision.
I think I probably
Overlords,
had like
Lings
a
everywhere.
bounce on him on the mid-map at some point here. If I just came from every angle.
Are we saying he probably could have jumped on him because he's got so much map vision and Max Pax doesn't? This is a good call. He's going to try and set up a surround. This is a smart call. Here we go, 270! He's coming in with a big 270, 3-pronged surround! Oh my lord! Ling's coming from the right
He
side!
wasn't even watching that time. I don't think this was actually that good at that point anymore in the game, but...
He wasn't even watching. He's like, look, this is too late. This shouldn't have been
Considering
effective
it,
this
he
late in the
wasn't
game,
watching it,
but I
actually
caught him
ended
not
up
watching.
regretting
That's
it.
why this worked.
Even
Great
then.
call. Did lose a hatchery down here to these Zealots, but that's okay. He's got a 6th base in the top left coming up. He'll rebuild that one in a moment. He should break these rocks as well, I think, while he's here. But this was good because now he can... I mean, actually, I don't think he lost many Hydras, which kind of sucks. Because you really want to lower that Hydra count. You want to... Ultras, Corruptors is your mobile army. Low on gas right now, so that's what Serral needs to focus on. Obviously, minerals is the most important. He's got good gas income, don't get me wrong. I like the spines there to deal with the Zealot run bys. I feel like the trading's been pretty good. Ooh, spores on the left. Yeah, if he puts 2 spores, the Warp Prism can't cross over. I think he should have built a 2nd spore there. It's worth fungling this to make sure it doesn't escape.
Killing that Cypher a lot, so I would even...
He's just going to split 5 Hydras. Not really enough to kill the 5 Zealots and the Prism very easily, but... Oh, he hits the Prism a few times, but doesn't kill it.
Can probably figure
Just
out
gets a
I'm
few
making
hits.
ultras, but... You need to be like kick up brain to realize that necessarily, but... It's somewhere here, I guess just in the top corner. I don't wanna
Probably in the top
show
corner,
my
so he's
units.
going to hide back
Might
from
be
the
a bit
edge, hoping the
careless,
Prism flies over. So he's going double Spire upgrades, melee, Carapace, all the ground upgrades. He's also going to go Neural Parasite. for infestors. Okay, my man's locking in for a long game. The problem with massing ultras in a game like this, guys, is it gives the Protoss a lot of time to build the hard counter army of lots of immortals. If Maxpax is smart, he has 3 Robo Immortal right now. And if he gets to like 10 Immortals, ultras fall off a cliff in terms of their efficiency. So you want to be hitting timings. You want to be running in. I would love half of his army to be hitting this top left base, and the other half be hitting this base.
I definitely feel like this map, maybe I shouldn't even consider going. I saw my army.
Oh, he's in position.
Army is really tiny.
His army does look friggin' small, doesn't it? It looks absolutely tiny. He's gonna get the prism. Nice move. He gets the prism on the left with those Hydras. And he's gonna try and go in here. Doesn't want to let these cannons get up. Microbial's gonna go down. Couple of nice Microbials. Very nice. Oh, he's gonna recall some units. Ultra's clearing the cannons. A bunch of Immortal Archon just recalled in. Good storms, good micro for Max Pax. Can't get in behind the mineral lines. Really good pullbacks.
Like this army is not capable of pushing. It's just like a own creep army I have here.
I think Serral should be building nothing but Zerglings, and half of his army needs to hit that top left base. Mothership Recall just got used. If he hits that with this whole army, and then Massling hits...
like a fungal, then I could have actually done what I did there, but...
And Massling hits this base, that'd be good. He's realizing Fungal there. If he could have caught the army in the open, would have been good. But Serral's got to be more active. He's got crazy bank. He's way ahead on the income momentum.
Super good, so that's a positive.
I actually would criticize what he's doing because he's focusing on winning the Death Ball versus Death Ball fight. That's the strength of the Protoss army, is hiding behind cannons and batteries and stutter stepping backwards. Whereas I actually think Serral's advantage is mobility. But you don't want to trade into the frontal army unless you get the perfect fight! Fungal comes in! Nicely done. He gets some good Fungals. Time Warp's always hard to fight into though. Big movement and attack speed reduction. The Overseers have all gone down. Oh, he's left his Overseers behind.
Really bad fight.
I wonder if he could have chased that, guys. Hard to say. But you've got to... Yeah, I think with Ultras, you really need to come in from two directions so your opponent can't just stutter step away. I've talked about this a lot over the years. Ultras, they're decent. You got to come from 2 sides. He's still also got a lot of Hydras left over, which... I'm not sure if they're the best unit to have in the mix at this point. They're not the worst. I do love Ultra Hydra as like a fun comp. Some range units in the backline, but difficult. And right now, army supply.
Like, I'm not sure. Like, I think his army is really weak, so there is a world where I can actually just fight it, but...
Not many Corruptors in this army, so he doesn't really have anything to deal with the air. He just wants to crush the ground. I think he's had to build Corruptors now to respect that. And I've just got to look at this and say, why is he not counter-attacking, guys? I think with this sort of army, as Zerg, it's all about mobility. And I do think Serral is kind of getting stuck in that defensive frontal mindset.
The problem with a big map like this is that I can't go crueler, so I kind of have to make magic happen with this crowned army only, because if I go crueler, I will just get pulled around, so I just kind of need to hope.
Can't make broods because it's too big, so he feels like he's got to make the Ultra army work. And you can tell he's not as confident with it as he is with the Broodlord army. He's so good with the Broodlord army. He's the best. But he's not as much of an Ultra guy. Like, I think actually Raynor here would be running circles around Max Pax.
My upgrades are really good compared to his, so that's a positive, of course.
Oh, here we go, though! If he could get some nice Neurals, that would be massive. Time Warp is so good, though! Can't get the Neurals on the Tempests. The Ultras are attacking down a ramp one directionally into Mass Immortal Archon. He does have really good Microbial Shreds. His Overseers were lagging behind a little bit. Now they catch up. He's going to clear the ground army. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. He clears the ground army. No, he doesn't.
Really well, but then I got a little bit cocky and I lost. Like, I didn't lose a single unit, but then I went off the orange thing and I lost everything.
Oh, he's saying basically chasing out of the orange thing, Microbial Shroud, was the only point where he actually lost units. Up to that point, he felt like it's fine. You can tank storms, tank time warp, tank immortal shots. The moment you go out of Microbial, he feels like that's
so big, it's always really hard in a long game. Like, you can't really play long games in big maps because I feel like you kind of need True Lords eventually always, and this map is so hard to get True Lords on because I just get pulled around. Now he has, of course, too much of the map, so it's...
Max Pax has too much of the map now. Yeah, I think he's correct. Yeah, he's probably dead now, but
should have killed him in the early stages, but I don't think there was any opportunity. But yeah, maybe after a replay check I can see.
Yeah, he's going to try and hunt for kill timings earlier in the game in the replay, but he's lost a bunch of bases in this bottom right, and this is really problematic because You can't really have this big gap in your income as Berserker. And once again, I mean, I think he's got to use movement and try to get mistakes out of MaxPax. Force him to recall to the top left, run away, and then rotate to the bottom right. You know, get out there and use your mobility. And I think if you're going to play Mass Ultra like this, there's only one way to fight, and that is sandwich from two sides. Something Serral's normally really good at, but you can tell he doesn't really have that, like, innate belief in this army. And he's kind of just attacking from one side and layering microbials. But this means MaxPax can just stutter step away and never actually have to stand and fight in the microbials for more than a few seconds at a time.
If we get a miracle fight here, to me it just feels like I don't have numbers at this point anymore.
Doesn't have numbers. I mean, it's cool. We all feel demotivated. It's kind of crazy to see Serral feel so demotivated.
Like, as long as he doesn't like get completely off guard, it should be really easy for him.
He says, as long as I don't catch him completely off guard, it should be really easy for him.
Man.
He's still kind of coming from the same side, even if it's two angles. You've really got to come from two opposite sides to limit your opponent's micro ability. But dude, the way he broke those rocks was really painful. So Max just
probably is pretty good. So I think if I, oh my god.
Oh, he's still struggling. He has to send an ultra to the top left.
Like a couple of Serrals.
They keep running past there, denying his gas mining is so annoying. He's realizing his army's like pretty good. He's kind of like seesawing between, oh, this should be easy for MaxPax as long as he doesn't screw up.
Ultras don't work for me at all. I hate
Ultras don't work for me.
Hard.
It's very hard to make ultras work. Ultras have always been
I think I was really far ahead this game, but I still just couldn't make
a timing attack comp. He does say, I think he's upset because he says he felt like he was so far ahead in this game. But once again, chasing in from one side, you just can't engage like this. This is not it. Goes for it. Microbial comes in. The Corruptors as well. The Ultras. He gets on top.
No, I hate how my arm is. I'm just gonna leave it.
Yeah, you're just chasing through Storm.
Just can't get the fungal there.
Yeah, his whole plan, if he gets the fungal, I get it. He can fungal, and then he can't pull away, but there was no fight where he caught the whole army with fungal. And I think the only way he could do, had to loop. He had to be looping. He had to be looping around and come from two separate sides. But let's see what his self-analysis is, because I think what he's going to focus on is the first 10 minutes. He did have a good lead, I think. His economy was great. His early game was great. But could he have killed by hitting with a Hydra Bane 20 seconds faster? He definitely should have blown those Banelings up on those Stalkers. The fact that he was kind of like, oh yeah, this is pretty good for me, and then goes home to inject while missing what I thought was really crucial Baneling micro in what was like the most important timing in the game, I think that was a huge mistake, and I think he'll clue onto that if he watches that part of the replay. Let's find out.
Frustrating game. I think I was probably ahead, but yeah, I couldn't get an angle to fight ever. Ultras just don't feel so bad to me, but I mean they feel really good, but really bad at the same time. Yeah, he had like no units. He was 11 Stalkers, but the Motorship just popped, so he ended up holding it quite easily in the end. But I actually think he messed up here, losing all the workers. That's why I think this was like doable afterwards. Like I think if he just stayed there.
He did lose more workers than I realized, actually. I thought he got an extra 5 or 8 out, but actually he got knocked back to 52.
I'll pull them back a bit earlier. I would have probably could have left here already, but now I actually don't think it was too bad for me. I know fourth base, and he had to remake all the workers, so it was like doable.
Yeah, this was still a good spot.
Actually, yeah, I'm in a good spot here.
It's a shame he didn't notice those Stalker Warpins blocking him.
This point was like fine. It wasn't like insane. But when he gave me the army for free, then I thought definitely I had like a very winning position, but
yeah, getting this around in the army was huge.
Just couldn't get the right fights after. I should have instant a punch on this.
So he needed to either come from two sides or hit multiple bases.
Yeah,
I wonder if he comes to either of those conclusions.
He sees me coming from so far away. I kind of need to come from this side as well.
Because it feels like this is a game where it's not a style he's too confident on, but whenever you play cross-map on these 4-player maps, you have to play this ultra style.
Winning, but I feel like my army just can't push through him, so it's just kind of delayed the inevitable here. Even
here, I think there's an argument, guys. After that fight, his opponent was on 1 High Templar, 6 Tempest and a Mothership. I think there's even there an argument that he could remax Hydra Bane. Half army attacks there, half army attacks here, while transitioning to ultras. You know what I mean? Because MaxPax did not have much at all.
I guess the last thing that's interesting is if there was any hope in taking the fight here, you should have kept maybe pushing behind the mineral line. Yeah, he had an army here. That's why the army was so small. That's good
Yeah.
by him.
He recalled that army pretty quickly, though. It's pretty well done.
How many immortals was it? Was only 3 immortals. Yeah, I've only one more micropill, but I guess I have already one there actually. So I have one more.
Yeah,
I
could
don't
have used
think
another.
pushing there was the play. So
Pushing there would have only had 1 or 2 ultras fighting at a time. Would have been awkward.
then it just came down to fights, but of course my army is kind of bad, so just couldn't get the fights right. It was like a good fight, definitely again. Well, actually, I ran into the storm so hard. I needed to pull the Hydras back, I suppose. Well, I mean, I don't care about the Hydras to be
The
honest,
Hydras
I
are
just
trash at
keep
this
them
point. You want to
down.
throw them away. I think I'm with him on that
Yeah,
one.
it's not bad. I can trade really positive here.
He's still got so much bank though. I don't know. It felt like here, if he doesn't like it
Army isn't
really
even that great.
yeah. If you can loop around this
This just
army,
gave him a really good angles. I just never could get a good ultra fight against him here.
you just got a sandwich, you know? Like the way Serral, he kept pulling
his army's
back
pretty
and
good.
splitting into 2 defensive halves that were right next to each other. One of those armies should have just ran straight past him and either gone for the economy or looped in behind and come from 2 sides. And the thing is, if he sees you looping around and pulls his army back, you just run north. You attack his third, his natural, one of these bases. And I think there was real opportunity here. But to see someone play ultras so defensively like this, it did feel a little wrong. And I think Max army movement was near perfect. 9 immortals, 6 Archons, storms to cover it. The Mothership and the Tempest, he was always using Time Warp on cooldown. And it felt like the way Serral fought, it was like he'd wait, he'd remax, and by the time he fought, Time Warp would be ready, he'd fight again, and then he'd kind of fail it, and then he'd try again, but he just never quite was able to get him. And I really think he just looped around and he could have smashed this.
Already. Well,
Like,
yeah, I just couldn't
Microbial's
get a
good.
fight. I kind of wanted a fight, but wherever I took it was always so bad. That was of course terrible. I mean, it wasn't even a bad trade necessarily. Oh, that was actually really good. I forgot about that. That was really good, but then I ran out of microbials.
It was good, even though
If I just went back here, I still have 3 queens. It's not too many. Yeah, just back here, it would have been really good.
But even there, that was a good fight with what I
Yes,
would
it's-
say is the wrong system. And this is something I'm very passionate about because people have been smack talking ultras for years saying you build them to throw games. And I think you absolutely should have your army on 2 different control groups by default. There's a point above like 7 ultras where having them all in one squad, they just all get stuck behind each other. Any more than 5, 6, 7, right? He had 14 ultras attacking from one direction where most of them are just cheerleading the whole time. And I think as easy as it is to cast Microbial like that, like you should have infestors with both ultra armies so you can Microbial with them. And I think the moment a Protoss gets actually sandwiched, like the ultra efficiency just goes through the roof. But Serral, I think, struggling on the cross map on Old Sun Temple. You can tell it's such a unique map. He hasn't played on something like this in quite a while. And it feels like he's just a bit uncomfortable on that map in the first CVT and now in this one.
Bad game. It's not too many. Yeah, just back here, it would have been really good. Yeah, I guess just a bad game.
Yeah, I guess just a bad game. Just couldn't find the engagements. And that is fair enough, guys. And you know what? That's 4 losses in a row. This is a historic moment. I don't think I have ever seen Serral stream where he's lost more than 2 games in a row. 4 games in a row, first 4 games of his live stream. Absolute insanity. And it's cool because you saw him analyzing the replays, spending so much more time breaking them down, even in the games trying to figure out, is this the best strategy for this map? Should I play it this way or that way? Often scouting and going, that barracks timing or that the timing of this or that. I think that means it's 3 command center, but I'm not sure. It's kind of cool to see that Serral has had his game knowledge reset partially by the crazy changes this season, and that even he's capable of having a bad day, topped onto stream a bit later than normal, said, it's going to be a quick stream, but we'll see how we go. And he's actually just had to go through the gruel fest of just getting caught off guard. We've had Mutalisks into surprise Baneling timings. We've had crazy Carapace Ling all-ins. We've had him accidentally run all of his Zerglings into a Baneling. Terran player just refused to let him get a 5th base. I think that was beyond. What a crazy, crazy series of ladder games that was. And of course, I think that's where we should wrap up this video because we've already been going for so long. Hope you guys learned something. I think I learned a bit about the patience required. As a guy who said, normally if I lose 3 games in a row, I just stop playing. He kept playing, yeah. And of course, was he able to turn it around after this? Well, you guys let me know if you want to find out, if you want me to watch the rest of this stream. I don't know if they're the most exciting games, but if you want, we can follow up on this and watch. It was a 3-hour stream. We're only an hour and a half into it. So if you guys want to see what happened after this, let me know in the comments. And we'll catch you guys next time. Goodbye and good night. All right, guys. Even gods bleed. Oh, my. Kind of crazy. Though that's a bit of a different thing. Let's see how Serral handles. Handles being put in such a hard position. Thank you, Villariath. Hey, Villariath. Have you played any games on the new patch, Pig? I'm curious to hear your take. I've already done a big breakdown at the start of today's stream. There's a link right there. I've already put that up on YouTube. Go check it out. I played a few games with Terran, and I was building like 3 command centers before barracks and stuff, just for the lulz. Yeah, it feels like a big accelerant on the Terran early game. You feel much richer. I think command center first is incredible, but even One Rack's expand build, you know, you could probably stick the same openings, just get your command center a bit faster. It's definitely a very, very powerful ramp up. It's not my favorite patch change by any means. I think right now, it directly addresses the problem that Terran sucks in the patch up to this point. And it seems to address that. I think it addresses it in a very cumbersome way. I think buffing the mule might be, or something else. I don't know. It doesn't have to be the mule, but, you know, something else. The problem with buffing the command center like that is it makes fast expands, early natural, early third CC builds so attractive. And I would say overly rewarded that it feels like it will funnel Terran build orders in a certain direction. So as powerful as it'll be, and I think if you're a player who likes consistency and you're a Terran player who's like, but I get command centers early. I like this. I like doing this every game. Obviously it's good for your comfort of being able to do the same thing every game, but I don't think it's good for the variety of the game. So what I mean by that is like, I've likened it to the Oracle being too powerful in PvZ, where it's like, why would you ever do anything other than open with an Oracle? Are you crazy? It's the Oracle. That thing's crazy. It's so good. It's so good. Why would you do anything else? Are you crazy? You know what I mean? So yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. If the early ramp up is the pain point for Terrans, maybe start with an orbital instead of a CC would be a fix. Would love to hear your reaction to that idea. I mean, but then you could scan them at the start of the game and see what their build order is. It's a pretty big boost, Oblivious. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. I think there's a lot of things you could do. I don't know. I think it's probably more powerful than Protoss starting with Chrono, though. Because you immediately drop... If you start with 50 energy, you immediately can drop a mule at the very start of the game. That's like a crazy supercharge to your build order. It'd be kind of insane. Yeah. Yesterday, my Plastic League Platinum 2 games were all Terran and Zerg. Today, it's all Protoss. Luck of the draw, Jummy Man. Welcome to StarCraft. Just when you want to practice a build against Terran, it'll give you all Zerg. When you want to practice against Zerg, it'll give you all Protoss. This is why it's good to play custom games with people where you can play against AI sometimes if you can't get custom games with someone, just because it's really hard to do that, yeah. For those who are watching, that's Serral's stream was 2 days ago. Nothing to do with balance. Purely due to him just not, you know, getting caught off guard and getting outplayed by a bunch of people. I don't think I looked at any of those games and went, oh, Zerg's weak. I just went, damn. The Un played good, MaxPex played good, those Zerg players played good as well. Yeah. You know what I'm saying. Oh, man. How is Wings of Liberty Terran balanced with 6 worker start? So the reason why it's not balanced right now, Fooders Go, is because Protoss starts with Chrono Boost energy at the very beginning of the game, which is very powerful. And because the start is slowed down, it takes longer for Terran to get the orbital and the mule. Likewise, to compensate, Zerg has extra lava production from the very start. Protoss starts with 50 energy instantly from the start of the game. But for Terran, they don't get any boost. So now they get a boost to try to balance out that early start. Yeah. Pig, your build orders for Bronze Jam still effective? Yeah, the styles should still be effective. Obviously, the early supply counts are going to change. So if you just take an early standard opening, some very basic openings that I just kind of threw together in week 1, I'll add new ones of those coming forwards, are there. But you could just plug that into the follow-ups, right, from the other ones. Some things will be slightly different in terms of timings, but you could follow the same order and it should hold up really well. Once balance settles and they stop doing these big experimental changes, we can do a new bronze to GM. Yeah. All right. What's up, guys? I was thinking of doing Save My Disaster today. You know what? I don't think I have time. We'll have to save that for tomorrow, potentially. Or maybe we do one. Either way, Dot brought me back some chicken curry, so I'm going to go eat that. Oh, crap. Thank you.
I'm Barcode.
I'm Barcode. I'm Barcodicus. No, I am Barcodicus. Thank you for the $20 tip, Barcode. I appreciate you. Villeria 300 biddies. Have you played any games in the new patch? Yeah, thank you very much. I guess that's what I was answering before. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you. We'll be back in 3 minutes. Give me a moment. Last question before we take a quick lunch break, because I'll be gone for 10 minutes. I'll put a video on. Hey, I'm Amatsutsu's keep losing against Battle Mech or Classic Mech. What army should I do? I have no idea. I keep losing. You know what? They brought Viper back, Oldham. Roaches are really good. The trick against Mech is upgrades aren't nearly as important. Like Evo Chamber upgrades don't matter much against Mech. You want to go full attack upgrades, no armor upgrades. Or I mean, you can add armor, but it's not very high priority. But I like Roach Hydra Viper and getting like six Vipers up. And just abducting the crap out of their big power units. That's my favorite classic way to play against Mech. It's a one-size-fits-all solution. Obviously, against Battle Mech, it's very different. Because they're in your face with Cyclones, and you need to, like, mass Roach speed. You need to get Roach speed and a lot of Roaches out as quickly as possible. And then you maybe split your army to sandwich them, or to counterattack them, one or the other. But past that point, just get your hive up, make as many Vipers as you can off 4 bases worth of gas, maybe even get a 5th base gas if you can squeeze it in. And yeah, once you've got a bunch of Vipers, you can basically just abduct a ton of powerful units, kill them, go get new energy with the Vipers, come back again in a little while, and just keep on doing that. It's really nice. Your cringe stepdad says, I just hit Plat 3 the day patch drops. Coincidence? I like that. I think you play RSL on the previous patch. I doubt it, Jimmy. Man, I imagine they're just going to play on the current live version, but I have no idea. Is RSL on tonight? Don't go anywhere, guys. Quick ad break. While I'm gone, you guys can watch the... You know what? I'll just put on my patch analysis from earlier today. Okay? I'll just put that on so you guys have a video to watch. And I'll be back in a sec.
Alright. What's up, everybody, and welcome back. StarCraft 2 have dropped their new hotfix patch notes here on the 17th of July, 2026. I've just spent a little while...
I will play an ad break as well. One sec.
Going through them, talking about my concerns, kind of teasing them out and thinking about them out loud with my Twitch chat, and realizing there are some big doo-doos in here, as well as some interesting things. Let's take a look. First of all, we've got some Protoss changes. The Colossus damage has increased from 10 plus 5 versus light to 12 plus 3 versus light, which means the total remains the same versus light units, but a significant 20% increase, at least when you've got no upgrades, against the non-light units, which is really, really friggin' big. I've been playing around with it. I'm not sure how to test this versus the old changes, but of course, this is most impactful against Marauders and Roaches, the most common interactions you're looking at. Obviously, it does more damage to Siege Tank, to Cyclone. It does more damage to Queens, you know, Banelings as well. There's a lot of little changes with that. Keep in mind, like, Banelings have 35 hit points, so, you know, you're not just going to suddenly one-shot them or anything like that. It's still going to take 2 shots. But when it comes to Roaches, people have told me if they've got equal upgrades, it goes from 9 shots to kill a Roach down to 7. Something similar here with Marauders as well. I mean, we're used to them tickling Marauders. This is no attack upgrades, but we do have Colossus range, by the way. Marauders aren't stibbing. They don't have any upgrades. They don't have any medevacs. Obviously, this is not a realistic scenario, guys, but I think you can see that there is a pretty decent amount of an increase in terms of the actual damage per second. Now, one of the interesting changes is the Colossus used to be like this, except it used to just do flat damage versus everything. And I believe it was 15 times 2 versus everything. I could be incorrect on the numbers. You guys correct me if I'm wrong. The point being, it used to be a one-size roasts all powerhouse. And one of the big changes they made was that they basically redesigned the Colossus to have this difference versus light and armored units. That's a big change because they said, hey, the Colossus, it roasts Lings, it roasts Hydras, it roasts Marines and Widow Mines and Hellions and Hellbats, but it's not particularly good. It's a very long range unit. It can shoot and pull back, like you guys know, like the way you're actually meant to use this, right? Is you're just meant to keep moving and shooting. And you can see, it could still do that even pre-patch, but its damage was obviously very slow and very incremental. And that's gonna change. You know, they're like, hey, you know, like it used to be like it would kill everything in Heart of the Swarming's Liberty. They made it more of a specialist unit, right? The Colossus is very expensive, big investment, but it wasn't as well rounded. And one of the big, you know, I think problems. The reason why I wanted to show this with Marauders first is because obviously a lot of people are going to be, and we can stim this time and do a bit of micro. You know, a lot of people think about, well, Terran just doesn't even build Marines. They just build, like, Ghosts and Marauders the later the game goes, and the Colossus doesn't do much bonus damage, and it feels crappy to go for this unit that its damage is so low and incremental. One of the weird things, though, is if you actually watch top Protoss players with Colossus, it's still a god tier unit even before this patch. And the reason for that is because it's so good at moving in, and just shooting and pulling back and shooting and pulling back. And you'll notice that whenever enemy units chase, so like, let me just show you a very simple example. It's not a realistic example because obviously I can't micro both sides at once. You can see, if we just make a giant army here, but we don't stim it, notice how the units, as long as they're kind of just moving forwards, they're going to stay clumped. If we let them move out into a battle line, they'd spread out and they wouldn't take as much splash. But you can see as long as they're moving in a clump like this, as long as they're chasing, they're clumped and they're weak to splash damage. And this is the whole thing in PvT, is you'll see the best Protoss players and they will stutter step their Colossus and constantly force the Terran to stim, pull back, use force fields, use Guardian Shields. And you'll see when like a Max Pax or a Hero, one of these best Protoss players in the world, has the Terran behind and they don't have Vikings or something to counter the Colossus, the Colossus can just chip at them and basically move in and out and never really commit to the fight. And that's why this is a very dangerous unit. It's a unit which in the hands of the best players in the world, not my hands, because I'd say there's a lot of even high-level Protoss players who don't do this that well, and they like just headbutt and go for an A-move fight. I know I do with my Colossus, but in the hands of the Max Paxes and the Heroes, when you see it used to its peak effectiveness, it really is. If you don't have the answer to it, it's going to be really scary. Now, is that a good or a bad thing? That's going to be subjective for you. Hey, Protoss is ahead. Maybe they should just be able to finish the game. I think we're kind of used to a dynamic in this matchup where Protoss gets quite ahead in the mid game, but really struggles to close the game out because, you know, you get to these later fights and there's these guys in there, these ghosts, and they just remove half your hit points, right? All your shields are just gone at the start of a fight. Vikings are absolutely insane when it comes to dealing with Colossus. Like, we often go, oh, Colossus is so good. And it's always about, and we always talk about this as commentators, right? It's how many Vikings are there? Because 3 Colossus is amazing, but if you haven't got any efficiency, if you haven't actually been able to chip in them and kill Terran units and force good trades, and then they have 10 Vikings, and you go for a fight, the Vikings are like, hey, buddy, we also have really good range. You know, a Viking also has the same range as a Colossus, and they absolutely obliterate the Colossus. That's without any EMPs landing, right? Now, obviously, it's not as simple as that interaction there, but the point being, there is, like, very hard fall-off points for the Colossus in the current game, but when it is ahead on the tech, and when there aren't Vikings ready, it does really struggle. I think one of the things Protoss players also have been frustrated by is the Viking, you know, went from 125 to 135 hit points. They also made it so the Viking is much smoother to move and shoot. There was a change to its, I think it's called damage point? Attack point? Damage point, right? Where you can move and shoot much quicker. You don't have to wait as long. And this is like the Clem buff. I remember years ago, a couple years ago, Max Pax talking about how this was basically like a massive buff to Clem, especially because his Viking micro is so good and he doesn't feel it against the other players. But he's like, man, they buffed Clem's Viking so much. Like, what the hell? He was like, that's actually a crazy change. Where when he was adjusting to that patch where they made that change, Max Pax was like, damn, Vikings are so much better. So definitely Vikings have been better. Also, Vikings got made cheaper in a previous patch. I don't think they've gone back on that, right? So Vikings are cheaper as well. There's a lot of things here where, like, if I look at just those, I go, this seems kind of fair. Let's make the Colossus stronger. But then I go back and I think about the fact that Terran, so far in this patch, has just been so behind because Protoss starts with a chrono boost, and Terran does not get an orbital dropping mules till quite deep in the game. By the time an orbital's up and you're dropping mules, Protoss is getting close to their second, I think their second chrono's finished, I think their third chrono's like getting close to happening. So Protoss just has an early like momentum lead in TVP right now, which is, I think, skewing a lot of what's happening in the actual games. So unless that gets fixed, this could snowball to make that even worse. So up here in the notes, it says, we're making changes based on players' data and feedback. We are calibrating both Protoss and Terran to help deal with Zerg. So obviously, Zerg got their lava buffed in the last patch, but actually, I think this affects PvT more than PvZ. It does affect PvZ as well. It'll help the Colossus actually defend roach timings very effectively. You could probably just go Colossus as a default first thing to do after your Blink Stalkers or Zealots, whatever you prefer to open with, your Oracle into third base, go straight to Colossus will be much more viable with this change. But I think against Terran, where Colossus are already a mainstay of the matchup, that's going to be really big. Now, obviously, this is going to interact with this change down here, which we'll talk about in a bit, which is the craziest change. There's also an Adept change, guys. Adept's damage modifier per attack upgrade is increased from 1+1 versus light to 2+2 versus light. Now, what's so insane about this is the number sounds scary. So if we give an Adept +3, look at this. The Adept now has 34 damage versus light, which just sounds insane. It just sounds crazy. So yeah, we could basically, let's get some Marines here with combat shields, and you're gonna see it's gonna do a crazy amount of damage. These Marines don't have any armor, obviously not realistic. Let's give them +3 armor to make the interaction look more. If you've got +3 attack, let's imagine Terran has +3 armor, even though Terran's usually a bit behind in upgrades in this matchup. You're still gonna get 2-shot by these Adepts. Now, that seems scary. 34 seems like a crazy number, right? Let's just put this in context quickly. Keep in mind. Oh, sorry. Let's also give Zerg +3 carapace to make this a bit more realistic. We don't care about the Hydra damage, obviously. We just want to show the Adept damage difference, and it's going to 3-shot the Hydras, right? Now, obviously, this Adept does not have glaives. A more realistic scenario, if we're at +3, is we'd have glaives as well, and it's going to attack 45% faster. But yeah, obviously the Adept is cheaper than a single Hydra. Obviously it's going to trade really well if it's just fighting Hydras or Zerglings or whatever like that. But keep in mind, 34 damage is still not enough to one-shot Zerglings. It'll make them quite good against Hellbats, funnily enough. Interaction I haven't really thought about, but like... Guys, now you go Adepts to help clear the Hellbats, you know? Because it's like, it's a pretty crazy amount of damage. They actually kill Hellbats really quickly. I think partially what might actually be more impactful is actually just the boat, because it gets +2 versus regular, rather than doing 13 damage here versus regular non-light units, it does 16. That's a pretty significant increase as well. So overall, the Adept just becomes better as a core unit late game. Is it going to compete with the Zealot? I still don't think it does. Reason being, the Adept costs 25 gas, and if you're playing against a Terran, problem. So if we put a Zealot, look at the Zealot, guys. The Zealot has 50 shields, 100 hit points, 70. EMP hits both of them, you lose your shields. One of these has 100 hit points, one only has 70. That alone is just hard to change. The difference of, you've also got to realize that you look at the Zealot and you think this guy does 22 damage flat, which is way more than this versus Marauders and non-light units, even though it's less there. But look at the weapon speed. Even with Resonating Glaives, 1.11 attack speed. So just over a second for the Adept to throw an attack. The Zealot is almost 0.3 of a second faster. That's a big increase. Let's say about 25% faster attacking. And you've got that extra 30 hit points, right? And even if you're against Zerg, it's still a total of 10 extra hit points and shields combined. So the Zealot saves you 25, does more well-rounded damage, even though it's a little less versus light. The advantage of the Adept is it's a range unit, but it's only 4 range, guys. Remember, it's only 4 range, okay? So it's still going to run pretty close to the enemy. It's still going to get wrecked by Banelings and a lot of splash damage. It's going to be really weak to like Disruptors, Archons, Colossus in PvP. Zerg, Banelings, Lurkers are going to absolutely ruin it. Terran EMP is gonna ruin it as well. I think realistically, the problem here lies in the fact that your main use for gateway units, the later you go in the game, when you've got things like +3, is for counterattacks. It's for run-bys. It's warping in Zealots in their main, and you want them to be able to kill buildings, which the Zealot's going to do a much better job of than the Adept. You want them to be able to kill workers, which sure, the Adept does well, but the Adept's going to struggle to kill the Marauders popping out,
the queens popping out that are taking aggro. The Zealot's just a cheaper, more well-rounded unit in those situations, and it's also better at tanking. Now, arguably, the Zealot will charge in front and die to Banelings more, but if you're at high enough level to have good micro, you can pull those Zealots back, wait for the Banelings to clear, and then come in with the Zealots, right? The Zealot is, in general, at higher levels, just going to be a better unit, well-rounded, no matter what. So I still think the Zealot beats out the Adept in most scenarios, but if you're a hipster nerd who just loves the Adept, I think Hupsaya will be really happy. His using Adepts as a core unit style that's already a bit of a gimmick style is going to be a little bit better. I still don't think it's better than using Zealots as your core gateway unit. I think 9 times out of 10 I still want the Zealot, but it's kind of cool. I don't know if there's any breakpoints with like an early +1 timing. Like if you get +1, this doesn't change anything. You might be like, oh, but look, now it two-shots Marines and SCVs. It already two-shot Marines and SCVs before this change, which was like such a big thing. So I don't... Is there a 50 hit point unit that it now kills in 2 shots? I can't think of a 50 hit point light unit off the top of my head. So I don't know. I don't really see there being like, oh, this is an amazing +1 timing or something like that. So to me, this feels like a change which is incredibly inoffensive to me, because you're making an early game unit that isn't good in the late game a little bit less bad in the late game. I still don't think it's fantastic, but it's fun. Good point from the chat as well, guys, is, yeah, the Zealot, because it's got 2 attacks, is going to have more damage reduction from armor. So if your opponent's got +3 armor, obviously, like, you know, it's going to be 2 times 11. It's actually 2 times 8, 16, but it's still generally going to be a bit more reliable and cheaper and more damage. All right, guys, now here's a really fun one. This is what I call a David Kim change. Gateway unit train time reduction bonus from researching Warp Gate increased from 40% to 50%. Gateway Warp Gate transformation duration is now always 4 seconds, reduced from 7 and 5 seconds, respectively. And the Disruptor Phantom weapon range decreased from 11.35 to 7. This last one is literally just making sure the Disruptors don't stay so far back from the battle. Sure, that's fine. I don't really care about this at all, guys. I don't think it matters too much. I guess just they were stopping very far back from the battle. Now they're going to come to kind of stay closer to your army, which is fair. This is an even bigger increase to the gateway production speed. I was talking about this earlier with a few GM Protoss players in chat as well, guys. This is a David Kim change. What does that mean? It's basically the guys at Blizzard are sick of waiting for players to figure out how powerful the new gateway change is. Skillis was the only player at Home Story Cup who constantly used it. Showtime used it in one game I saw. Maybe I missed other players using it, but most players are just basically making warp gates stick into their comfort zone. The gateway boost is such a huge tempo boost. It is the thing is, don't get me wrong, there's a weird thing. I was talking about this earlier. Basically, Stalkers are still 175 resources, right? 125 minerals plus 50 gas. That's still the same cost. So if you want to build 10 Stalkers, it's still going to cost you that 1750 resources. The difference is there is a tempo boost, because you can now build those out of 3 gateways rather than 8. And when you're defensive, this is a massive boost. If you are constantly building out of 3 gateways, your Stalkers are going to build in like 14 seconds now. Each gateway can build like 4 Stalkers a minute. So if you have 3 gateways, guys, producing Stalkers, you can make 12 Stalkers in a minute. Or 12 Zealots in a minute. Do you know how crazy this production is? In PvT, defending a 2-base push, a tank push, you can take a friggin' 4th base off like 3-4 gateways. It's actually insane. If you chrono the gateways, your units, you can pop like 2 Stalkers per chrono boost. It's actual insanity. The amount of production you get. Now, how much money does this save you? So the difference between 3 gateways, you spend 150 on each, 450 resources to your production, whereas previously you'd go 8 times 150, you'd spend 1200. That's a difference of 5 gateways. So what is 5 times 150? You are saving 750 minerals. In the long game, that's not a lot. 750 minerals when you're 25 minutes in doesn't matter, but if that's it, 4 or 5 minutes, when your 3rd bases come up, you don't have a lot of money, you'd like to squeeze a forge in, you'd like to squeeze in extra gas, saving 750 minerals is absolutely monumental. So I really believe something which I've talked about from day one of the changes. Obviously, when you're just defending, like, you still want to swap to warp gates when you get aggressive. They're not that crazy expensive once you have 3 bases saturated, but when you're on 2 bases, when you're getting your 3rd base up and mining, but it's not fully established yet, you want to be in gateway form, and you want to just pump units to defend things. the number of people I've seen on this patch dying to a Roach Queen drop, Roach attack plus Queen's drop, 2 base tank push, because they're in the middle of trying to transform 6, 7, 8 gateways to warp gates, and they haven't had a chance to warp in yet. And then I've seen Skillus with 3 gateways have like a big army of zealots and stalkers out instead. It's night and day. And that was on 40% production. The fact that they are making it even stronger at 50% is literally the balance guys trying to slap the Pro Protoss players at Home Story Cup who refuse to make gateways and go, guys, this you got to use this. Later on, swap to warp gates. But if you're in a defensive stance, it is criminal to not be producing out of regular gateways. It is actually criminal. It is really, really a huge mistake right now. And they're making that obvious. I think this is such an insane thing where it's bizarre because this creates a weird thing. Guys, for those who don't know, if you build a barrack, same cost as a gateway, 150 minerals, you can spend 50 minerals to build 1 marine. How long does a marine take? 18 seconds. It takes 18 seconds to build a marine. Or, with Chrono, in half that time, I think it's actually, isn't it 7 seconds? I think it's like 7 seconds to build a stalker. It's less than half that. I think it's like 7 or 8 seconds to build a stalker with Chrono. But anyway, let's just go without Chrono. It's 14 seconds. So from 18 for a marine, it's 14 seconds to build a stalker. Even though the stalker's almost, it's 3.5 times the cost. It's like, there's this weird thing where you get this tempo boost. Sorry, I shouldn't have left the music on. Yeah, if you guys want to watch the rest of that, I'll give you a timestamp link here in the chat. For both chats. There you go. You guys can go finish watching that breakdown of the new patch. Yeah, because Protoss, what's the best way to deal with cyclones? I'm gonna go blink, but I think I'm way too much in the previous patch mentality against like heavy cyclone battle mech. Yeah, blink stalkers can deal with it, but I do actually like getting to zealots with charge pretty quickly because they don't take too much damage from the cyclones and they're so cheap and they do still jump on top pretty quickly. So whilst they don't really get the job done on their own, they are pretty decent. But generally, anytime you're dealing with a cyclone pressure, it's just about the early, cyclones and how much damage they can potentially do and that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? Excuse me. So that's kind of the big part. All right, guys, we're gonna do a couple of AOE2 procasts now. I'm gonna pivot on my stream. We were meant to get to Save My Disaster, but I didn't know we'd have a new patch, so. Gonna try and cast a game or two. A couple matches of AOE2, see how we go. Unfortunately, it looks like YouTube's logged me out, so I can't even... Give me a sec. My YouTube's constantly like, who are you? What are you doing here? Why are you in this streamer's dashboard? And I'm just like, I'm the streamer. I was always the streamer. What are you talking about? It's like, prove it to me. Log back in. And I'm like, okay, buddy, calm down. But yeah. It's the early cyclones destroying you. You getting proxied or something, Startail, or is it just the first, are they just going like 2-3 factory or something? Yeah. I think generally speaking, just shield battery can help on your natural at the very start, and breaking lock-ons is very good. So getting a few stalkers or charge zealots or a warp prism can be really good. If you get immortals, obviously they wreck cyclones, and then you can have a prism behind that just picks up the immortals and drops them to break the lock-ons can be really nice. That can kind of hard counter that as well. This is good. Where is that timestamped? The timestamped link? It's just a few lines above you in chat, Boxstar. The video we're watching there. Yeah, appreciate you guys though. That was awesome. I feel like a lot of websites log you out more often nowadays than 4 to 5 years ago. Yeah, definitely. Everyone's kind of focusing on security a bit more, I guess. So many exploits. When was the last time you guys got a real phone call, right? That wasn't just like a fucking... Hello, sir. Is that fucking nincompoopus? And I'm like, I'm not fucking nincompoopus. Fuck off. Stop calling this number. But it just, yeah, it's annoying as shit. Annoying as shit. By the way, guys, if anyone wants to help me look through salt mine submissions, if you guys missed the salt mines, let me know. Gonna try and find some more of those in the future. We've got Sunday, I guess is when I have to move this too. Sorry, I was just moving my my schedule around a little bit. My man, oh my. Oh, right, I gotta have dinner with Dot's family tonight. Shit. Oh my god, so many things on my schedule. That's fine. All right. So, should we cast a live game to warm up, guys? I think we should cast a live game to warm up. And we could potentially do some Brazilian Dynasty games as well. Let me get over here. AOE2 Rex opening up. Let's open up our Age of Empires 2 as well. I wonder if there's any good live games going on. If there's any like high-level streamers playing each other right now, maybe we could start with just casting a random live game, guys. I think we normally go by browser and then we filter it. Trying to remember. And then we filter by rating. Wait. Here. Aha! Aha! Okay, so we can see some maps. Nice. We could cast a live game. Potentially would be fun. Serves in the queue. Nice. I've got so many cool loans by answering those calls. Oh my god. I used to troll them. Like once, I used to answer them on stream. And they'd be like, we have solar panels. You want solar panel? And I was like, solar panels? What's a solar mean? And they're like, solar is energy from the sun, sir. And I'm just like, from the sun? How much did it cost? And they're like, no, it's free. Once you have the solar panel, it's free. I'm like, no, nothing's free. I know, what's the catch? You know, how's it work? Who's paying the sun? Someone's got to pay the sun. And then, like, you know, I'll just act like a dumbass and go in circles with them. I made the mistake of doing that many years ago. And now I'm on all their lists as, like, gullible old person that they can try to scam. So they won't stop calling, even though I've not talked to them for years. I'm like, why did I troll them on my actual phone number that one time? A couple of times. Alright, guys, let's take a little look-see here. So what's weird is it didn't show the player names on some of these, right? Let's go. There's started 40 minutes ago, started 4 minutes ago. We've got a 2300 game started 4 minutes. Let's go take a look. Oh, if I click it, it shows up here. Oh, right. So this is Starsky versus Biri. China versus... Is that Argentina? I think that's Argentina. Seen Biri around. I knew they were really good. Just didn't know they were Argentinian. Biri can be really fun. Cool. Well, we'll get this one to live. Oh, right. What's going on, guys? We are hopping live into the Age of Empires 2 ladder using the live spectate to commentate a high-level match. We've got down here Starsky, 2200 player, playing a Mapuche up here. And are we... Oh, mate. Wait. Is this guy doing the special skirmisher build? The special skirmisher build. What's the bloody skirmisher called, guys? The Mapuche skirmisher, a Greacher or something like that? Greacher? Because he's built the settlement on not just the hunt, but also on the stone, which tells me this looks like a fast castle for Starsky down here in the bottom, who's also grabbing the boar. It has another settlement over here for both wood and gold. Pretty nicely done. But this does mean those berries are getting left out in the open. Meanwhile, it's going to be a pre-mill Dark Age rush coming in here for Biri. Now, Biri is the favorite, guys. Biri, of course, hailing from Argentina, up against Starsky, hailing from China, I believe. And it's going to be Celts. Now, Celts, of course, get that wood bonus early. Their infantry is faster, so it's much more annoying to deal with. But this is not going to be men-at-arms. It's a Dark Age rush. It's there to idle your economy. And 2 villages sitting out in the open, a prime target. Remember, villages with loom do pretty well against this. These villages do not have loom, and you need to run. Starsky, though, has reacted pretty quickly right now. You know what? I think I'll remove myself from the screen, will I, guys? Because otherwise I'm blocking key information. Let me tab out really quickly here. I'm going to remove my camera. Can you guys hear the gameplay? Does it sound all good? Any production issues? You guys let me know, as this is the first game we've cast in a little while. I've been away this week. All right, we're going to hit the house for now. As Drixia gives us the thumbs up. Looks like the settings are good for now. Thank you, guys. Ooh, I like that. Okay, so there is a third settlement going up here on the berries. Going to trap a few villagers inside. A few of the villas on the outside, but of course they're close to the TC. Kind of hard to harass that. You try to run down here, and a little cut there will, of course, funnel those units towards the town center. Lots of units over here chopping the stragglers. The danger is, as always, that we're running out of resources, and now as we run to this side, I feel like if we build another settlement, this is going to be really awkward for Starsky. Because if you build yet another settlement, that's crazy. But I guess you do get stone here, and you need stone to build a castle. So I guess that's the goal, is take another settlement over here. A bit of a hidden one. Gate goes down. Doesn't quite get the scout kill, though. And one villager already getting idled. Now, farms are going down. So a couple of Dark Age farms is decided are going to be needed to get him up to, of course, Castle Age. Meanwhile, we do have Biri, who's onto gold nice and early. 4 workers on gold. No forward vills, though. Extra militia building. Oh, so it looks like we're going to go men-at-arms. Maybe even go arson? But no forward... I was expecting a forward range. Oh, here we go. Yeah, these guys are going to go build a forward range, and then they're possibly going to tower as well. Of course, Biri's not got stone or anything like that just yet, but forward range into a forward tower would be pretty good. This stone is very protected in the back. Dark Age farms are there. It's been 25 villages before going up to feudal here for Starsky. Starsky does have a little palisade on the right side, kind of locking these guys in, but archers will no doubt be coming around soon, as we can see. The forward archery range, double bit axe, and the men-at-arms upgrade all coming in. Still idling this villager for a very long period of time. Very annoying to deal with, guys. Militia still hanging around. Did he send another militia or scout to go look for what's going on, I wonder? I'm going to change his color, by the way, guys. I think I can change it. Maybe not pink, maybe let's go to blue, yeah? I think red and blue is a bit easier for us to watch, isn't it? Ah, there we go. That's much nicer. So the 4 men-at-arms are going to loop around the backside, and there's not enough stone in for the castle just yet. These guys could wall themselves in there, though, and it will take a while until archers get there. Looks like here's prime spot for a tower. Down here, maybe denying both wood and potentially gold, or at least a lot of the gold income. Market and blacksmith are going down. Starsky wants to go for the elite... not elite, but unique unit on the castle. Just 3 workers on stone for Starsky. Starsky is going to struggle to get enough. Probably going to have to use the market, I think, to buy a little bit more to get the castle down. And ideally, you'd build the castle up here, guarding like the wood and the gold line or something. But look at this. These guys are going for the stone. Oh, I thought he would get the tower up there, but he's going to go for the tower on the stone. Oh my. We just got back to 8 times speed, guys. I didn't realize. Looks like maybe we desynced a little bit from the live game. But a bunch of units go down. A villager. A bunch of vills just went down. Sorry, can we rewind? What just happened there, guys? How many vills did he get? That's crazy. Okay, so he came in like this. Oh, the quick wall. He didn't get the middle piece. He didn't get the middle piece. Oh, a huge mistake for Starsky. And remember, Starsky's playing no loom, ladies and gentlemen, right? This is... No, he does have loom. He does have loom. Never mind. But fighting 4 men-at-arms. Oh, with only a bunch of vills does not make sense here. And that was a really bad panic call there for Starsky. Even without the archer coming in, it was going to be rough. 5 vills going down. Well worth losing that extra men-at-arms. And this is a disaster. This tower is going to isolate the stone. Starsky does not have the 650 stone for the castle. And it just feels like that's good. Yeah, that's GG. Okay, so the GG must have come in. That's why we were able to fast forward a bit there. I'd left it on 8 times accidentally. Nice game there, guys. Bit of a warm-up game. Nothing too crazy. But a nice attack there for Biri, who... Behind it, Biri had 4 Dark Age farms up. Was going to go for a blacksmith and start slowly working their way towards, of course, Castle Age behind this. But they really needed to cause a big disruption. As those Castle Age Guecha coming out would have been amazing. Guecha? Man, I gotta learn how to say that word. Should we give it a quick Google now, guys? Guecha. Is this a real thing? Elite wearing the pre-Columbian Muska Confederation. Oh, that's a Muska unit, not a Mapuche unit. Wait, what's the Mapuche unit then? Oh, it's the Bolus Rider. I'm getting my civs confused. So he was going to go Bolus Rider, which is kind of like a knight, really. But it's quite expensive. I don't think this is a good civ for unique unit rush, is it? Wait a second. Wait a second. I mean, they're a good unit, but I feel like they are pretty, they're so food heavy. Food's really hard to get. It's like it's an expensive resource. I don't know. I feel like unique unit rush with Kona is trash. It's an expensive unit, so it's weak to monks. Its speed is not crazy. Like 1.55, same as a knight, right? Let me check. Where's our stable? We don't have a stable. What's a knight speed? Oh, it is a bit faster. It's actually faster than a light cab. Oh, you know what? It is pretty fast. Yeah, it was Bolus Riders in the archery range, so probably not Kona. You think he would have just done that? But no, he was going castle. Yeah. I mean, normally you play Bolus Rider with them because Bolus Riders are amazing. But he was mining stone. He went for a forward stone settlement at the start on the hunt and the stone, or the chickens and the stone, which was, I think that was the big mistake early. I think this was a really bad settlement because just getting chickens set for a settlement is already pretty bad value unless you spawn with like 1 billion of them. Like if we go back to the very start, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7. It's not 6, but still, it's not a crazy amount of food. I think a settlement back here probably would have been better. And obviously, this was a better stone pile. This stone pile is just so exposed. That's really, really bad. Yeah. Foragers do drop off extra food with Mapuche. I always forget that. Yeah, how do we pronounce Guecha? How to pronounce Guecha? Guecha. According to AI, it's Guecha. Okay, Guecha. All right, we'll say that next time. We're gonna trust AI, guys. It could be totally wrong. We'll trust it because I'm stupid like that. All right, let's go cast another game, guys. Let's see what else is happening on AOE2 Rex. Maybe we can cast Serv's game. Survivalist game is probably up now. Let's go rating. And let's take a look. So if you click these, we can see Ming and Survivalist. Ooh, started 8 minutes ago. Let's cast this one. What flag is that, guys? Is that Turkey? No, what's the flag with the... It's red with like 5 little bits in it. Is there a way to see? I don't know what that is. Maybe if I click on Ming's name, it shows me. I don't know that flag. HKBB. Is it Hong Kong? Oh, it is, eh? Oh, so it is. It's Hong Kong flag. My bad. I should know that flag. All right. Let's just cast from a bit early. We don't need to do this. All right. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. Guess what? We've got Ming in the right side of this map, a really high-ranked player, 25-21 rating, playing the Poles, a civ that is not looking too good on Arabia recently, up against the ever-solid Spanish Survivalist in the bottom left side. You guys know Survivalist, player who helped coach me to second place in the King's Gauntlet tournament, and is just a fantastic streamer. Survivalist, AOE2 DE, twitch.tv. With a / before that, of course. Ming is from Hong Kong. Very high-ranked player, playing Polish. And the first thing that strikes me is I've only just played my first games of Poles the other day, guys. It's in the campaign. I played the campaign. Those full works are interesting. Polish have an amazing late game, but getting there on an open, aggressive Arabia, it's going to be tough. And this is kind of the deserty Arabia, which naturally has more sparse woodlines, more big openings. It's harder to wall off, it's harder to defend, and it's harder to secure space to build the folwark, which is basically a super mill, which you then want to surround with farms. So no doubt there'll be one here, surround that with 9 farms, get immediate food, 10% upon building any farm, which is amazing. But already Ming's going to go forward to a woodline, which is a little bit dangerous, you know? I think this woodline, I'm not the biggest fan of it, guys. I think with 2 woodlines on the back, maybe I hadn't scouted these yet, but this woodline back here is fantastic. It's kind of a shame he didn't go for that. Survivalist, of course, has a few different things he could do here, guys. He could play a Phosphorus style, go for a fast Castle Age, get some stone, either with this back stone or this front one's very isolated, and go for Conquistadors. The Conquistadors are absolutely fantastic. Cav Archer with a gun terrible accuracy, but hell, they do so much damage. It more than makes up for it. They're so tanky. They're so fast. They're ranged. They're such a friggin' powerful civ. But of course, anyone who's watched Survivalist games more recently, even getting featured on T90's channel last week, and I actually hopped in one of his games as well, against a very aggressive player last week, would know about his missionary style. So Survivalist is a freak with missionaries. He loves going 2 or even 3 monastery mass missionary. They are basically a monk on a horse. They get all these bonus upgrades now, which has made them so much more powerful. And it all has allowed them to basically not only... They can pick up relics these days, so you can grab the relics and you can mass convert. And for those who don't know, Survivalist will grab his entire... He'll select all army, tell them to stop position so that they don't have an order. And then what he will do is he will basically spam the select idle military unit button and right-click enemy units to mass convert. And he will regularly get 15 out of 20 conversions down when he's got 20 missionaries or monks standing there. It's wild how good he is at that and how much he loves it. And it's part of his identity as a player. That's his specialty, right? Is he's the monk spam micro guy. So he really loves doing it. And it looks like he's going to go for a very forward barracks men-at-arms here. You can see he's already sending one out to gold. So it's going to be a men-at-arms opening for him. Really clean build order for him as well. Even though it was kind of a shame because his hunt was around the corner. It was hard to get to. But he managed to push it in. Actually, sorry, this wasn't even... Was it chicken spawn? Oh, he actually took the neutral hunt in the middle. His one spawned behind a wood line back here. So really unlucky with where his hunt spawned. Meanwhile, it looks like 2 of these hunt have been brought in by Ming. So Ming having a little bit more luck, I would say, towards the early game. He did scout the ostriches in the back, did Survivalist. We go take a look at Ming. You can, what is it? Shift right click, right? Ming's only now scouting and has no idea where Survivalist is, whereas Survivalist is about to come in and find him. But nice opening for Ming. Ming is also going to go for a barrack. So it looks like we're going to have men-at-arms against men-at-arms, perhaps. Or is this... Wait. Oh, was this just using the barracks to go up? Because we didn't go mill? Oh, what is this build? This is a really fascinating build from Ming, guys. 6 workers on wood, quite well protected there. Gold caps going up. I'm very curious right now about what we're seeing. No mill. This is so fascinating. It's a monk on a donkey, not a horse pig. Thank you. Thank you, Lisley. Your name is very hard to pronounce. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for hanging. We're going to have 5 workers go forward here for Ming. Guys, what is Ming up to? What is this savagery? He's going to go for 3 men-at-arms. But what are these guys doing? Is this a tower rush? Why are there 5 going forwards? Or is it just forward range and tower rush? Oh my, what are we up to? Oh, quick walls coming in. Wait. That Ville's on the outside, bud. I don't think... Oh, is it? Aren't those Villes isolated? Am I blind, guys? Those Villes... Okay, maybe not. Maybe they are fine. Never mind. Gonna just attack our house there. Would have been nice to get it from an uphill, but you can see Ming purposely didn't place his buildings where they could be attacked with a downhill advantage. Gold mine is coming up now for Survivalist. So Survivalist is going to be a bit later to men-at-arms. Comes in, though, with 6 militia. This is a massive, massive Dark Age rush coming out. But look at this. Workers coming in from behind. And what is the play here? What is going on, man? Ming has got men-at-arms as well. They're coming around the backside. So you're going to go men-at-arms and a tower on the wood. Wow, this game's going to escalate very quickly. You're going to lose a few buildings here. I don't know if that matters too much necessarily. The men-at-arms have now finished upgrading. One of them, unfortunately, not in range. Oh, whoa. A little bit over adventurous there for Ming. Has to cancel the tower and build it over here instead. But in between the gold and the wood is going to isolate 2 resources, which is fantastic. Houses will go down at home. Ming needs to make sure they don't get housed too badly here. So they're at 24 out of 25. Maybe start building some houses in Survivalist base. Survivalist answer to this right now is going, oh my, oh me, oh me, oh my. I right now am in a tough spot. I am in a very tough spot. I've got a tower here. I've got to run these guys. Already losing 1 villager. Meanwhile, he's idling, and that's a really big mistake. He's got to be getting damage, and attacking the mining camp is one of the higher value targets you can do damage to. It's going to cost a lot more to repair than a palisade. Meanwhile, these 2 vills go down, though, on the gold. He wasn't able to get out of there. I think he should have deleted this one, guys. I think he should have deleted that palisade and ran those gold miners. He's going to try and take out the tower now as the men-at-arms go to the other side. This is something I never think to do. Palisade tries to get down, doesn't get down in time. And now it's a Vil fight. Do both sides have loom? I believe they do, guys. Indeed, they do. The villagers punching the tower right now. The villagers punching survivalist villagers. The men-at-arms are going to have something to say about this, and the tower will survive. Oh, that is very awkward. The scout trying to block there. Can the scout get a kill? Got to be careful, as he himself does lose the scout, and those villagers teleport to the other side of the town center. Nice micro. The militia and the scout on the other side still all kind of derping out. They finally do manage to stack in on top of that, and they are doing some damage. But this tower now is going to isolate these resources. Survivalist has to give them up, and he does finally click Feudal Age. Oh my gosh, I thought he'd clicked it. I didn't realize. I knew he was doing so many men-at-arms. That does delay you clicking up, but it delayed him a lot. But even though he lost 3 Vils, he's still up 3 Vils. And you can see the idle TC time is actually insane for Ming. So Ming losing a bunch of resources there is kind of struggling. Starting to send archers forward, not leaving even a single archer to deal with this. Seems kind of wild. But this is a sort of game where it's all aggression, no defense. And you know what? Let's mine my opponent's stone so I can build more towers. Building 5 Vils to the other side of the map, or bringing 5 Vils, I should say, is so expensive. It is not cheap at all. And as a result, that's going to be a real problem. I think a single archer to start pushing these away would be so necessary. Once again, Vils are going to get in here and they're going to attack the tower through the diagonal corners. You got to watch out. Remember, Vils do bonus damage to buildings, guys. They know how to put the building up. They also know how to pull the building down. That is, of course, part of their specialty. 4 Vils on stone over here. Archers starting to loop around the back. Mining camp is still there. Men-at-arms finally coming in for Survivalist, which is going to massively increase the damage of these boys. When you've got 6 militia, it might even be worth going for Arson at some point. Yeah, he clicks it. Arson does get clicked. It's going to give him even more bonus building damage. Another back away with these villages. But they have, of course, damaged that tower. They force a lot of repairs there. Little does he know, though, that his opponent's onto stone, though. Here we go. Single archer's going to come in. We'll take out one of these men-at-arms. You can see it actually miss an arrow there. Pretty good accuracy on the archer, but not 100%. Of course, you need to be moving to massively screw with that. Now, here come the farms, guys. There's not a lot of gold income, right? So it's a blacksmith. There's a lot of farms. There's a good little wall off. There is a wood line secured, but another... Ooh, the mining camp goes down. He actually got 2 of the Vils. Oh, damn. I didn't realize 2 of the Vils went down. That's a bit of a disaster. I feel like Ming must have thought he'd repaired, but the unit stopped repairing that, and he loses 2 Vils, giving Survivalist a 3 Vil lead. Sorry, guys, a bit slow. I should have been watching that. Should have realized. I just didn't think he'd let that go down. Defensive tower to secure the wood line. It's a good choice. It doesn't fully secure the wood line, but it stops this area from getting completely routed. Not having access to a gold is so annoying long-term for Survivalist. His men-at-arms running away, and oh! A lion joins Survivalist cause! He says, yeah, let's go, son! And he does bite the villager a few times, but archers turn and do defend that. Now, this tower is still going to range a whole bunch of these farms. We've also got eco upgrades coming in now. You've got horse collar coming in, the full work starting to develop its economy. You've got another full work on the right side. What's that about, guys? Guys, why is he building another full work over here? Am I missing? Is there a food resource here that I don't see? I guess maybe because the berries are there, he just doesn't want to build the farms there yet. I guess he just wants to get this ahead of time. It's such a big investment for Poles, isn't it? Another tower comes up. The men-at-arms and Vils are here. These archers, can they defend this tower? The men-at-arms dancing in and out. Can't lose those men-at-arms, so he's relying, of course, on the archers. Stable is now up. That stable, making a few extra scouts, is going to be very helpful here. Survivalist doesn't have gold, so he says, scouts are my best bet right now. And the villagers are actually going to tear this tower down. An excellent hold there by Survivalist, who starts to rout Ming on their side. Ming has just idled his town center for so long as well, which is why he's struggling for resources right now. If these men-at-arms get taken out, so will the archers. The villagers going down as well. And that is a rout. It's the rout that he needed. Yes, he loses his own military, but he killed all the archers, and the villagers and the scout push it away, which is massive. Right side, yes, you've still got your golden wood line occupied there. But I think as far as things settle, that's really, really good for Survivalist, who's now going to attack the mining camp, even using his own villagers to try and attack that. But these archers should be on this wood line. I think this is a real big missed opportunity, guys. I think those archers should be in there. By the way, I should be able to select a building to show where the range is, right? Let me quickly adjust this, guys. Casting settings. I believe there is a range setting for that, right? Is it just in settings? Maybe it's just in settings. Show range zones for selection, I think is what we want. We want that, right? Oh, no, it doesn't show up. Am I crazy? Ah, maybe it's only after I restart the replay or something. I guess, oh, I don't want it to show up all the time though. I only want it to show up when I've selected. I don't know if there's a way to do this. Maybe we just do it without the zone, without the range. It's fine. We can just imagine it. You guys let me know if I'm missing anything there. Survivalist is up 8 vils, guys. He's defended this attack. He's got to move out and secure a gold line at some point. A gold line, a mineral line, a gold mine is what I'm trying to say there. Blacksmith going down, full work food economy's coming online. Ming at 3 minutes idle TC is absolutely tragic. Was hoping to get aggressive, put Survivalist on the defensive, and then transition into that massive food income. Market tries to come in as a wall off, but he's not actually built enough scouts here, Survivalist, and he's struggling right now against so many archers. Loses that scout. He's going to lose a few vils. Was he a bit too greedy? Looks like he was. He's got 1 man at arms, 2 scouts coming forwards. He's still just not got quite enough to deal with this. He needs to pull vils as well if he wants to fight this. He's going to have to fight with vils and with men at arms, and there we go. The men at arms, the 2 scouts, and the vils all coming forwards. He's going to try and attack this. Good micro for Ming, though. Ming has fletching just coming in now, which will, of course, make the towers, and most importantly, these archers better, and that's really good. Oh, this is bad for Serv, because now the scouts are mostly down. There's also a spearman coming in. If he lands even 1 hit on that horse, spear, of course, good for pulling people out of the saddle, no doubt. Meanwhile, we've got farms here getting ranged by the tower now that it's got fletching. There's an outpost over there, and he's feeling very cramped in terms of his space, and that last fight was tragic. He's going to build a tower here. Survivalist has to sell wood, buy stone to get this tower up, and that is absolutely essential. He just has to do it. I really think he probably should have gone skirms here, but it is kind of tough. And honestly, I think he's lucky that wood line hasn't been ranged up there by a single archer on stand ground. I think a single archer on stand ground in the top right actually could have wrecked his wood income. He's got another wood camp coming up here. He's got a palisade here. But actually, I think he forgot to delete the palisade in front of it, which means now that this is built, I don't think you can even click on the palisade behind it to delete it. I'm not sure if there's a way. Maybe if you box command and then you use the kind of panel at the bottom, you can select it from there. But for now, of course, he's like, well, I'm not going out there. I'm happy to keep that sealed. We've got the villager here going after the tower. Archers and spearmen coming in. That's a good little squad of scouts. I'd love to see them go across to the other side of the map. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can find a lone archer is good. There's a tower coming. That's a killer tower. It's a killer tower, that is. It's gonna zone this woodline. The fact that he's not killed this woodline is a disaster, though. Spearman comes in, and these scouts get wrecked. Really bad fight here for Survivalist. Leaves 2 scouts for 1 archer dead on the battlefield. Maybe 2 archers he got, but still, that's going to favor the archer player Ming here. Ming, I feel like, is pulling this game back right now. Survivalist is nowhere near Castle Age. Ming's almost there. Ming has massive food income up now. 13 full work farms. You can see all that food's kicked in. He's ready to click up to Castle Age. He's also zoning this. If he at any point, like I said, gets an archer here, this tower doesn't even have fletching, man. It's not got much range at all. And there's no more wood income. He's got no access to gold. Okay, now he does. Now he does. He's finally got a gold camp up. Survivalist here making bloodlines, but he's already bled out a bunch of scouts. A few of them running straight past the enemy units, taking more damage as well. And Castle Age has been clicked. Second range on the way here. We're going to see Polish crossbows. Makes perfect sense with how many archers he's already got out. These 2 guys trying to chop gold here, which is not a good play. I don't know if they misrallied to there or what, but looks like another villager will go down. The lion does fall as well. On the other side, the scouts are going to dive into the full work, but the villagers with some spearmen defending them okay for now. Bloodlines is in. These scouts now have quite a few hit points. They don't have forging or anything, but they could definitely pick off a villager or 2. They're going to try and do that, but the spearman, the moment he gets there, he will cause troubles. And there we go. Nice. Vil snipe. Scouts continue to rotate. There's archers now on the right side. There's a tower on the left. This wood camp is the only thing keeping him alive right now, but Survivalist, it looks like, despite being so much better on his early TC, just the forward position with his gold and woodline getting denied has now extrapolated and become such a problem. If he went skirms earlier instead of towers, I actually think he was fine. I think if he went skirms instead, that was probably the play, and I think he's probably kicking himself for not having done that. But hindsight's 2020. Watching from my armchair, easy to criticize, much harder to do in the heat of the moment. There's only 4 archers on the map right now. Not as many as I thought there would be. Kill death, of course. 15 to 22 for Survivalists, so Much better for our blue player. And the polls hit Castle Age. It's only just clicked. Survivalist might GG very soon. He's thinking about engaging. He's like, dude, let's fight. And then he's like, I gotta get you before your upgrades kick in. And then he's realizing, wait a second, I'm not attacking into friggin' 4 spearmen with scouts, man. That's never gonna work. The archers are here. They are a bit separated from the scouts right now. Maybe could dive on these archers when Ming's not looking. University's going to go down, and it's going to be a Cav Archer transition. The Polish Cav Archers. Okay, interesting. Those who know, guys, stone miners generate gold in addition to stone. Something you got a small bonus from earlier with the Tower Rush, but other than that, it's just the Cav Archers are just decent, I think. You know, you've got good food income, which doesn't really help Cav Archers, but I think he just feels like that will be the right thing to do here. And Villager in the open. Scouts are going to try and engage. Cav Archers unable to protect that Villager, but they do at least make Survivalist pay for it a little bit. Bloodlines has come in. No ballistics just yet. Incredibly expensive tech. You just got to look at the economy. It's in shambles. New wood camp there, which is so easily denied. I can't believe Ming's honestly let him mine from that wood. There is a new wood camp in the back as well, but how is he just going past this wood line constantly? He's been doing it all game. It's been wide open. He's just not harassing it. It's like, it's such a problem. I think Ming could have this in the bag already, mate, if he went here earlier. Gets another Vil there. Nicely done. Ballistics and Husbandry coming in as well. Second TC on the back line here. Ming finally evicts him from his wood line, and Survivalist is back to just one wood line again. So with the second TC, it will be decently efficient mining. Bunch of his farms are idling right now. He's in a desperate, desperate situation where we've already got heavy plow in. We've already got two-handed saw. You know, or bow saw, whatever the hell it's called, the second one. Wheelbarrows coming in, ballistics as well. The scouts are going to get a good engage. Nice engage. So many scouts actually wrecks the spearmen, and that's really crucial. I kind of feel like just a commitment to crossbows might have been game-ending into these scouts. The scouts do have +2 armor now, guys, which is super cool. The tower does go down to that 1 man-at-arms. So finally reclaiming this wood line, where there's still a wood camp there. It never died. There's that gold camp as well. There's a few things he could do here, but third TC as well. So it's going to just be trying to boom his way out of here. Honestly, I think Ming going Cav Archers here was not good. Unless they get in the back, like he's idled one wood line. Technically, he can beat scouts in a head-to-head fight, but I kind of feel like he's got a second TC, he's got a third up. It feels like he's maybe letting Survivalists back into this game a little bit by not forcing a fight with that Castle Age advantage. Of course, Cav Archers are an amazing unit, so you can't really hate it too much, but look at that. Not many Vils on the town center right now, so Survivalists like, dude, let's just commit. I've got a bunch of guys. The Spearmen are there, though. That was nice. Gets a few Vil kills. He's up to 11 total. Cav Archers is going to find the TC. Oh, it's going to finish just in time, and he's going missionaries, crazily enough. Dude, he gets up. He doesn't have ballistics or fletching, though. So his town center arrows are nowhere near as intimidating. The missionaries in the back going to try and steal some Cav Archers. The scouts. Dude, he just killed the spearmen. The spearmen chased out, and they got wrecked. I think he baited them by pulling back a weak scout. I'll have to rewind that. Guys, we're going to do an instant rewind. Instant rewind. I don't like to break the thing, but I think he might have pulled back a weak scout. Or did he just have the numbers? He just had the numbers. He just had the numbers. And yeah, scouts get damaged, but most of them don't die. Trades a scout there, gets the spearmen, which means he can get back in on the economy potentially. These scouts are finding more damage than I thought they would be for scouts at this stage of the game. Cav Archers over here being a nuisance. They've idled that relic for a little bit. But dude, Survivalist is very good at playing from behind with monastery, with these monks or missionaries, as I should say. Dudes who are just riding their little donkeys around, and he's going to go for the big conversion attempt there. Town center loads up. Bunch of Cav Archers trying to run away. Tried to wall them so they could catch them, but with Husbandry, they are very quick, and lots of upgrades required to catch up to that. Bloodlines assist. The missionaries have 50 hit points, but you don't want to chase too far. They could turn and blast you. Scouts running out to the left, and I think that's the correct move. Try to buy time. The fact that there's another woodline semi-secured, as well as this gold. This gold is re-secured. This woodline secured. It feels like the economy of Survivalist is getting back to a playable spot. Unfortunately, this was such a clever wall-off, and he just doesn't get it in time. The Cav Archers catch him. If he got that wall-off up, Ming would have had his ability to kind of get in there and do this damage severely limited. Now, Ming is adding more full works, trying to get this nice, efficient economy up. There's already 3 full works, 2.5 filled with farms. The Cav Archers are in the middle of his economy, and this is really bad right now for Survivalist. He needs these conversions. How many is he going to lose? He's going to lose one missionary. He's going to try and get another one. Nice dodges, though, and the Cav Archers mostly getting stolen. And you do get your opponent's upgrades, remember, from when you convert them. So lacking fletching, lacking archer armor does not matter. That is a huge swing. Now, Survivalist has gone from a guy with a few scouts and a few missionaries in a dream to a guy who has his own little Cav Archer force. 5 Cav Archers with the missionaries, but oh, you don't want to throw your units away. And remember, ballistics is in for Ming. It's not in for you, which means your units will not get ballistics, I'm pretty sure. I don't actually know 100% how that works, but I assume that's an upgrade which does not get carried over from your opponent's Civ, since that's more of like a constant condition on all of your units in the way it functions. Horse Collar finally coming in for Survivalist. So he's not forgetting his economy. He's still up 7 workers, even after all of this. And it's just mass missionary. That's all he's doing, guys. He's got 8 scouts there as well. How many missionaries does he have? He's got 8 missionaries right now, 2 building out of his 3 monasteries. He's having some workers out. He's just going to go. He's healed up his force, and he's like, go for it, boys. Scouts go. But his missionaries are a little bit slow to start converting. He does end up clicking. You can see he had to, because his units were moving, it was a bit hard. He had to manually select that. One of the monks does stop chasing, as the unit did get caught there. Oh, hold on. He's cornered. The scouts are going to do pretty well. The conversions will come in eventually. The Cav Archer's helping out as well. They're trying to run. Is there an opening on this side? It looks like there is. Maybe blocking there would be nice. He's going to try and do anything to delay. And as these conversions come in, Ming, oh my lord. Who knew Polish people were so gullible, man? Literally, Survivalist is like, boys, here's the trick, right? Wear a nice tie, comb your hair so you look very neat, and just knock on their door and just ask really nicely from the back of your donkey, oh, hello, sir, hello, madame, have you heard about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? And the Cav Archer's like, what? We've never heard about Jesus. What's he doing? Like, he gives people bread and wine. He's a really nice guy. He loves everybody. And you're like, everybody? I don't know, man. No, he loves you too. They believed it. They're like, we'll fight for you now. They immediately start murdering their friends because of some Jehovah's Witness knocking on their door. That's wild, mate. Anyways, cavalry archers coming in, scouts as well. This is a good raid. He needs a good raid because it feels like Ming's just been losing a lot of units to those monks. Nice little stone wall to buy a bit of time, stop him completely getting into the back, but I think he can just run past around this left side anyway. Cav Archer's causing a big nuisance. We've got a massive push going forward of Scout, Cav Archer, and Missionary. You've got Wheelbarrow, you've got Fletching on the way. He realizes he needs Fletching, he needs some upgrades because these Cav Archers having free reign over Survivalist space. Survivalist now has lost the economy lead, and look at this, here comes the Light Cav. The Light Cav transition. He's only got +1 armor and forging, but it's so many Light Cav. And the missionaries are not good at converting Light Cav, guys. You can see the missionaries, there's a bunch of them. They are getting some conversions, but a lot of them are getting focused down by the Light Cav. It's a bit of an awkward fight. The castle going down on the front. It's a massive commitment if he gets this castle up. It's on the opponent's town center, full works, and almost all of their production is right here. The cavalry archers actually hold the hill, believe it or not. Cav archers at home doing big damage to Survivalist economy, but if he gets this castle up, it's game over. Building your own castle right there seems a bit of a desperation. I think you've got to give up this position as Ming. Ming's not willing to give up the position. That castle, I think, is even in range of 1 or 2 of the building villas, potentially. Indeed it is. You can build it from this side safely, but you've got to be really careful. These villas here doing a lot of damage. They're going to go take the enemy's gold camp, but you do have to deal with these units in your base at some point. You can see the Light Cav does get converted there. Still a few Cav archers roaming, and Survivalist kind of pinned in his corner, but this castle really makes things so uncomfortable. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have ballistics, but he has Imperial, and there is no Imperial in sight. We've got Guard Tower, Chain Barding Armor. Ming is firmly in that Castle Age mindset, and they're going to go, how the hell, in the midst of everything going on, did you get Imperial Age? But Survivalist, oh, he's losing missionaries as they rally out past the Cav archers. Does it matter, though? Because he's going to be building Trebs, isn't he? He's got block printing and redemption right now. And he's got Trebs building. If he can Treb down the enemy castle from this hilltop, that'd be great. But if he goes to the hilltop, he won't be fully covered by the castle. I think he should just siege there, next to the castle for maximum safety. Conversions trying to come in on the Cav archers. Very nicely done there. Dude, Survivalist's not getting lucky, though. He only gets 2... He does get 3. He gets 3 conversions. He's got a good force of Cav archers, man, with some decent upgrades. His Trebs are out. They're going to take that castle down inevitably, which causes so many problems. And Ming, how do you wriggle out of this one, Ming? I know Ming still has 2 town centers that are well placed. He's going to lose like this full work of efficiency. He's going to lose that full work of efficiency. It's a wedge between his economy as well. This town center's kind of in the open now. He's going to go for more stone. He wants to build more castles on the front. Survivalist is going to add some eco-techs behind this. Of course, you can see both players' economy very idled right now in terms of idle town center production, I should say. The actual workers are working decently well. Here we go. Cav archers coming in again. Still no ballistics for Survivalist, and that's a pretty big advantage in a Cav archer war. You've also got an immense amount of light Cav coming forward. They're trying to get in here. The Cav archers are trying to guard here, but look at the numbers. The rams, he's going to ram the castle down. Ming says, who needs Imperial Age, mate? I am going to ram your face in, and he does it really well. A massive break with light Cav rams and the leftover Cav archers from earlier. Perfect to counter the setup here of Survivalist. And it looks like that could be a game-winning move because Survivalist had so much committed to that. And he's building more missionaries. He's making Theocracy, Illumination, and Pikemen. He realizes he needs pikes to try and defend his missionaries from this light Cav swarm. He's trying to pull back here, trying to let the missionaries get defended by the Cav archers. Trying to steal a few of these light Cav as well. They are 80 food each, but he's not getting many lucky conversions this time. And there is always a fair bit of luck in terms of how fast the conversion completes. Dude, what a banger of a game this has been. I love games like this. Such a mess. And Survivalist just gets overrun by the light Cav and the Cav archers. I thought that would be so hard to deal with because Imperial was just too late. But Ming said, who needs Imperial? He reacted with the double siege workshop rams there. Made 3-4 rams, came out with them, swarmed over with the light Cav and the rams, and just was able to take care of it. Really well done. That's the difference me. I almost never ram it down. The reason, and the pattern recognition that I need to get used to as a player is basically saying, hey, buddy, if you build a castle on my front, yeah, that's really annoying. But if your army is all ranged units, you don't really have any melee units, the rams become quite powerful. Because what are you going to do to kill the rams? Well, if your villagers are in the castle, they can pop out and kill them, but obviously they're very, very vulnerable. And Survivalists, like, Cav archers and missionaries just aren't going to do it against the enemy light Cav, right? They're just going to struggle. They're going to struggle there. So I think this was a really smart idea. You could see after this first attempt to break it, didn't work. He goes guard tower and stuff. And then the moment he sees Imperial, you see the mind gets made up of Ming, where he's like, oh God, what do I do? Goes to the double siege workshop, builds the rams on the front. And that was just such a smart call. Awesome game there, guys. Absolute banger of a match between Survivalist and Ming. The Polish player coming out on top. I love the crazy aggression that he did early. Massively long time idle on his TC. I do think if he sent a single archer on stand ground here, any point at this time, between like 15 and 30 minutes, basically. Maybe not 30, maybe 15 and 25 minutes. There was this big window where losing this wood line would have absolutely ruined Survivalist, especially at any time before. At this point, he actually had to desperately move to this backside anyway. But I think that could have been a big bonus. For Survivalist, it was just really tough. Once this got up, and the fact that he just wasn't able to get through these buildings to kill this tower after many attempts to pull his villagers, it was really awkward. He had such a big vill lead in this early stage. But then the lack of skirmishes, I think, really hurt him, right? He went like double stable, heavily into scouts here. Part of me feels like in hindsight, you know, some skirms would have been better. I get it. Double stable scout's nice because then you commit to bloodlines, commit to the upgrades, and he did some pretty cool things with them. And it plays well with Spanish because if he goes bloodlines, if he goes husbandry, you know, he goes all these sorts of things that will actually help the missionaries as well. So I think it was very smart. I think it was very smart to kind of go this because he's already thinking about the missionary play. On the other hand, early skirms, some point in feudal age, I think would have been a game changer for him. I understand why he went the scouts, but because the spearmen reinforced and production was so good for Ming, it just made it really awkward. GG, well played, banger match, hats off to Ming, who once again continues the reign of top players, blocking Survivalist from cracking 2500. Actually, was it 2600 he almost got to recently, or was it 25? I think he made it past 2500 for a few days, right, guys? Who knew Polish people were so gullible? Yeah, good time. Good time. I do love my Poles. Poland's a pretty cool civ, man. Their tech tree, what is it? What are their upgrades like? They missed the final horse armor, don't they? That's the problem. Yeah, they missed the final horse armor, but their hussars are so good anyway. It's pretty nice. They have bombards and siege engineers as well. They're a good civ. They're a very good civ. You get those cheap nightline trample cav late game. It's pretty good. It's 2K6 that Serv was a few points from. Right. Yeah. I was like, wait, wasn't it 2.6 actually that he was struggling for? Yeah. Rating go up, rating go down. GG's. That was a cool gun. Cool one. That was really fun, guys. That was bloody hard for me to kind of keep up with what's going on in those games, but very well played by both sides. So Survivalist is rank 84 according to this. Rank 67 for Ming. What damn. And these guys have no games compared to some of those people. Survivalist is actually one of the world's biggest grinders in Age of Empires. I saw there was a graph on Age of Empires 2 Reddit, and he was like one of the players with the most games ever played. He has like 15,500. My lord. Ming over here, 2,700. That's a lot as well. Thank you, Andros, for the 29 viewer raid. What's up, dude? Such a good cast, Pig. Wish there was SC2 and WC. Oh, it's a shame they don't do it, hey. It's a bummer. But it is what it is. Great thing about people playing games, we're going to enjoy playing games whether or not there's big giant tournaments. There's still going to be lots of other tournaments and events with a lot of passion. Thank you, Andros. How was your stream, mate? I hope you had a lovely day. Welcome, Andros viewers. We're casting a little bit of professional Age of Empires to finish our stream today. I think I'll cast one more live game, guys. One more game. My goal is to just kind of cast more games, get a bit more used to it here in Age of Empires to the point where I feel like I can talk about the game without feeling like I'm completely missing every detail that goes on. As you guys can tell, I already miss a lot of details. But yeah. Just hoping to close that gap over time. Has Survivalist finished his stream for the day? I don't see him in a game right now. Oh, Igaz is playing right now. Playing Teutons against Persians. Oh my. Oh, I kind of want to watch a pro mega random as well, or a high level mega random. I was planning to cast some of the series from Brazilian Dynasty guys, but I've decided I just feel like kind of hopping in and just casting a few games live. There's something fun about like going onto AOE2 Rex and just being like, ooh, what's happening here? Oh, Gibbertong Biri's on. Maybe we'll watch that one. Malay Shu on Arabia, guys. Sinister Daria, Nacional Gali, Eren Puerco Black, the Black Pig. I like that name. I think we'll go with this top one. Gibbertong Biri sounds really fun. Biri's awesome. Biri's very good, so. All right, I'll get that going. I'm going to have a very quick bathroom break, guys. Give me 3 minutes while we get this one loaded up, and I'll see you guys in a sec. I used to play this game as a kid. Holy Man was OP. We just watched a bunch of Holy Men on donkeys. Almost make a pretty good win. Not quite. They weren't quite able to do it. There's definitely a few Wallalos in there, though. The Spanish missionaries, the monks on donkeys. Very powerful. Give us 3 minutes, guys. I'll be back in just a sec, okay? Next game coming right up. And we're back. Ad break played, yeah? Yeah, I did. Sweet. Just had to clear that out of the way so we can get after it. Let's go. Let's bloody cast some games, shall we, guys? Cast some more games. Let's bloody get after it. Sorry, guys. Let's just very quickly check. What was the player names on this one again? Jibitong from China, yeah? I think that's China. Wait. I think this game's maybe already over. This was Jibitong, right? Jibitong versus Biri. I think this game's already over. I'm just like, why is the name different? Yeah, I think it is. Let me just, I'll quickly click their account and just double check. So I think we'll call them Jibitong, guys. Give me one sec. We're just about 15 minutes behind on this game from live. So this one's technically not live, but close. Yeah, Jibitong CN Zhongsheng. Which is, okay, the name. Yeah, I see. All right, let's go. Age of Empires 1 or 2. This is Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition. Very good, popular, high-level, competitive, real-time strategy. All right, guys. We got ourselves a game. We got Jibitong here, aka China Zhaoshan or something like that. But Jibitong is the name that shows up on AOE2 Rec. So we're going to be calling him Jibitong, a 2600 ranked player playing Malaysian right here up against Biri in the bottom right, Argentinian player playing the Shu. Of course, the Shu is a very funky civ, guys. Lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood. Archery unit attacks are cheaper. Siege weapons and siege warships move 10%, 15% faster in Castle and Imperial Age. The White Feather Guard is the unique unit. Along with that, of course, War Chariot. They also get the Liu Bei Hero unit. The unique techs are, of course, Spearmen and White Feather Guards gain additional hit points when near each other. You've also got Bolt Magazine, Archer Line, War Chariots, and Lao Chan's Fire Addition projectiles, and the team bonuses, Archers get a bit of extra vision. I'm not too familiar with the Shu and how they play as a civ, guys. It's kind of funky. Like, obviously, the siege weapons are decent. You've got a nice eco bonus. I think your tech tree is pretty damn well-rounded. But it's one of these ones where, obviously, I mean, you lack the extra damage upgrades here on your blacksmith. You only get forging. Even though you get +3 armor for your light cav, they're not going to do that much damage, but you've got good archers, you've got good siege. Up against the melee. A civ that is fantastic. It is really flexible. I feel like melee's good in so many situations because they advance the age so quickly. It gives their town center more time to make faster vills. They've got cheap, spammy, kind of crappy elephants, but they are ones that are very cheap. You can make a lot of them. Obviously, we don't care about the fish trap water economy boost for Arabia. And Force Levy. Militia Line gold cost is replaced by additional food, so they can make food-only mass swordsman Militia Line in the late game. Do they actually have champions? I think they have champions as well, right? I think they do have champions. Definitely two. Actually, there we go. They have two-handed swordsmen. They don't have the final champion upgrade, but honestly, it's not that important. In terms of their upgrades, Malay have really bad cavalry. Only one horse armor upgrade. That's their big weakness late game. Their mobility unit is really more their unique unit, the Karambit, which is just like a little Zergling, a half-supply warrior that is so cheap, so fast, and not the best at holding their own into, mass enemy archers and range units, but they are a good raiding option. Now, both players have been pushing Hunt in pretty aggressively. We are going to see Jibitong here going for the mill on the berries. Has already pushed in a lot of Hunt. Likewise, same thing on the other side. 4 dudes on berries of the interesting mill placement, guys. So this is a mill placement where you've created a nice little barrier, really easy to wall your villages in there if there is early aggression. But it also means the efficiency of the berries after this front row does fall off quite drastically. I know a lot of people would actually put the mill here and then just click all the vills on that to start creating a little pocket in between and try to get these 2 berries open to create that big line between them. But looks like Biri's just being a little bit safer in that regard. Obviously, this one is just right up flush on the berries, and it's just going to wall this front little area, and then, of course, can potentially do either cutbacks or even... Is this map full wallable? What is this? Well, that is an interesting wall-off if I've ever seen one, guys. What are we looking at over here? And what do you think of that? Because I got to say, I'm a little bit confused by what I'm looking at here. I guess this is to stop him getting ranged by archers? It really feels like he's going for massive walls. Massive walls early. Okay, wow. Okay, I feel like we should have just walled to the edge of the map if we're right here, rather than walling all the way around the back. But hey, to each his own. I guess this right side isn't very easily wallable, but he's got to protect the gold, doesn't he? So if you've got to protect... Oh, he might use this as his gold and then use this gold as part of the wall off, actually. Ah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. Since that other gold is so hard to defend, he's just going to focus his economy on this left side of the town center. Okay, that makes a bit more sense. I understand what he's doing now. Now, obviously, Biri can see this, and Biri will be able to say, hey, you're putting yourself behind economically. Often when I see a player playing like this, my instinct, if I'm in Biri's shoes, is to try and basically outgreed them. Yeah, they can go fast castle from here, maybe beat me to it by a little bit, but realistically, I don't think they're going to beat me to it by that much, since I have not spent so much money building walls. And as long as you make sure they're not going to then, you know, do some sort of aggression that'll catch you off guard, I feel like this is usually a comfortable position. Seeing those wall-offs that early, it's such a big investment, so much idle villager time, so much wood being used on it. We'll see how Biri responds. Biri starts Loom now only after going up, and it's going to immediately go Market Blacksmith. So Biri responding with their own fast castle. And I think that makes a lot of sense. That being said, their villager count's a lot lower, so obviously the economy will be healthier now for Jibbertong. But we'll see how we go. Where is that attack sound? There it is. Okay, let's change the colors, guys. Sorry, I always forget to change the colors of the players when I start casting these. We're going to put Biri on blue. Sorry, it does kind of lag the game every time I do that. There it is. Red versus blue. Got to remember to do that. The default colors, of course, really do suck sometimes. We don't want gray scouts hanging around that just kind of camouflage in with everything else. Castle Age is already being clicked off. Just 22 vills. 21 vills even. Guys, 21 villager Castle Age and sending villagers forwards. What is this? Double bit axe coming in as well. Wow, what is this play from Biri, guys? The Grey Wolf wants to know. It's going to go over there. The Vills are going to try and use that high ground advantage, but they're going to take a few hits from the Wolf. It does take 8 hit point losses. Of course, in terms of scout hit points, the scout of the Malay player, Jibbertong, way healthier right now as he goes for an archery range. And he's going to use that as his structure there. But dude, look how far behind he is on Castle Age. He's going to be going up on like 29 Vills, I think. Where's his food, though? Wait, he doesn't even have the food to go up. Oh my. So he's actually just going... He's not going to be able to go fast castle at all. This is a weird setup right now. Weird setup for Jibbertong. Has a lot of vills. Has a good economy. But that Castle Age advantage, what is Biri going to do with it, guys? There's 2 vills over on this side. I really wonder, is it forward stable monastery or what? Surely not just a straight siege workshop with no units to defend it. I think it's got to be a forward stable. Okay, here we go. Castle Age. It is siege workshop first. Hello. Wow. Okay, guys, what? Do you think you open with a ram just to punch a hole in the wall? And then what do we go for behind it? It's a very fast Castle Age. And you can see, guys, Jibbertong is nowhere near. Obviously, Jibbertong's not sold their stone. They're building a stable right now. So they've got an archery range building archers. They've got a stable, a house now building on the front here for Biri to make sure he doesn't get dealt with. And he's going to go war... Oh, War Chariot comes from the siege workshop. Oh, I didn't even realize that. Okay, look at me, guys. I'm learning how the shoe works in real time. Okay, and can the War Chariot change modes like the War Chariot of that other Civ? I don't think they can, right? Oh, it can. Oh, so this is the one where it can either be in splash damage mode like that, where it just sprays arrows, or it can be like single target, yeah? Wow, cool unit. Cool unit, man. Tell me about this War Chariot unit, chat. I'm learning in real time how this one works. Haven't really seen Shu on the ladder very much. Bills are going to punch a hole in the wall. Stonewall's going to go down to try and buy time here. Still no Castle Age just yet. And I don't know if that Stone Age is... The Stone Wall's going to get up in time. There's a Mango coming in behind us as well. It's going to be Mango War Chariot. Stone Wall gets started. There's a tower there to try and buy a bit of time. At the same time, a few archers and a scout on the other side of the map could cause some real issues. Defensive siege workshop at home as well for Biri. Biri putting on some heavy aggression right now. Looks like the stone walls did eventually come up. He's going to rotate around with this pressure now. But this buys a lot of time. Can Jibbertong get up? Jibbertong does not have a market right now. Has an archery range and a stable, which means they can click up in terms of prereqs, but they just need to force drop and click up right now. Need to force drop that gold and click up. There we go. Force drop comes in. Castle Age does get clicked, but you've got a bit of time to wait. You're Malaysian, so only a minute and a half, not 2.5 minutes, which is a huge boost. That does make a big difference. But having to abandon your right side gold and go over to the left, he's going to delete his stone wall and then try and re-wall. That's very cute. Really good play here by Jibitong. Fantastic play for our red Malaysian player. Scouts coming in, but even though it gets a few hits on the war chariot, it gets taken down by the town center. Archer's going to rotate here. They're going to try and find these this wood line and idle those vills a little bit. That's going to cause a big disruption. Very nice, but of course the war chariot will be on top of them. Mango's over here as well. Scouts are being built. Castle Age is on the way. I don't know how much damage war chariots take from bonus units, because I imagine they do take bonus from quite a few things. Monasteries there, ready to get monks to convert any knights that come out. This war chariot looking to try and idle the economy, but it's not in range just yet. And I do really wonder, like, for range on this war chariot, like, does it benefit from fletching or anything like that, or archer armor? Or is it literally just like a siege unit where only siege engineers helps it out? Because I don't really understand how a unit like this works. Oh, he's going to go after the archers. Nice move there. You can see almost a 10 Vil lead right now for Jibitong. Buri's done some annoying damage, but is it really enough? The monks are not out yet. And there is a knight and a few scouts. Desperately needs those monks to back up this war chariot play. The stable's going to go down, though. And a siege workshop defensively comes out, hoping to use mangoes to try and defend this. Monk is not out. It's only 70% complete, and that's a big problem. It means these knights are going to be able to take out the mango. But one of those knights does go down. The next one incredibly low. But more war chariots coming in from the left. Another knight does go down. Scouts going down as well. Dude, that splash damage spam arrow mode is crazy. Gets a bunch of the archers as well. What a weird unit, this war chariot. This is absolutely crazy. The war chariot does benefit from blacksmith armor techs. Husbandry, bloodlines, all benefit, it says Twitch chat. Really? And I guess it gets the archer armor rather than the cavalry armor, yeah? No one knows how that unit works, not just you, Pig. Heck. Glad to know. Thank you, Elmo, for backing me. I'm like, sometimes I feel like I'm like in the dark, and I remember that when it comes to new DLC civs, a lot of people who've been playing the game for years are just as confused as I am when we're learning these new things. Buri's economy absolutely sucks, guys, but the stable is burning. I like that Jibitong managed to repair it. If this mango can clear these units up, that's game deciding though. There's no like redemption in or anything like that. War chariots are coming in from the left side. They're idling a lot of villages, killing a few of them. Got to be careful. Then they're actually in range of the guard tower though, or the watchtower. It does take out one of these war chariots. The other two are safe underneath, but not anymore. Mango takes out two of them. Does kill one of their own houses accidentally. The house foundation does get crumpled, but that's still very, very effective. Two mangoes on the left starting to siege in, clearing some houses, working their way forwards. Problem for Biri is, what do you do next? Right, like you're idling your TC for 5.5 minutes. You've got to find, if not killing damage, at least close to game-winning killing damage, and you just do not have it. My question is, do the Shu even have access to redemption? That's a good question here. And where is the monastery text? They do not have redemption, guys. So he can't make redemption, can't convert the enemy mangonels. Because if you're in a mangonel war, redemption can just be an absolute game changer. Your opponent's only got knights and mangoes. You get redemption monks. It counters both of those units. It's potentially checkmate. The mango's trying to trade, but dude, oh, Jibitong comes out, gets both mangoes, keeps the mango alive. The one mango, one knight tag team. It's Duncan Egg over here. It's Batman and Robin. It's me and your mum. It's all the famous teams from history. That knight and that one mango working together. That's huge. Jibitong manages to get such big freedom now over their economy. You can see Woodline, number 2 on the right. This Woodline still able to keep chopping. Going to try to think about retaking the gold over there. Those two Vils are going to try to come in as well. And, oh, careful. Okay, those two Vils have to pull away. This looks like Age of Mythology, Pig. Is this pretty much the same game? Not really. I mean, it copied a lot of things from Age of Empires. Age of Mythology, it took that as the template, right? And then they said, what if we designed Age of Empires 2 again, but on acid, is how I would describe Age of Mythology. Very fun game. Not as competitive, like not as cool of a pro scene as AOE2, but an incredibly fun game. I really like Age of Mythology. Thought the campaign was a banger as well. Retold, very good remaster as well, at least as far as I can tell. I never played the original, I only played the remaster, but cool ass game. You can see the economy's just getting out of hand now. Second TC's up. That's 46 Vils to 31. There's still this, like, you've got Vils around. You've got these, like, war chariots and these mangoes kind of moving. But, oh, another big mango shot. And this is, it's kind of awkward, this war chariot mango play. Like, it's tricky, but it feels awkward to press in with because it's very slow. I think Jibitong's just showing us really good knowledge and experience of how to deal with this sort of play. And, oh, my God. The mango gets in there. It's going to be going after them. Takes out another villager. Idles the gold. And I think Biri, with a cool play, I learned it a bit today. The war chariot is a very chunky siege unit that benefits from, like, husbandry and all that, and archer upgrades, but it also is a big friggin' fat-sitting duck for enemy mangonels, like most siege units are, right? Mangonel's one of the best answers to ram pushes, war chariot pushes, enemy mangonel pushes. The mangonel is just one of those units. It's just really good. Almost loses a war chariot to a wolf there. A third town center goes down to secure the forward stone and another wood line. And what excellent defensive play this is without overcommitting. And you can see only a minute of idle time despite all this pressure. 6.5 minutes for Biri, and Biri just doesn't have a follow-up. There's no follow-up here. These little bits of counter pressure have really taken the teeth away from this push. That mango, nice attack ground, gets both villages on the front, which means no real rebuilding. 2 monks, 2 war chariots, 2 mangonels, guys. And, oh, nice dodge. Not quite able to get the enemy mango. Does kind of just hit it with the edge of the shot. This mango is looking to deny the gold yet again, though. Watch out, lads. Oh, big hit. The Vils all survive, but they are heavily damaged, which means the next shot will be absolutely brutal. Good micro on both sides. 1 for 1 on the mangonel trade. But when you're on 59 villages like Jibitong right now, that's way better for you. You're heavily onto stone. Already, no doubt, thinking about just running over, dropping a castle on the opponent's face to seal this game out. One of the best ways in a messy game like this, when you know you're ahead economically, is just get 5-10 guys on stone, go drop a castle on their face with 10 to 15 villages. And it's such a simple way to kind of turn a successful hold into, hey, you're screwed, right? When your opponent's often trying to pivot into economy. Not that Biri's really trying to do that. Biri's kind of just stuck here, committing to basic units, building mangoes, building war chariots, but not really finding a way in. And this one mango down here, it's got 8 kills, guys. It just keeps going in and out. The gold mine has been abandoned. Biri's had to go to this gold mine far away on the right side. He's still looking for those big game-losing mistakes, but look at that. Another mango went too close to the TC, died on that side. And it just feels like he's running out of steam right now. Biri working on fumes. And Jibitong showing his class. Is the favored player here at almost 2,600 rating. Which puts you, I believe, in the top 50. Very highly ranked. Oh, he's even going to come forward to repair the mango. Nicely done. Very expensive unit. Almost 300 resources, the mangonel. So always worth repairing these bad boys. See this monk's being targeted on this night. Let's see what Jibitong's reaction speed is. Not much reason to be looking here right now. Especially right now with the mango kind of fighting up there, clearing a house. But no, it reacts very quickly. Jibitong's all over it, man. This looks like game over, guys. Wanted to tune in here, see if it was a good one. Well, I think Biri's basically been dead man walking for a little while. So I'm going to 8 times this. Don't think there's too much more he can do. Like, he's being annoying, but this is just never going to be a killing move. If you like catching the monks, you can see his military is like 1 mango, 2 scouts, 80 Vils. But what else does he need? I mean, yeah, you've got such good defense. Like, your knights finally get cleaned up by a few Hui Guang here. Hui Guang's a good unit, man. Oh, a couple of Vils die as well. But so does a war chariot. I love the way that guy fell off the war chariot. That's so funny. He's starfished, man. Those units do fall into the ground. Okay, so what's the transition here? Wheelbarrow's going to come in. I mean, Jibitong's been under so much pressure. They don't really have all the eco techs just yet. I kind of wonder what their next step is. And it looks like a few knights are coming out for them. They've got 3 knights that could be moving forwards. Going to try and grab some relics. Got to be careful, though. There's enemy mangoes coming forwards. The monks need to get out of there. But unfortunately, Biri's monk will walk right through the town center. Gets blasted by those arrows. Knights are getting jumped on by the Hui Guang. Oh, hits his own Hui Guang. Bad attack on that mango. Does massive damage to his own cavalry. Bro, we were just trying to protect you. Why would you do that? Town center's going to take some damage on this side. Dokily. All right, we've got 5 Mangonels, 1 War Chariot, 1 Monastery, guys, 2 Huiguang. Trying to protect the Mangonel line there as well. And somehow it doesn't actually kill that enemy Mango. I don't know how that happened. What a crazy, crazy mess of a game this is. I mean, I do feel like Jibbertong's taken way too long to commit to army, guys. I'm not going to lie. Trying to build 2 stable knight now, but kind of feels like they've waited a bit too long to do this. And Jibbertong, in a game which should have been over a while ago, finally forced to commit with the knights. If you clear the mangoes, that's going to relieve a lot of this pressure. You don't care about losing your knights as long as you get the mangoes. And well, it turns out there's literally nothing guarding them. So that, yeah, that'll do. All right, every mango goes down. That's going to be GG. Beery does tap out. All right, that was a decent thing to learn about, guys. So what I've learned, War Chariots exist. Hill means your mango can take a mango shot. Oh, that is true, Domram. I should remember that, even if it directly hits you. Thank you for reminding me of that. What do we got here, guys? Jibbertong and Ming are fighting Bulgarians and Khitans, and it just started. Ooh, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. We have to wait for 25 seconds before we can get in, so we'll actually be casting this one live. Sorry, the Bulgarians. I apologize, guys. The Bulgarians and the Khitans. For those who don't know, Khitans play the Khitar very well. That's what they're named after. Google's Khitans. A historically nomadic para-Mongolic people from East and Inner Asia. Dominated region spanning parts of modern Mongolia, Northeast China, Russian Far East from the 4th century. Okay. And they eventually founded the Lao dynasty. Okay. That's right, guys. It's dynasty, in case you guys didn't know. I know a lot of people don't know that. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Guitar. You know, I've never watched much Poop Lord. T90 casts Poop Lord games, right, Elmo? I think that's the thing, yeah? Yeah, can you guys remind me? I think this will be my last game casting AoE today, but can you guys remind me any cool shit to, of like guys like Poop Lord to cast them? All right. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. We've got Ming playing the Khitans in the bottom right, well, the middle right of Arabia. A fantastic player. We're watching them play an amazing game with Poland just before. They're up against Jibbertong, showing up as CNZ98T. Yeah, actually, guys, let's go ahead and change that name, shall we? Let's Jibbertong. I forgot I could just do that because I have the power. That's right, Jibbertong on top. I'm actually casting this one live, guys. I'm as close to live as I can be. I think there's like a built-in 2 minutes delay. So let me just fast forward to close that after doing that title. And as you can see, we are back on live time. So check it out, guys. We've got Jibbertong in the Bulgarians, Ming over here playing the Khitans. And this is going to be interesting. I love the Bulgarians for a few reasons. Number one, they have a guy, the only unit in Age of Empires, the Conic, that when you kill it, he falls off his horse and then he gets up and keeps fighting, which I just think is friggin' hilarious. I love it. It's fun. Man with mace does not give up so easily. They also have, of course, the Krepost, which is like a mini castle. You can build those starting in Castle Age, so it costs only 350 stone. It's fantastically powerful because, hell, it's still just as annoying and impossible to deal with as a castle is in many situations for much less investment. And yeah, that's kind of cool. Also, of course, Bulgarians get the free militia line upgrades. And that is going to mean men-at-arms more attractive than ever. Town centers cost less stone. Blacksmith and Siege Workshop techs cost less food. And you got some other cool upgrades like faster attack and cav, extra melee armor for your militia line in late game. And those blacksmiths upgrading much faster. Now, the Khitans are a very interesting civ. Not one I've played much, but they have an insane food economy because they have pastures that replace farms. So from feudal age onwards, once you start going for those farms, that's going to be really, really effective. They are just so efficient long term. You get so much food out of them. Their melee attack upgrades effect are also doubled. So every melee attack upgrade is doubled. Of course, when you get a civ like that, you normally don't get the final melee attack upgrade. So it basically means you can get the first upgrade in Feudal, and it's as if you've got Castle Age attack upgrades. And then in Castle, if you get the second one, bam, it's like you've got the full Imperial upgrades. But once you get to Imperial, you don't scale any further. Or it's just everyone catches up with you there. You've, of course, got champions as well. So it's kind of cool to see two infantry civs, by the way. It's infantry and cav versus infantry and cav civ. Skirmishers, spearmen. Let's watch the scout while we read this, by the way. Skirmishers, spearmen, and scout cavalry line all train and upgrade 15% faster. So you can basically go for a really nice scout skirm would be very popular with this civ. Heavy cav archer upgrade is available in Castle Age and costs 50% less. I would say the 50% discount is more important than it being available in Castle Age because honestly, affording the heavy cav archer upgrade, even at half price in Castle Age, is a bit of a stretch. You're very committed at that point. And of course, you've got Li Dao, the unique infantry, mounted trebuchet, which is a bit of a troll unit, guys. If you could remind me what it's actually good for, let me know. I think it's meant to just be kind of a troll unit. I don't know if it's actually good or not, but it looks funny. And then they've got the unique text, lamellar armor. Infantry and skirmishers reflect 25% melee damage back to the attacker. Auto cavalry, so your cavalry will regenerate hit points in combat. And team bonus infantry +2 attack versus ranged soldiers. So I don't know who's favored in this civ matchup, exactly where they go. I guess when I think about like final light cav, the Khitans have not only Hussar, but plus the final plate barding upgrade. Whereas, of course, the Bulgarians, they also have Hussar. They also have well upgraded. So I guess both sides have good light cavalry raids in the late game. They're going to be actually like dead even as far as I can think. I think they've both got like bloodlines and husbandry and everything. So, okay, late game light cav is tied. Cav archers for the Khitans are going to have Bracer and Chem. Bulgarians also Bracer Chem. But not naturally a civ you think of as playing cav archers for whatever reason. 2 archer armor upgrades for them, 3 for the Khitans. Definitely don't want to get into cav archer war with the Khitans. I guess that makes sense. And already we are seeing Ming say, let's just wall off, play very safe here. Full palisade enclosure on the economy. They've got 1 gold as part of the wall, but they've got another gold in the back, which is going to be safer and easier to go to. Interestingly enough, there is an early barracks here for Jibbatong, but is not actually committed to using it. And I kind of like that idea. If you look at the scouting here, the barracks is being scouted. Your opponent's seen it. So guess what? Jibbatong's like, you scouted my barracks. You're going to wall off, and I'm not even going to react. And that's kind of crazy when you think about it. Like, I'm not even going to build any militia. I've seen you walling off. Why would I build militia? You've already full walled. I'm just going to wall off and play greedy, play economic as well. We're both just going to long distance our chickens. This one's pretty inefficient here. Actually, oh, this was a mill. Oh, this was a milling of the chickens. Whereas the chickens were just long distanced partially by Ming, and then Ming just left the last 3. I know technically they're rabbits, but remember, guys, every rabbit, every hare is a chicken. Every elephant, rhinoceros, or javelina is a boar. And every cow, goose, turkey is a sheep. These are the rules of Age of Empires 2. If you don't know them, catch up wherever you've been. Always fun for my non-AOE2 viewers to find out these terms. Like, why are you calling the cow a sheep? It's because it is a sheep. They're all sheep. If you guys can tell me, were they all actually sheep in the original version of the game? Or was there variety to them even in the very beginning? When was the first variation on the sheep added to Age of Empires? Was it in Conquerors? Was it in the initial game? Was it in the Definitive Edition, the HD Edition? You guys let me know. I'm actually so curious if anyone knows the history of that. Because I do feel like it was mostly sheep back in the day. Just sheep and boar, back playing the Joan of Arc campaign, the William Wallace campaign way back when. Double bit axe coming in for the Bulgarians, guys, and horse collar. So the eco tech's coming in immediately. A very defensive game and skirmishes. So defensive skirmisher for the Bulgarians. Meanwhile, the Khitans are even also defensive skirmisher. And now the pasture economy starts. Now pasture, it's kind of like a double farm, guys. So you can work it with 2 vills, but it has like more food. It's a bigger initial investment, I believe. But essentially, you're just paying less for it. Like, you've got, look at this, like 460 food per pasture. Already has committed to domestication. So new pastures provide +1 animal. So we already got the ecotech before investing in this. And this is just an economic arms race. It looks like this is going to be a pretty passive game to Castle Age, which I know isn't the most exciting, but this is both players scouting well and going, ooh, I'm going to wall off. Oh, you're walling off? All right, I'm going to chill out and just be greedy and wall off. Oh, just in case you get aggressive, I'll build a few skirms. Oh, you're not being aggressive? All right, I'll just leave it at a few skirms. 1 skirmisher each. And here comes that pasture economy. Now, with pastures, you'll notice it doesn't matter where they're placed. They can drop off to the little yurt in the middle of the pasture, which is awesome. So you can put these anywhere you want. They are chunky. They take up a lot of space. But it's kind of awesome how it's got all these different animals that they actually go around and harvest. Once all those animals are gone, food does run out. Really, really cool. I've not played this faction yet, the Ketons. I really want to, just because that pasture mechanic, I really want to kind of play a bunch of games to truly have a deep, intuitive understanding of it. Ostriches are all deer. That is correct. Yeah, so ostriches, and there's a bunch of different forms of ostriches, like guanacos and stuff like that. Those are all deer, guys. Yes. Oh, I wanted to see a Khitan versus Bulgarians militia war. Me too, guys. I was hoping we'd see that. Unfortunately, we didn't. But hopefully next time. Gold is finally being taken here by Jibbertong. But look at that food count already starting to grow. Dude, that's about to be 7 pastures. Going to gold now, because Ming's like, oh god, I might have waited too long to go to gold. These pastures are kicking off, bro. You're going to have so much food soon. Oh, the scout comes in. Oh, he killed the frame. Oh, Jibbertong gets too fancy. Tries to build 2 gates. The foundations get deleted by the scout hitting one of them twice. Got a bit too fancy there. That palisade hasn't been deleted, so there is 30 wood tied up. That no doubt Jibbertong will notice later on. But for now, Jibbertong's struggling to get that final bit of food. There are 11 farms up. And I really wonder what this next step's going to be, guys. What is the next step for both sides? Because Castle Age will get clicked in the near future. Do you already have the 2 buildings here, Ming? Yeah, Ming's got the blacksmith. So Ming can click up once they have the golden food. They've got the food. Just a little bit mistimed on the gold. Not a crazy deal, though. Couple gates and a house trying to wall in this scout. Jibbertong does not want to reveal their next unit choice. They are investing a ton of money in denying what their Castle Age tech is. That information they do not want the opponent to know. This is a big investment, but look at this. Ming is like, oh yeah, you can't catch me, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. Oh god, does get an arrow to the side of the face, but dude, a lot of APM, a lot of attention, not to mention the idle vil count time here. Oh my god, why does that say idle TC / housed now? Oh, I don't like that stat. That's so much messier than it used to be. Can I change that back? Oh, they just updated Capture Age, guys. Oh, I don't like this housed thing. It just looks gross. There's too many letters. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's fine. I'll get used to it. I don't mind the stat being underneath. I just don't think there needs to be a description of what the stat is. It says Ming has been housed for a minute. I imagine that means Ming was housed while they were going up to feudal age or something like that, but just a little bit ugly on the UI. Just a little bit annoying, I find. I think you can have the number underneath. Just, we don't need that to be quite like that. There's something visually off-putting about it. Anyways, I do love Capture Age. They are legends. I do pay for my premium subscription for a reason. Stable coming in over here, guys. So we've got Castle Age up about 30 seconds faster. It's going to be Cav Archers by the looks of it for the Khitans as, yeah. I mean, well, you're going skirms for now. Actually, it's a pretty big skirm commitment. Hold on. Wait. Archer Realm is up. And stable. Are we going skirm knight? Might be skirms and knights. And just trying to kind of boom up and have those as like flexible defensive options. Meanwhile, Jibbertong's really not committed to anything. Jibbertong's just chilling. And I've got to question, you've put so much effort into denying your opponent's vision. Are you just going to 3 TC? I think Jibbertong's just going to slap 2 more TCs down, guys. Town centers. We're going to see a second town center immediately here for Ming on the right side, getting at the stone and the wood for that. Nice and efficient. Ming doesn't really have the wood for much else, though, and I guess you've got plenty of food and gold, so knights would be a good way to spend that. Bodkin's going to come in, and Cav Archers, so it's a ton of skirms into Cav Archers. I say a ton, 7. 7 isn't the end of the world. Definitely interesting. Now, Castle Age is coming. We're going to see Fletching, Bowsaw, Wheelbarrow all coming in for the Bulgarians. They're going to go for a second archery range on the front. I'm surprised Jibbertong put so much effort into hiding their strategy and is now just throwing the second range down on the front and going for Cav Archers. Feels like they're going to struggle with the skirms mixed in for Ming, not to mention the Khitans having kind of slightly better late game Cav Archers and, of course, that potential Castle Age heavy Cav Archer upgrade. We've got Parthian Tactics as well, right? Yeah, Parthian Tactics, Thumbring. The Bulgarians have Parthian and Thumbring? They do. Cav Archer War. I always feel like a Cav Archer War, a mirror matchup like that is so dicey. It is 3 TC for Jibbertong. Jibbertong starting to build the Cav Archer count here. Trying to get up to the second TC, or the third TC, whereas it's an early at university. from Ming. So Ming is back to skirm production now. Cancelled their cav archers. Wait, what? Who rushes ballistics for just skirms against archers? Interesting. It's just elite skirm and ballistics. So the thing about a skirmisher only push, guys, is it has about as much teeth as a very old person that needs dentures. It's not very pointy. It doesn't really kill anything. You kind of rely on your opponent standing and fighting with you to find damage with those skirms. It's good defensively, but there's 3 TCs up for Jibbertong. Now Jibbertong is down 6 Vils, so obviously this is still a good spot. The cav archers will see these skirms coming over. Gonna have to pull out. Don't want to lose too many of these. One of them does almost go down. Now ballistics has not been upgraded just yet. There we go. It's just started. Very expensive upgrade. The skirmishers can come forwards and apply pressure. And now we're going to see the cav upgrades. Okay, I was wondering what was next. Scale barding armor, husbandry. So getting ready to either go cav archers or for knights. Second stable comes in. Could be knights or light cav. Interesting. And Jibbertong's chilling. Jibbertong's made a bunch of cav archers. We'll make a siege workshop to defend the skirmishers. So it'll just be a defensive mangonel, some cav archers. And notice the cavalry ranges, the archery ranges, they're not firing non-stop. You might wonder why. They're not constantly producing. It's like, realistically, I think Jibbertong's like, dude, having a critical mass of cav archers just isn't that important right now. I'm going to try and slowly wall off this right side here. Has a monastery. He's going to start kind of grabbing some relics, which is a great idea. It's just full economy play. It's you need to have 18 farms up. Only 14 so far, so I think Jibbertong getting the stable up right now, getting the siege workshop is honestly, I believe, overreacting slightly to the threat of the skirmishes. Because I think you're at a point where you're not able to support non-stop villager production. And whilst there are a few vills in the queue, if you build anything out of that stable, that's going to be really, really tough. I love this wall off on the right side, though. Securing more area for yourself. And if you could wall to here, or just even close this in on the right side, that'd be pretty good. Does need to seal over the left side also. Here comes the skirms, and it looks like camel riders. Interesting. So camel riders are kind of garbage versus ranged units, aren't they? Feels like I don't know about the camel rider. Like, I get they do bonus damage to mounted units, but you've got to realize that they also get absolutely torn apart due to their lack of pierce armor by cav archers. So feels like a composition where, I mean, they will be able to run in and snipe the mangoes, I guess. How much bonus do they get versus siege? I'm not quite sure. Oh, watch out. The skirms coming in. They do dodge the first mango shot. Ballistics is in. Already one cav archer down. Skirmishes on the front. Jibbertong is up 6 Vils. Slowly adding that farm count as well. Sealing in their side of the map. Ming still on 2. No, third TC is down, isn't it? Right. It is 3 TCs versus 3. The pasture economy is going to be really good long term. Monastery's coming up as well. You've already got 1 relic in here. No doubt the monk will be grabbing more over time and slowly just putting those in. The mangoes can push forward, though. That's going to be really nice for Jibbertong. Now, Jibbertong's forgotten Bodkin, and that's a huge upgrade to be missing. I thought something looked a bit wrong with these cav archers. Now we know what it was. They are missing one of their most important upgrades, giving them 1 less range and 1 less damage than they should have. The mango does hit the skirms a little bit, but 2 mangoes go down, and not punishing the camel riders nearly as much as they should have. That was a great fight for Ming, and realizing Bodkin's missing does finally get that upgrade clicked in. Probably thought that one had started, but it hadn't. Market and another stable on the front. The camel riders are coming forwards. Camel riders are going to rip apart your opponent's stable units, and you can see, I think just a commitment to pure siege cav archer is the way here, though, for Jibbertong. I feel like that comp should do fine here. And we're going to see a stone wall on the far right side. Stone is now being mined on the left. We've got a university coming in. Still no ballistics for the cav archers. So playing defensive, probably the correct call. Oh, wheelbarrow was missing for all this time. Wheelbarrow maybe not as important on pastures as it is on farms, actually. Maybe that's not a mistake. You guys let me know. I think that's actually probably not as big of a deal. You still should have it by this point, but it's nowhere near as important as it is for a farm civilization. Cavalry armor coming in, which means these camels now have 2 pierce armor. But that still means the cav archers will do 6 damage. What's up, guys? Welcome if you're just tuning in live. We've got Ming, who is currently 2520. Jibbertong, 2593. We are just casting the highest level players who are live on the ladder. I was planning to cast a replay series from a pro tournament, but instead we're just going for the highest players live on the ladder right now. Something fun about the immediacy of hopping on and seeing what's going on in the live ladder. Here we go, Camel Riders coming in. Mango shots landing on the skirms. The Camel Riders need to get rid of the mangoes. Conversion does go down. One of the Camel Riders does get converted. There's still a good skirm count. The Camel Riders just fall apart to the Cav Archers, but the Cav Archers fall apart to the skirms. So you can see the way this works. Monks coming in for the counter conversion as well. Not quite able to get it, but pushing back Jibbertong. And Jibbertong losing position. Not just losing position, losing so many Cav Archers. And Ming, 15 kills to 8 losses. Most of your losses were skirmishes. I mean, that is an excellent engagement. And you just got to look at the efficiency of this army. Camel Riders and skirms are both so cheap compared to the Cav Archers and the Mangonels. So you're winning fights, but you're winning fights with cheaper units. That being said, Jibbertong's still up 14 vills here. He's going to build a Crepost on the front to try and secure this position as well. And I really wonder where this goes, because for me, it feels like that economy advantage for the Bulgarians is good. But the late game Cav Archers aren't absolutely top tier. I mean, they're still good for Bulgarians, right? They're not bad. Going to be going Imperial Age already. Wow, already into Imperial. So what do you do with Imperial Age here, guys? Obviously, Chemistry and Bracer. And I guess you just double down on Cav Archers. And if you get those upgrades, they will wreck everything here. The skirms right now have 7 range, guys. These guys only have 6. So you'll be able to match the range of the skirms. But you still kind of rely on the mangoes or something else dealing with those skirms. Having often some light cav or some knights in the mix to deal with the skirms is really good, but they're obviously weak against the Camel Riders. I still think mixing some knights into the army is excellent against skirm Camel Rider. You just don't want to let them stand and swing on the enemy camels as much. You kind of just want them to like run around and absorb skirmisher shots as much as you can. Obviously, skirmisher focus fire can mitigate that, but often you are heavily overkilling if doing so. Castle coming forwards, as well as a market going down here. We've got rocket carts coming out of the forward siege workshop now. Got houses all around the map, as well as outposts. I love the vision here from Ming. Ming does not want to get surprised by anything. Imperial, about a minute 20 later for Ming. Down about 10 villages. Gold getting secured on the left. It's very important for Jibbertong to take this gold. If Jibbertong can't secure this gold... oh my. Oh my. Okay, they've got gold there, and they've got gold there. But in a little while, they're going to need to secure this gold in the middle. And then there's also these 2 golds kind of in this relatively contested area. But right now, Ming with the forward position controls that area. Has iron casting coming in. That's a big upgrade, of course. Remember, guys, melee attack upgrades are doubled. But that is the last one they have available. Thumb Ring coming in for the Cav Archers as well. That 15% boost to accuracy really going to help them. One of the more inaccurate units in the game. 18 Cav Archers. But right now, the elite skirms are a real problem. And there's even a ram in the mix. All right, here we go, guys. Heavy Cav Archer, light cavalry, Thumb Ring. Where is Bracer and Chemistry, though? I feel like Jibbertong's upgrade priority might be a little bit messed up here, guys. Not gonna lie, I do worry about that upgrade priority. There we go. Bracer finally comes in. Chemistry does get clicked as well. Okay, just struggled to have the money for everything at once. There we go. Those key upgrades coming in. And no raids have happened at all. Dude, these pastures. If you could hit these pastures, such high-value targets. The light cav coming in will help with the skirms. They're an expendable unit. You don't mind them getting slaughtered by the camels as much. But you need a big food economy to get there. Jibbertong's not at the position where they can add a massive amount of light cav to their army. They're just kind of thinking about that transition. But you're going to need Cav Archer armor upgrades. You're going to need a bunch of things. I do like the Cav Archers trying to roam on the map. You got to be careful not to get caught here. And it feels like, because Ming has so much map control, should be ready for this. The Cav Archers coming forward. The skirms causing them problems. And you can see the skirms are kind of free here, man. You don't really care about losing skirms all that much compared to the Cav Archers, which are much more expensive. There's a lot of units over on the left. The other Cav Archers, or the other skirmishers, could corner this. Cav Archers are getting pushed away by the skirms and the camels. They're going to try and run. And it's all about critical mass. If you can, like, one-shot a camel here and then move and shoot, you could do well. You don't want to get caught on a downhill. You definitely don't want to get caught by those skirms. And I think running is probably the smart idea. Parthian Tactics is on the way, as well as Stirrups. Wait, does Stirrups help your Cav Archers? Cavalry attacks 33% faster. Oh, I never realized that works on Cav Archers as well. That just clicked for me, guys. I'm a genius. I thought that was only for regular Cav. Nice, nice. Okay, one Camel Rider does get taken down. There's a forward castle on this side as well. Nice castle there. Is going to open a hole in that wall on the left side, but a Crepost will go up to help defend that, as well as a reserve palisade behind. So there are going to be layers of defense on both sides of the map. This forward gold will get taken. Trebs will have to get built in the near future. For now, conscription's coming forwards. Of course, we've got the final cav armor upgrade coming in for Ming. And I got to wonder, what does Ming go to now, guys? There's 3 monks, 24 camel riders, 30 elite skirms. Is this the long-term comp? Well, yeah, heavy camel riders in, so I guess we are sticking to heavy camel riders. Oh, man. It does feel like that's kind of vulnerable, though. The Treb's going to come forward, start working on the Krepost. Hussar coming in for Jibbertong. Jibbertong starting to get those cavalry those cavalry armor upgrades, I should say. Single Vil running forwards right now. Who got all the relics? Okay, so it was 2 relics there, guys. I'm not sure. Looks like, I mean, there's a relic counter down here, isn't there? So Ming did get all 3. I'm just not sure where the monk house actually is. There it is, hidden in the back. So very well protected. Not going to be seeing any heists in the late game of this one. Masonry coming in to make the buildings a bit tankier. Extra horse armor. Double blacksmith, guys. For Jibbertong. Trying to get these upgrades in for the light cav to support this army. Funnily enough, there's still only 38 farms. I don't really feel there's quite the setup to be going this heavily into the light cav just yet, necessarily. It's not a bad move, but it's definitely not like a crazy, crazy good move either. It's all about the mobile army for Jibbertong. Jibbertong's not trying to win the siege war, just wants to win the army versus army confrontation. Whereas there are now 4 Trebs up, and they're clearing these buildings. They are really putting a timer on Jibbertong. Jibbertong's going to need to make something happen. 39 fully upgraded heavy cav archers, guys. They've got stirrups. They've got some really good stuff going on. Oh me, oh my. Now the castle's going to go down in the middle. I feel like the skirms and the camels do pretty well here until there's like mass hussar in front. I think once there's mass hussar in front, I do prefer Jibbertong's comp because camels just will disappear very quickly to the cav archers. Are we getting to that point? I don't know if blast furnace matters. I think the hussars are more tanks than anything else. Jibbertong's got great upgrades. He's getting close to max. You can see the light cav coming forward now. They don't want to stand and fight with the camels. They want to fight the skirms. Good micro here. Good micro with the light cav. Trying to distract, but you can see the skirmishes. The skirmishes of Ming focus firing the cav archers. They should be split firing though. They should be split firing. There's like 30 skirms. It only takes like 8 to one-shot one of these guys. So the skirms should be split firing, and they are not, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The camels are overwhelming. Ming here with the bigger overall supply doing really nicely. Not quite enough of a hussar mass to get on top of those skirms. If there was a mango or 2 mixed in, a shot could be devastating with an onager on those skirms, but you can see these cav archers really struggling. The cav archer count down to just 30. You cannot lose the cav archer mass, or the game is over. The town center has fallen. Another town center has fallen to the trebuchets. The cav archer's trying to fall back. Jibbertong putting up a good fight. He's got a hussar raid. Hussar raid could be big. Hussar! That's what that is, guys. That's why they called that, for those who don't know. Historically, that was the battle cry of the ancient Kitanian hussar, or the Bulgarian hussar. They'd say, Hata! Hussar? I don't even know what we're saying. Camels are going to be overwhelming for a bit, but now they're bleeding in. This fight's getting really bad. This fight's getting kind of bad for Ming. Ming should pull back a little bit here. The camel count's going down. The skirm count's kind of low. The cav archers are getting really good efficiency. I think Ming might be overcommitting now. Ming's got great damage here, but I think could just pull to the right, take out the mining camps, take out the castle. You've got to keep a skirm mass together on the front. I don't know if there's enough archery range production. There's only 3 rangers right now. They're not able to replenish skirms to the front line. The camels are just getting massacred by the cav archers. Ming got distracted by the raid and massively overcommitted here. And now Jibbertong takes the supply lead. This may be a crucial mistake for Ming. I think if Ming regrouped that army, they were never getting evicted, but now there is an unmatchable mass of cav archers, and you don't have the production to rebuild your skirms quickly enough. This is unfortunate. I think there probably should be a pivot away from camel archers to your own hussars here, because camel archers costing quite a lot of money, and whilst they beat the enemy light cav, your light cav can also do just fine in those sorts of fights. I guess they're not going to win straight up, though, because of stirrups, right? Stirrups is a real concern. What are the unique techs? Infantry and skirmishes reflect attack damage, and cavalry regenerate hit points. I don't think either of those can stand up to the stirrups, so the Bulgarian cavalry is actually just better than the Khitans in the late game. But Ming had such a massive units, but they needed to protect them. The camels and the skirms needed to stay together, heat the trebs up, and I think they could have done well. Yes, you took out the castle here, but you lost all your trebs in the process. This gold still being mined is everything for Jibbertong. That is the lifeline. 2 town centers did go down, though. Jibbertong's economy no longer protected by those town centers that could, of course, go and load up and garrison before. Hussars going to jump on top of the skirms. Skirms will get massacred by hussars. Hussars do really well, especially since these guys do have blast furnace. So +4 damage, 11 damage, and 33% attack speed bonus from Stirrups. Really nice job. 100 Vils to 95. Ming still has a forward position, and that means Ming's got this gold. Means Ming's got this gold as well, which they can just go take with another castle. Really hard for Jibbertong to get out there and deal with it. And there's still a few camels in the back, and that's a real big problem. A couple stray cav archers get taken down by the skirms. Still only 3 rangers pumping these elite skirms. I think that's a problem. I think Ming really needs to make sure they get a few more archery rangers. Their stable unit count has been pretty good throughout. They've got to protect the skirm count as best they can. Forward castle going up here to secure the middle. Good choice here for Jibbertong, realizing that's the lifeline. But man, these camels are just tearing it up behind this. Really hard to micro the fight on the front and the back at the same time. Then again, camels are getting slaughtered. You can see the kill death was way ahead for Ming earlier, and now it's turned around. It's actually Jibbertong who's gone to 163 kills to 154. Camels finally taken out in the back of the base. Hopefully he realizes an ungarrisoned soon. That's a large amount of the economy that is stuck idle. Meanwhile, pastures are still going, and they're going to keep on going for a long time. More rangers are now being built, which is a very good choice. Still just Camel Rider and Elite Skirm. Is that going to cut it against the fully upgraded Hussars and Cav Archers of Jibbertong? Jibbertong's Cav Archers hiding in the back a little bit. The Hussars going to go around for a bit of a raid with the castle nearby. This gold is secure, and that's huge. This gold and then this gold, if you can eat those up as Ming... And then if at any point all the Cav Archers go down, Jibbertong might not have the gold to replace those. Trebuchet does come out there. This castle on the front already getting trebbed though. It was really nice. We're casting this one live, guys. Banger of a match here. The Bulgarians against the Khitans. Camels in the back. Those Hussars are going to pull away. Unfortunately, these camels not being microed, missing out on good damage. I think Ming's learned his lesson from the last fight, though. He's not going to overextend with these skirms again. He's going to treb this castle down. If you can still remove this gold... I mean, there's almost no gold left here. That gold's almost mined out. Jibbertong is about to run out of gold. Pikemen are here, which is really good. Pikemen is a nice trash unit you can replace the Hussars with. They'll go in front. Takes a while for skirms to clear them up, even though they do get bonus damage. It's not a crazy amount of bonus damage. What is it? +4. So they'll do like 3 + 4 + 4, right? 7 +... It's like 11 damage. It's not bad, but it's not going to completely rip the pikemen / halberdiers down instantaneously. Got the trebs coming forward here. They're going to siege and try and take care of this castle. The Cav Archers and the Hussars going forward. The pikemen coming in as well. The Cav Archers trying to dodge here against the skirms as best they can. Those skirm spears are always so big. They always look so frightening. When I'm on the receiving end of that many skirm spears, I always go, oh god, oh god, oh god, what's happening? I think a little bit of anti-ballistics micro would be good here, where you grab a front few of those Cav Archers and dance them back and forth while the rest keep stutter stepping. But I think this is a good enough fight for Ming, who's staying perma-max throughout. The only problem is the Camel Riders. You've got to pull the Camel Riders behind the skirms. And this is the mistake Ming made earlier, was letting all the Camel Riders bleed out, and then the skirms got taken care of. You want to keep them behind the skirms. And then, yeah, let the skirms lead. And when the Hussars come in, that's when the Camel Riders can go forward. Nice micro. And look at this. The Trebs as well are going to push. There's a stable building on the front line. The Trebs are going to siege up to try and take care of that bad boy. That is not a castle. It's just a stable, just a unit producing structure. So I really don't think it's that big of a deal. And some point-blank trebuchet rocks at the very minimum firing range. That's going to be GG. Ming takes down Jibbertong. Banger of a game, guys. Really well played. Lamellar armor was coming in, which of course was going to give the infantry and skirmishers reflecting melee damage, just to help the skirms reflect a bit of the Hussar damage and spearman damage back on themselves. But overall, just really well played here from Ming. I think took map control really well. Very turtly play for Jibbertong. And it felt like the first few fights in the middle going poorly with the Cav Archers against the skirms, really costly. Perhaps Jibbertong going for something a little bit different in Castle Age, whether it be, you know, a bit more cavalry commitment or this or that, could have given them a much better position. The fact that Ming kind of blindly was building skirms preemptively, I think Ming basically had clocked the strategy Jibbertong was going to play, either before the game started or very, very early on in the game, and came in really well prepared. I could be wrong about that. Just felt to me like they knew, oh yeah, you're going to go Cav Archers. I can just go straight into the skirmishes without even having to be too worried about it. And this is always interesting to me as my leg comes up onto the table, because I was like, dude, that's a lot of skirms to be making. Committed to the skirms, moved out, took the forward position. just slowly added a few camels. Was it one stable as well? I think it was just one stable making camels here. It was, right? Yeah. Just one stable, queuing camels to the front. Skirms and camels did really good. I mean, one of these mango shots landing in a big way could have changed the course of this game, but I do think the Cav Archers were a little bit slow to defend the mangoes. Only a couple skirms went down, and this was just such a big turning point in this game. GG, well played, man. Chat saying they think Jibbertong should have gone Halb Cavalry Archer instead of Hussar Cav Archer. I do think he went into Hussars a little bit too early. Kind of need a very big food income to do it. But it was kind of like, it's so expensive to get all those upgrades, and then got pushed back. And there was this moment where there was this huge overstep where a lot of Camel Archers derped. The skirmishers actually kind of struggled to get through, and the units started like getting distracted and kind of bleeding out here. And there was a bit of an overextension, which gave me hope. This was, of course, right as the raid was distracting, so you can understand why. But like all these skirms, look at this. They got kind of isolated on the front, and the Cav Archer, like so many skirms died here. This was really, really bad fight for Ming. But despite that, they'd already cleared 2 TCs and a Krepost, and they get this castle as well. The crazy thing is this castle going down. Like, this position gets broken, and the Trebs are the last thing standing, and they still got the castle. Jibbertong's got to be kicking himself for not repairing that, but it is what it is. GG, well played. Hats off to Ming, gets the win. And a very interesting game between 2 infantry and cav civs. Kind of like, it felt more like a mirror matchup this time around in terms of like, they're like, ooh, I want to go Cav Archers. Oh wait, you're going to go Cav Archers? I'll cancel my single Cav Archer and just make skirmishes. And then I like the choice by Ming to not play into the Cav Archers, play the camels, play the counter units. Managed to take care of him. GG, well played. The castle kill kind of saved the throw from Ming. Yeah. Yeah, Ming with a big overcommitment on the fight, but great map position, so much gold control, and outposts everywhere and stuff. It's always hard to play when you're in the dark. And Jibbertong almost brought it back, had the economic lead, but not quite good enough. Seems strange to make a fast raiding unit and almost never raid, says Rex. Yeah. Especially when you're in such a desperate spot, it almost feels like you should just be constantly running around the flanks. I think because the camels were there, probably felt like, oh, you have a fast anti-cav unit, so it can deal with it. But then on that case, well, why build light cav? Why not, like, why build Hussars, right? Why not just go for Halbs to begin with? I think I agree with you guys. I think going for the Halbs earlier would have been good. Not enough gold to switch an infantry text, I suppose. Yeah, maybe earlier in the game would have been good. Could have gone infantry, Cav Archer as well, right? Go for a big bunch of two-handed swordsmen into the skirms. And the camels, they beat the shit out of the camels, that's for sure. Bulgarian infantry would look pretty good. GG's. All right, guys, this was fun. Just wanted to hop on, cast a bunch of games. It's been a hot minute. I've been away for a few days from streaming, and I was like, man, I really want to cast some Age of Empires today. And this is a fun format where it's just individual fun ladder games. And for me, the goal here is to basically just try and understand the game better. And when I'm watching all these high-level nerds 1v1 random mapping, sorry, I should have changed the title from Procast, because I know you guys, when you think Procast, you're probably thinking like top 10, top 15 players at a pro tournament. I was going to cast the Brazilian Dynasty sets, and I kind of just got distracted. I was like, you know what, let's just cast some live games. But yeah, I'm going to be just uploading these and steadily looking to improve my casting over time. Big thanks Zergberger for the sub before, by the way, on YouTube. Sorry, I just saw that. Thank you everyone else for the subs, the tips, the cheers. Don't forget to use your Amazon Prime. If you guys want to sub to me, to watch me commentate Age of Empires, we've taken one of my YouTube channels that I don't use anymore. We've rebranded it to an Age of Empires channel. Cleared all the old videos, and we will be uploading videos there. We only have one video up. It's the Grand Finals of Brazilian Dynasty. It's a very long video. It has 300 views. So help me take what is essentially a brand new channel, completely different to what it had before, and help support me over there. So I'm going to create a Nightbot command for that, by the way, so we can kind of pimp out that channel and slowly get people to know that it exists. Not much to promote there just yet, but I will promote it over the coming weeks as I upload more and more Age of Empires casts and hone my craft and get to the point where I just have a bit more knowledge about what's going on in the game. Because at the moment, there's so many times where I'm like, how does that war chariot work? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? I'm kind of figuring it out in real time. But yeah, let me just very quickly... Do I have an Age of Empire command? There's an AOE4 sheet, which I guess is like some old stats. I'm just going to delete that. It's an old command from when AOE4 came out. Yeah, looks like I don't really have any AOE. Nothing like that. All right, so we're going to make a new command. I've made a new YouTube channel commentating AOE2 top level AOE2 matches. Please, yeah. Please subscribe and follow my journey learning this incredibly deep and competitive RTS. It's understatement of the century to say AOE2 is deep. It's ridiculously deep. All right. So we're going to put that in my stream title for the next week or two, guys. So from now on, we'll just have exclamation mark AOE2. And that'll link up. Waiting YouTube channel for top level AOE2 matches. Please subscribe, follow my journey, learn this incredibly deep competitive RTS. So please follow there, guys. Give that one a click. If you click on that in the chat. Big thank you, Jason Tay. Oh, Jason. Jason T, AOE with the tier 1. Thank you, mate. Wrecked me with the 69 miles. What if we love StarCraft? Then you could sub anyway because you're an awesome person and we appreciate you. So if you click that, guys, that'll go over there. That'll link. I guess that just links my most recent. I should link the overall channel rather than the thing. Oh, that's so funny as well. We've got the featured video is still a Stormgate video that's now private. How do I change the featured video? I'll fix that now. Anyway, let's go. All right, I'll make it so it links to this video, but then there's a link to the channel as well. And we'll make it so the channel actually has an Age of Empires video as the home video. How to change your YouTube channel host video, whatever the you know, homepage video, whatever that. How do you change? What's that thing called? Customization layout, channel trailer. Okay. Customization layout. How do we do that? Let's see if we can find it, guys. Let's see if we can find it. Go into our settings. Channel. Advanced settings. No, not that. Customization. Banner image. Oh, I think I'm finding it. I think I found it. Standard web address for your channel. Channel URL. Description, handle, name. Home tab. Channel trailer for people who haven't subscribed. Okay, I can change all this. Let's go. Let's go. We figured it out, guys.
So Burmese.
We're doing this in real time right now.
Around by, of course.
Because if I stop the stream, I might forget. So I have. All right. Change video. Okay. All right. There we go. Publish. So now, if you guys go to that channel, it should show something different. Let's see if that works. So if I go here, it should now show Age of Empires. It does. It shows Age of Empires. It shows Serral versus Lyric, which is a banger finals, by the way. But yeah, if you guys enjoy AOE2 commentary and following my journey with it, check that out there. If you guys want to see some of my own gameplay, I'm going to try and mix in some... I'm going to try and basically... mix in some of my own gameplay more frequently as well on big plays right there. So we've only got one game up there that's from a month ago, which was very early in my journey of playing the game as well. I think we'll just put one link so it's not overwhelming. So we'll do it this way. Edit command. Yeah, we'll get rid of the first link. And then we can put the second link there as well for my own gameplay on Pig Plays, which is also linked up. So if you guys want, give us a sub over there. I just chuck random stuff on here. Only started this channel like a year ago or so. And it updates very intermittently. Sometimes there's like a ton of videos in a month and then there's nothing, but I'm going to try and put some more stuff up there. So thanks for the love. I'm going to put up my, over the next week, my games from the King's Gauntlet that I haven't uploaded, which is most of them, onto that channel. Just so I have them saved somewhere so I can watch them back later. Go down memory lane. Fun tournament. Fun event. All right. Love yous all. I appreciate you hanging out. First stream back. We've been away this week, but I appreciate you all for chilling. Go say hello to Survivalist. He's probably almost done his stream, but it looks like he's playing a crazy game with the 2P right now. I say crazy. He has a castle. He's playing Biri right now. And we have clicked the raid button. So join the stream, guys. I think an ad break's auto playing. Who cares? Oh, he just lost a bunch of his archers. Look at this. Biri's having fun with these bloody war chariots, isn't he? Have a good night, guys. I'll see you guys later. Have some fun with Survivalist. Oh, his archers are getting wrecked. Ouchies. Bye, guys. Biri, oh, don cabrón.